Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter banished from Hogwarts secretly trained as Jedi? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. October 31st, 1981. Voldemort had just entered the Potter premises as he followed his follower Wormtail to the resting place of both the Potter children. With the Potter parents gone for the night at an order meeting, now was the perfect opportunity to make sure the prophecy was never fulfilled. With the Lestranges and Crouch handling the Longbottom child, he would become all but invincible and no longer have to fear being toppled from his dark throne. He walked up the stairs in the safe house before Wormtail gestured to a certain door. "They are in here, my lord." Wormtail squeaked at the Dark Lord. "Good. You have done well, Wormtail, and you will be rewarded for your loyalty to me. Go wait outside until I finish this," Voldemort commanded to the pitiful excuse of a man. Of course, he had no intention of rewarding the man with anything besides an Avada Kedavra to the chest. After tonight he will have outlived his usefulness. Wormtail bowed before quickly departing with glee while imagining what the Dark Lord would reward him with. Voldemort turned to the two toddlers in their cribs. "So these are the supposed children who fate has dictated will be the only ones able to bring about my downfall. How pathetic," Voldemort said with a cruel smile. He walked over to the cribs and looked at the two babies. The first had brown hair and clearly took its looks from his father. He was sleeping soundly, unaware of the danger he was in. He then looked at the other baby. This baby was awake and staring at him with glowing emerald eyes. Voldemort was slightly taken aback by the baby's eye color. He clearly got them from his mother, but his were more unique than just being green. His eyes radiated a peaceful yet deadly aura about them. It was almost like seeing an Avada Kedavra trying to swallow him whole and consume his very being while having him sink into the peaceful abyss known as death. It was in that moment that Voldemort knew that it was this baby that would be the one to be able to bring about his downfall. "So it is you. It's a shame. I can see now that you would have been powerful. Sadly, you are a risk to my power and therefore you must die," Voldemort said as he raised his wand. He pointed it at the toddler who just continued to stare at him with a befuddled expression. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort whispered. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion. He saw the curse sail to the child, but as it touched him the curse seemed to bounce right of the child's skin. Voldemort barely had time to widen his eyes in shock as the spell came speeding back at him. He could not dodge at such a close range and the curse hit him square in the chest. He could only cry out as he exploded and his magic burst out from his body and triggered every alarm around the home. All that was left of what was once known as Lord Voldemort was a dark cloak and a yew wand. Within a few seconds Wormtail came running in. He looked down at that was left of what was once his lord and panicked. He quickly grabbed the wand and ran out as he heard the sounds of apparition onto the property. Just a few seconds later, James, Lily and Dumbledore burst into the room with their wands drawn. They searched the room before checking the children. Lily immediately comforted her children who had started to cry with the sudden and loud arrival of people in their room. "My God, are you okay, my babies?" Lily chanted at her children while crying in relief. James was there and checking over the children, before looking back at Dumbledore. "What happened here, Professor?" James asked with worry. Dumbledore had just finished examining the cloak and had come to examine the children. He looked over both with his eyes, lingering more over Harry than his brother Charles. Voldemort was here tonight. It would appear that Wormtail was the traitor, as he was the only one who could bring Voldemort past the wards. Voldemort tried to kill them, but it seems his curse was blocked and sent back at him with powerful magic. Dumbledore explained as a plan formed within his mind. "How is that possible? Did he not use the killing curse?" Lily asked hysterically with Charles in her arms while James held on to Harry, who had calmed down and was resting on his father's shoulder. "I believe that young Charles is the one who blocked the curse by forming a barrier of pure magic in a form of accidental magic which caused the curse to shoot back at Voldemort. This caused him to be cast out of his body and disperse. Dumbledore said with an all-knowing voice. Despite stating that Charles was responsible for the reflection of the curse, his eyes flickered to the other twin. He knew that Charles did not actually reflect the curse. Voldemort's dark magic was practically surrounding Harry, but he would need the boy to be molded and couldn't do that with all attention that would be on him. What does this mean, Professor? James asked, still confused. Dumbledore gently took Charles from Lily's hand. James, Lily, I present to you the boy who lived. July 31 St. 1991. Harry stared dully out the window from his uncle's house. He wasn't thinking about anything, he was just shutting down his mind for a while before his aunt or uncle found him and forced him to do more work. He did this to ignore the pain throbbing all over his body almost every minute of every day. His aunt and uncle would beat him almost every day no matter what he did. He used to wonder why his parents left him here so many years ago to be harsh treatment by these people, but he long since stopped wondering. He no longer could find himself caring about why he was subjected to his hell. Complaining or thinking about some sort of escape would do him no good. He was sure that he would never leave this place. He would continue being a slave until one day he died. In the middle of his staring, he finally noticed a creature outside the window that was trying to get his attention. It was an owl. He couldn't say what type since he didn't know any of them, but it was clearly intelligent with the way it hopped on the sill when he opened the window. It held out its leg for Harry to take a parchment from. Harry took the parchment and saw that it was labeled to him. On it was also a badge split into 4 different pieces that were just each represented by 4 different animals. On the top of it, one word was displayed. Hogwarts. So many things filled his head at the word. He remembered hearing it in memories but couldn't remember what the context of the memory was. All he could remember was a boy that had looked like him and a family who gave him away. Suddenly Harry was filled with a burning sensation. A sensation he had never felt before as he looked at the letter. It was so hot that he thought it might cause him to explode. All he wanted to do was break something. He wanted to completely destroy everything around him. He was holding the letter so tight that it was crumpling in his hands. He wanted them to hurt, all of them. He wanted them all to feel the pain he had to suffer. He wanted them to be subjected to the horror he was subjected to. The letter in his hands burst into flames, but he didn't care. The flames did not hurt. He just watched it burn away until his hands was filled with nothing but ash. He dropped the ashes in the trash and went back to looking out the window. I will make them all pay. September 1st, 1991. Harry watched them. The group he knew to be the people who had given him away. Who had given him away to those people. They looked so happy. They were smiling down at their son who was smiling back. It disgusted Harry. He did not want them happy. He wanted them to suffer. He wanted them to feel what he felt. No, they would feel what he felt. He glared at them some more from his compartment before closing the blinds and going back to his own private thoughts. I need to get stronger. I will get so strong that no one will ever be able to hurt me again. January 20th, 1994. Harry had sweat pouring down his face as he cast spell after spell at the dummies in the room. He cast everything he knew until there was nothing left but wooden stumps. He had found this room last year when he was looking for a place to train by himself. One of the house elves had told him about it. The comes and goes room, they called it. He had no doubt that Dumbledore was trying to keep an eye on him. It had been a huge surprise to the world that there was another Potter in the world, but they had gotten over the fact soon enough. They hadn't even wondered why he was hidden. The Potters simply said it was for his own protection, and that was it. Harry had never publicly disputed that, but had secretly been put into even more of a rage that they would dare claim that it was for him. He had still never found out why they did it, but he had suspected Dumbledore. If there was one thing that he learned by coming to this school was that Dumbledore was the one pulling all the strings. Speaking of Dumbledore, the man bothered Harry. He invited Harry to his office on more than one occasion and tried to get his mind. Luckily, Harry had read a book on occlumency and knew the basics enough to detect the intrusion which caused Dumbledore to back out. Immediately, Harry wasn't sure, but he had a feeling that Dumbledore had something to do with his placement at his relative's house. This caused Harry to put Dumbledore on his hit list along with Lily and James. His eyes hardened just thinking about them. They still ignored his presence. They hadn't even had the decency to invite him back to the Potter family once he entered the wizarding world. This fit with his plans, though. If they took him back, then he would no longer have access to the Dursleys, and he still needed to repay them for all the kindness they had given him. Harry stood back up and wiped the sweat from his forehead and caused more dummies to appear. One more set. July 31 St. 1996. Harry looked at the Dursleys' residence invisibly from across the street. The house was aflame and had been for a while now. Muggle firefighters had already arrived to put it out with no such luck. Not that they would be able. Harry had used a curse of the darker variety to make sure it stayed burning for a while. As he looked on the house, though, he didn't feel the way he thought. The Dursleys were lucky that this was the least he had done to them. He had even made sure Dudley wouldn't be here for when he pulled off the act. Yet, he didn't feel good about watching his former harsh treatment chamber burn to the ground. He didn't feel satisfied or relieved watching it burn. He felt nothing. Nothing had changed except that number 4 pivot drive no longer existed. He just stood there and watched it burn even as Magicals finally appeared to help with the fire. Taking one last look at the flaming home, he disappeared with a quick apparition. He had both a light and dark lord to deal with next. February 17, 1998. Harry was staring at a golden cup that radiated dark magic in his hand with a passive expression. Dumbledore had passed on to the next realm almost a year ago. It had nothing to do with his actions, sadly. The old man doomed himself. He escaped the death that he truly deserved, and it had angered Harry that he wouldn't get back at the man for all the pain he and his manipulations had caused. With Dumbledore's death, the war was practically over. Voldemort had basically taken over and installed a new government. Harry couldn't let that stand. Not because he actually cared that Voldemort took over, but because the man was obsessed with killing him. He set the recently stolen Hufflepuff cup down and cast a fiendfire at it. Soon the cup was ash and he dispersed the flames. With his brother's capture, he now had to deal with these annoying soul anchors. Before his capture, though, Charles had given him both his invisibility cloak and a black stone that he claimed was the resurrection stone. Harry had taken both and stashed him on his person when Charles explained their true purpose and how they needed to be kept from Voldemort at all cost. As much as Harry had wanted to ignore the boy, he had relented and taken them both. He sighed to himself. Just the snake left then. June 17, 1998. Harry was in the toughest battle of his life. Battling the greatest Dark Lord in centuries was no easy task. Voldemort proved why he was a master of the dark arts. You cannot win, Potter. Face it, your pathetic family has already been killed by me along with Dumbledore himself. I am unstoppable. The man yelled at him. Harry ignored him. Voldemort had killed James, Lily, and Charles shortly after their captures. Harry was not saddened nor angered by the fact. To be honest, he didn't feel much these days. It was like his body was just a hollow shell. If he were honest, he wished that Voldemort would just end it already. He was so tired. So tired of this cursed world with its cursed people. Why do you struggle so? I can see in your eyes that you know I will win. I promise if you give up now, I will make your death quick and painless. Voldemort yelled at him. All around them there was battles going on. People from all over Britain had come to Hogwarts to give one last battle against this man. Had they rallied like this 2 years ago, then Voldemort would never have been a problem in the first place. Harry continued to press forward. He didn't stop throwing spells at the man no matter what. It ranged from simple charms to hexes to dark curses. He threw everything he knew at the man. Despite Voldemort's greater knowledge in the dark arts, he was not as fast as Harry was, and it was starting to show as he was actually being pushed back. Harry saw this and continued to press his advantage. He threw everything he could that would take the man down. Finally, he saw the man make a slip-up in his defense and he struck. He threw a killing curse followed immediately by a sustained fiendfire. Voldemort was just able to dodge the killer green curse but had not time to counter the dark flame curse that came after it. The man let out an unholy cry out as his flesh and bones were burnt to a crisp. Harry sat back and watched as the man died. He took a deep breath as he heard cheering around him. With the death of their master, the Death Eaters had given up. They no longer had the numbers nor the power to keep up with their attacking. As the people celebrated and hugged one another, Harry went over to the pile that had once been the greatest Dark Lord of all time. Curiously, there seemed to be something brown sticking out of the ashes. Harry reached down and grabbed it only to find that it was a brown wand. More specifically, it was Dumbledore's old wand. He had seen the man using it a handful of times. While staring at it, he felt something in him change. He couldn't describe the change, but it felt like a solidification almost. The feeling went away almost as fast as it had come, causing Harry to frown. He then put the wand in his back pocket and turned around to go witness the celebrations. December 15, 2000, Master of Death. When the story had spoken of such a title, he did not know that it was so literal. The damn Hallows. He had shortly discovered after the battle that he could not die. This was problematic considering he had decided that he no longer wanted to live. He found no appeal in life and no longer had a reason to want to stay alive. All that had kept him going before was gone. His anger and hate had burnt out a long time ago. With the death of the Dark Lord, so did his drive to continue living in this world. He now looked for ways he could die. Slitting his wrist hadn't worked. He woke up with them totally healed. Getting hit by a Muggle car hadn't worked either. Now was time for a new idea, which was why he had come to America. And this works well? Harry asked as he looked at what the Muggles called a gun. Yes, sir. That right there is a USP.45. Don't go telling anyone you got it from here, though. The man warned. Hopefully I won't be telling anyone anything anymore, Harry said as he loaded the gun and put it to his temple without the safety on. The store owner panicked and was about to reach out and stop him, but was too late. Harry pulled the trigger and his world was consumed in blackness. After a few moments of blackness, he regained feeling in his body but had the sensation of floating. This was not the first time this had happened when he tried dying, and he knew what was coming next. You really need to stop doing this, Harry, a voice said, penetrating the silence. Well, if you would get rid of this curse and let me pass on, then I would, Harry replied as he opened his eyes and stood up. He was surrounded by darkness as if he were in a room made of it. The only thing visible was a man standing 15 feet away from him. The man was tall and handsome. He was wearing a jacket and jeans that covered his pale skin and contrasted with his looks. He looked young, but at the same time his eyes showed ancient knowledge. This man was the entity known as Death, and Harry had met him before. I'm sorry, Harry, but this is a power I created myself. I cannot take it away. I know of no ways to get rid of it, Death said. He sounded truly apologetic, but Harry was getting tired of hearing this. So you expect me to just wander aimlessly like a ghost for all eternity? Harry asked incredulously. You could try and enjoy life, Death suggested. Life is fickle and terrible, Harry stated as if fact. I don't understand why you would create this power in the first place. It was supposed to be a trap. I had thought that greedy humans who desired eternal life would try and collect all the Hallows in an effort to live forever. Then they would soon find out that eternal life isn't what they thought it would be. I had never predicted such a situation to occur, and I can sadly do nothing to fix this for you, Death replied as he started walking in a circle around Harry. So that's it then. An eternity in hell for me on this wretched planet, Harry said, defeated. Death looked at him. Perhaps not. What if I told you I can send you somewhere else? To a different world, perhaps? Death asked. Harry glared at the entity with suspicion. I would say that sounds too good to be true, Harry said. You would be surprised. The universe is a big place, Harry, and I am in charge of death throughout all of it. I'm one of the most powerful entities out there, Death stated with some pride at the end. So what? You just drop me off on some deserted world and let me live there all my life? Harry asked. Death shook his head with a slight smile. Not exactly. I don't wish to give you too many details on it. I am asking if you are interested in leaving your planet and going somewhere else in the universe where you will never see Earth again. Would that make you happier to live your life away from Earth? Death asked. Harry put his head down and thought about it. He really had nothing to lose. Earth was just terrible and he hated the place, but maybe he could have an easier time with a fresh new start on some other planet. He looked back up at Death. All right, I accept your deal, Take me away from here so I can start a new life somewhere else. Harry said quietly, almost to himself. Death heard it though and smiled. Your wish is my command. Well, that's the first chapter. Hope you guys liked it. What takes place next chapter will be a huge time skip, so now that Harry has now been in the Star Wars universe for a long time. Not sure how fast I'll update this. Could be every week or every other week. Depends how much time I have. Chapter 2. Finally got Chapter 2 up. I was so sure I had a great excuse on why it was so delayed, but I can't remember it. It might have had to do with me getting sick, but I feel like there was something else as well. Anyway, if you read my other work, then you know I like to split my work up in arcs. So this is just the first arc of the story. I call it the intro arc. Not sure how long it will be, but it is usually the shortest arc of my stories. Thank you to all those who follow/favorite/review this story. Means a lot to see people enjoying my creations. Hope you all enjoy Chapter 2. Somewhere in a galaxy far, far away, Harry woke up with a jolt. He immediately sat up and looked around. He was in a bed. A strange bed that he definitely did not recognize. How the hell did I get here? He asked himself. He stood up and looked around the room. There wasn't much, to be honest. Besides a weird-looking plant and a desk, the room was pretty bare. So what do you think? A voice asked from his right. He spun around and saw Death looking at him with a smile. Harry stared at him before looking back at the room and then returning his gaze to Death. I don't understand. What's different? This just looks like a weird room? Harry said blandly. Death just kept smiling at him. Go over to the window and look outside of it. Death said to Harry. Harry looked at him suspiciously before complying. He walked over to the window. He was about to look for the string to pull up the blinds but didn't need to. The blinds automatically came up when he approached it. His eyes immediately widened at the sight before him. Instead of seeing a city landscape like he expected, he saw, well, he couldn't even tell. There were what appeared to be vehicles, zooming all over the place. Except these vehicles were flying at high speeds. That wasn't the only thing either. It was also the huge-like structures that vaguely reminded him of the buildings he was used to seeing. Where am I? Harry asked the entity simply. Be specific. In the universe? Or just the planet? Death asked teasingly. Harry glared at the man in annoyance. All right. Currently, you are on the planet Nar Shaddaa. It's an interesting world to say the least. Full of crime and villainy. Perfect place for you. Death said as he joined Harry by the window. How is it the perfect place for me then? Harry asked. It's the perfect place for an unknown to randomly pop out of nowhere and no one will look into it too deeply. Death told him. Harry thought about that for a moment before nodding in understatement. So that's it then. Just start over from here? Harry asked while looking out into this new, weird world. Well, no. I think I ought to give you some basic knowledge first, don't you think? Death said to him as he moved away from the window and motioned for Harry to follow, which he did. Have you noticed yet? Death asked as he looked at Harry over his shoulder. Harry just looked back at him questioningly. Pay attention to your surroundings. Focus on them and you will see what I mean. Death told him. Harry nodded and did what he was told. He looked around before turning to his other senses. As soon as his magic touched the air, his senses felt like they were being overloaded at all the condensed magic around him. He had to quickly cut off the connection. He looked at Death. What was that? Harry asked, confused. That is what the locals call the Force. Death said with a smile. The Force? Is it magic? Harry asked, trying to make sense of it. Death tilted his head on trying to find a way to accurately explain it. It's very, very similar. The one major difference is that the Force is largely external while magic is internal. Death explained. Harry pondered what that could mean for his magic. What effects will it have on my abilities? Harry asked, concerned. Would he still be able to use magic the same way? Well, you won't need your wand anymore. You should also watch out what spells you cast. All spells will probably be overpowered until you relearn how much magic you need to put into them to have the desired effect. For example, one of your full-powered stupefice might actually kill someone in this galaxy because of the much stronger neural impulses that it will send rather than the much duller ones that just force the brain to go to sleep on your planet. Death explained. Harry had to take a second to process that. He then nodded slowly as he made sure to file that knowledge away for later. Another thing you should know is that travel between different worlds in this galaxy is not only possible but common. You could even buy your own ship if you have enough credits, this world's currency. Death explained. That stopped Harry's mind for a second. Traveling between worlds. Not just in the solar system but across the entire galaxy. This place sure was different than Earth. Anything else? Harry asked, not sure how many more surprises he could take. There are two warring factions of Force users that are always battling each other. You don't need to get involved with that if you don't want to, but you can if you choose. I'll let you choose to seek out more information on that by yourself. Death said. This news wasn't as surprising to Harry. People fighting each other for probably stupid reasons was something he was used to. So, is not everyone able to use this force? Harry asked. Death shook his head. No, it's pretty rare actually, but the people who can use it usually band together in one of the factions I told you about, so they seem a lot more commonplace than they actually are. Death told him. Anything else I should know? Harry asked dully. Nothing that you can't find out for yourself. One more thing though, Harry. I know that just putting you in a new environment and hoping you feel better is foolish. Still, I want you to at least try and make this work. There isn't really any other options I can give you, so please, try and make the best of this. Death said as he put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked at him for a moment and then nodded. Death shook his head at this. I want to hear you promise me out loud. Death said. Harry was about to protest but saw that the entity was completely serious, so the protest died in his throat. Promise. Harry relented. Death gave him a kind smile. Thank you. Now go and enjoy yourself, Harry. There's plenty of adventure and mischief to cause out there. This I promise you. Death said with one final smile before disappearing into a shadow and melting away. Harry just looked at the spot where Death had been for a moment. He then went back over to the window and stared outside of it for a few minutes. As he watched the people whiz on by, he sighed to himself. Probably best to wait till morning before I try to conquer this place. Harry said to himself. With that, he crawled back into the bed and went to sleep. 10 hours later, Harry was no longer sure if this planet had an actual morning anymore. He had been asleep for quite the while, but it was still looking like the middle of the night outside. He had left his room and looked around. He had prepared himself to probably see some things he had never seen before, but he found himself still caught off guard. Apparently there was quite a lot of sentient life besides humans out in this galaxy, and they all seemed to mingle. Not only that, but all the writing he encountered was written in an unknown language. That wasn't too big of a problem though. He knew a spell that could transfer knowledges of languages to the caster from a target. Gave the caster a huge headache after, but it was still better than spending months learning the language. He walked up to what looked like the front desk of the hotel. It was manned by a strange creature with a flat, curved head. He walked up to it and tried to speak in English. Hello. Do you mind telling me where I am? He tried politely. The creature spoke back to him in a different language. It sounded very confused. Harry sighed at the clear confusion. Well, guess I'll have to try plan B then, he said as he waved his hand at the creature. Verbum translatio. He whispered at the creature. Immediately he got a head rush from not one but two different languages, both which seemed very complex. He actually dropped to his knees at all the sudden information. The desk creature bent over and appeared to be asking if he was okay. Harry needed to take a minute before the soaring mental pain turned into just a sharp pain that he could deal with. Can you understand me? Harry asked in one of the languages he just received. I can. Are you okay? You seem to be in a lot of pain. Shall I request for a healer? The creature asked. Harry shook his head. No, it's fine, thank you. I have already been treated as much as possible. Sadly, I seem to have a form of amnesia. Can you please tell me what species you are and where I am? Harry asked politely. Ah, how unfortunate for you. I am an Ithorian. You are currently at the Four Rain Hotel. It is located on the west side of the planet Nar Shaddaa. I hope that helped. The Ithorian said kindly. Harry nodded his thanks. Thank you. I have decided to check out. My room is right over there, Harry said as he pointed to his room through the crowd. The Ithorian nodded as he typed into some pad that was glowing. Harry didn't comment on that. He figured it was probably something normal. Okay. Your expenses have already been paid for. We thank you for your stay at the Four Rain Hotel and hope to have your business again, the Ithorian said. Harry nodded once again at the creature. One last thing before I go. Anywhere I can find a quick job to earn some credits? Harry asked. He had no money and needed some fast. The Ithorian looked at him for a second before speaking. I know of no jobs, but if you are desperate, there is a cantina that always has bounties posted. You could try to complete one to get some credits, the Ithorian said. Harry thanked the man. He then walked over to what he was told was the elevator and headed down to this cantina. 1 hour later, Harry had gone down to the cantina and was surprised to find that it was actually a bar of some kind. He had thought that it would be some sort of official office where one could pick up bounties on criminals. How wrong was he? There were more creatures here than he could keep track of, and the bounties were controlled by some sort of mob. After asking around, he had found out that Nar Shaddaa was basically a giant criminal-run city. It had little to no government except whatever the mobs decided to be the law. It was a cesspool of the unwanted if Harry had ever seen one. Either way, he needed money, so he took one of the easier-looking contracts and headed out to find this rast. The creature was apparently a part of the species called Doros. This one in particular seemed to have a gambling problem that had gotten him into some trouble. The bounty on him was recently posted and apparently not that high, but it was a start. He walked into a nearby gambling den that Rast was said to be occupying. Harry had looked around before spotting his target. True to his bio, Rast appeared to be losing whatever game he was playing and appeared to be looking for a way out. Harry waded through the crowd until he was right behind the man. He cast a quick compulsion to make the man want to exit the bar immediately. Just as he planned, Rast straightened himself up and excused himself from the table. As soon as they left the bar, Harry knocked the man out with a low-level stupefy and was glad to see the man was not dead. From the way the man had lost almost all control with his compulsion, Harry was afraid he would overpower another one of his spells. Luckily, he just had to carry the man over his shoulder. He got some strange looks as he followed his footsteps all the way back to the cantina, but he ignored them. He walked into the cantina where he got significantly less looks. It seemed to be a much more common occurrence to see someone drag back an unconscious body. He walked right up to the bounty tracker and dropped the man on the floor. Here to collect the bounty on Rast, Harry said to the man. The man appeared to be a middle-aged human that looked more like a politician than any type of soldier. Not that he cared either way. The man raised an eyebrow. How did you get him so fast? It's only been an hour. I would have expected him to run at any sign of trouble. The man asked. Harry just shrugged at the man. I made sure that he didn't have any time to sense any trouble. May I have my reward now? Harry asked with a hint of impatience. The man nodded. Yeah, here you go. 300 credits as promised. The man said as he gave Harry the credits. Harry nodded his thanks at the man and prepared to leave. You took care of this job pretty quickly. Feel free to come back and get another bounty if you ever find yourself lacking credits, the man said with a slick smile. Harry just nodded at the man and left. He hefted his credits before shrinking them and putting them in his pocket, but not before putting on some anti-theft charms to ensure they could not be stolen. He decided to wander around for the rest of the night before finding a place to rest his head for the night. He wasn't sure if it was always night, but he had a feeling. As he walked around the metal jungle known as Nar Shaddaa, he felt an odd feeling in him. It might just be because he wasn't used to his new surroundings. Or it could be because it was always night and he wasn't really fond of that. It could also be the people that he passed. Most looked lost, like they had no idea what was in store for them and were totally uncertain of their future. He tried to push the thought from his head. He didn't want to get too deep into such a thought process and risk feeling sorry for these people. He had already done the whole save the world thing and he was not eager to do it again. He continued to walk around and only stopped when he saw some new thing that he wanted to take inventory of. After a few hours of this, he decided to walk back to the buildings he had originally come from. It was about halfway there when he started to notice the tail that had been following him. They weren't particularly good at it either. This meant they were amateurs. They were also both what he had learned were called Rodians. They seemed to be armed. He slowed down and they steadily got closer until they were directly behind him. Next thing he knew, Harry felt something solid pressing against his back. It started immediately speaking in a language that seemed to compromise of a type of buzzing and shoved Harry towards an alley. Harry complied and walked to the alley with a leisurely pace. He was in no real rush to deal with this. He wasn't in any real danger either. When they entered the alley, Harry turned and faced them. They had blasters pointed at him and were demanding something of him. He couldn't understand them, and even if he could, he wouldn't listen to their demands. He cast a shielding charm around him that was invisible to the naked eye. They kept arguing and Harry just waited for them to get frustrated enough to shoot at him. It didn't take long before they opened fire on him in anger. The bolts blasted off his shield and back in the general direction of their shooters. They both tried to duck and not get hit. Only one of them was successful while the other crumpled to the ground with a burnt hole through his neck. Harry cast a paralyzing charm on the other and watched him freeze up. Harry walked up to the Rodian and observed him. It was obvious how scared the creature was by Harry's unknown power. Harry cast the language charm at the creature and started to receive the information he would need to understand the language. He sadly couldn't speak it due to a difference in vocal cords necessary to make the required sounds. He would know what they were saying though. He looked down at the man with his new knowledge and headache. "What did you want with me?" Harry asked as he lifted the paralyzing charm. "We already said that we wanted Rast and to know where you took him," the Rodian said. Harry wasn't surprised by the information. There weren't many reasons criminals would be targeting him so early into his arrival. "So you tried to lead me into an alley and threaten it out of me?" Harry asked the man rhetorically. "You will regret this. Our boss is," the Rodian said but could not finish since Harry cut him off. "Don't bother. I won't know his name even if you tell it to me. If he sends any more men for me, I'll just kill them too," Harry said dismissively. "He has an army and they will all come after you for defying him." The Rodian tried. Harry shrugged. "Wouldn't be the first time I had to deal with an army. I'm going to let you live. You can go ahead and tell your boss that he is welcome to send as many men as he likes at me," Harry said as he started back out of the alley, so he could go find a place of temporary residence. "Wait, what is your name?" the Rodian asked. "HM? Just go ahead and call me Thantos," Harry said without stopping as he left the scared Rodian in the alley. 1 month later, Harry was sure that he had been on this planet for close to a month now. He had confirmed that there was actually a daytime on this planet, or moon as he had found out. It just happened for an hour or two before returning to night. The nights were also significantly longer than his world. He eventually got used to it though. He had started taking bounty contracts to keep his nights busy though. Death had told him there were whole worlds out in this galaxy and Harry decided he would see if any appealed to him. He also vowed to try and actually make it work in this galaxy. He wasn't feeling better than he did while he was on Earth, but he had hopes that he would find something here that would allure him enough to tear his mind from constantly trying to die. This was especially because every attempt he had made was a horrible failure. He was sitting in his usual little cantina decked out in some gear. He had a light combat vest as well as some thick cargo pant-like trousers. He also had some bracers to go with it that were lightweight as well. To complete the image, he had all his gear painted black. He didn't think he actually looked that frightening compared to some of the other guys in here, yet he had a wide berth surrounding him. It wasn't just because all the bounties he had been collecting but also because of all the commotion he caused. He had apparently angered a giant slug. They called him something hot or another. Harry didn't pay that much attention to him. All he knew about the creature, besides it being some type of slug, was that it had sent a bunch of bounty hunters after him. That did not end well for the bounty hunters. It wasn't that they weren't all good because they were sadly, Harry couldn't be put down for more than a few seconds before he would get back up and reinitiate his attack. With the fact that he couldn't die as well as the fact that he could use magic led to inevitable of a lot of dead hunters in his temporary living room. He had looted their bodies and stashed their equipment in a footlocker after shrinking them. After that, he would just leave the remains outside his room for someone to come deal with. He assumed this worked because the next time he would wake, the bodies would be gone. Eventually the bounty hunters stopped taking the contract against him, and the Hutt had decided that he wasn't going to waste his resources on an entity that wasn't even directly causing him problems. The problem was that almost no one would approach him now. He was quite famous, locally at least, so it's not like he could just hop over to another section and pretend it never happened. Harry sighed as he looked down at his empty cup. He signaled the bartender for a refill and watched as he poured more of the strong, blue, alcoholic drink. As he was drinking it, he was tapped on the shoulder. He turned around and saw 3 people looking at him. 2 were Caucasian men and the other was a woman. The head man who had tapped on him and the woman both had the Force surrounding them. He assumed they were part of one of the Force factions Death had told him about. It was obvious that the other man was a soldier. The way he carried himself gave it away immediately. "Can I help you?" Harry asked. The woman immediately frowned at him. The soldier did nothing but continue staring. The head man put on a neutral face before speaking. "Greetings. My name is Kale Drell. Would I be correct in assuming that you are the one they call Thantos?" Kale Drell asked. Harry eyeballed him for a second before nodding. "That I am. How can I help you?" Harry asked politely. "May we speak in private?" Kale asked. Harry shrugged and walked over to a booth away from the main bar. He gestured for them to follow. He sat in the booth and cast multiple privacy charms. Kale and his companions sat down with him. "Speak freely. No one will hear us even if they planted this table before we sat at it," Harry said to the man. Kale nodded before continuing. "I wanted to ask if you had any relation to the Jedi Order." Kale told him. Harry raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. "I'm not affiliated with anyone or thing," Harry said to the man. Both Kale and his female companion's eyes widened at this before they looked at him curiously. "Are you self-taught in the Force then?" the female asked. While she asked the question, it sounded too much like she was demanding him to answer it. Harry just stared at her for a second. "Would you like to ask me that question again with a little less force?" Harry asked. The female glared at him. She was about to shoot back a retort, but Kale intervened. "I apologize if you took offense to what Bastila said. She can come off a little forceful to some. I assure you that was not her intention. Would you mind answering her question though?" Kale asked more nicely. Harry appreciated his politeness, so he nodded. "To answer her question then, yes. You could say I was self-taught," Harry replied to Kale. Kale nodded. He seemed to think about something for a second. He then spoke. "I hear you are quite the bounty hunter around here. What would you think about joining my ship's crew?" Kale asked Harry kindly. Harry looked surprised by the offer, then looked at Kale suspiciously. "Why would you want that?" Harry asked. "I would like to know that as well. Have you gone insane, Kale? We cannot trust this man. Not only did we just meet him, but he's a bounty hunter," Bastila said angrily. "I have to agree with Bastila on this one, Kale. We can't just trust any old person off the street. This is a criminal planet full of some of the worst scum out there. What would happen if he was a Sith plant? He could kill us all," the man next to Kale said. Kale raised his hand and waited for their protesting to stop. "I know you all have good reasons for not wanting a stranger on board, but this is important. The Force led me here and even had me put our little quest on hold just so I could meet this man. It wants me to have him join us. I can feel it with every fiber of my body," Kale said very seriously. This quieted both his companions down, but they still did not look happy about the decision. Kale looked back at him with a friendly smile. "So what do you say? Will you join us? I won't lie, it will be very dangerous, but I promise it will all be worth it in the end," Kale said, trying to convince Harry. Harry gave some serious thought to it. He did want to get off this planet. As the other man had pointed out, it was full of criminals and wasn't really the nicest place. On the other hand, he was new to the Force and was not sure how the man was using it to lead him to Harry. He was not sure he could trust him. In fact, he had no reason to trust him. He was about to decline the offer, but a sudden memory struck in him. It was his promise he had made to Death about how he would really try to make roots and go out in this new galaxy. The answer died in his throat as he thought over the promise he made. After thinking about it a little more, he sighed and answered, "All right, I will join you. I just need to grab a few things before I can leave, Harry said. Cale grinned at him in delight. Great. Well, I guess I should introduce you to the rest of the crew. Oh, this is Bastila and Karth. They are also part of the crew, Cale said as he gestured to the female and then to the male. Harry made sure he memorized the names. He then nodded at them both. Bastila didn't return it, but Karth did. Harry then looked back at Cale. Where do you want to meet after I grab my stuff? Harry asked. Our ship is parked on the west side of these buildings, just past the apartments. It's on Dock D5, Cale said. Harry nodded, and just before he was about to head off he asked one last question. What's the ship's name? He asked. Cale smiled at him. It's called the Ebon Hawk. Alright, before we get into it, let me just say that Harry will not be spending the entire story in just the Knights of the Old Republic timeline. There will eventually be a time skip, and that will probably come after the first arc. Not everything is finalized yet though, so be patient please. Since I know it's going to come up, I don't know which pairing I want yet. I will put in some thought to it before deciding. As much as I like to hear suggestions, I probably won't consider them too much since I already have a list of candidates. Also, if I get something wrong in the Star Wars universe, just let me know. I'm not as knowledgeable as I could be in the subject and always appreciate it when you guys help me out when I mess up. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Once again, thank you to those who favorite/follow/review the story. It means quite a lot to me. See you in the next chapter, which will hopefully be out sooner as I try to make a permanent update schedule for this story. Chapter 3. Well, here is Chapter 3. I'm going to be totally honest and say I totally forgot that this story existed until one of my followers on my other story, so you can thank SSSRA for reminding me. Anyways, hope you guys enjoy the latest chapter. Edit. Made a quick fix on the lightsaber form numbers. Harry had walked around a little before he decided to head back to his room and pack. He grabbed everything that was stored in his footlocker and put them on his bed. He figured if he was going out into the rest of the galaxy, then he would need to wear actual light armor or something. If someone saw him get shot and then just get up a second later, it might cause problems. He grabbed a piece of brown light armor that reminded him a lot of Kevlar from his world, except more comfortable. He grabbed some pistol blasters as well. He did plan to use them when discretion was needed. The last thing he took was a belt with holsters and a few grenades attached to it. The rest of the things he just threw into a bag to be sold at a vendor or two. With that done, he checked out of the building and walked outside back into the busy street. He was almost immediately given a wide berth by the people. They were all still quite afraid of his reputation. Harry rolled his eyes and left towards the market district where he could sell some of the useless stuff he had. When he arrived, he just looked around for a second before picking one of the closer vendors for convenience. He approached it and saw what appeared to be some kind of blue humanoid with horns on the top of his head. "May I help you with something, sir?" the creature asked nervously with a distinct male undertone in their voice. Harry nodded. "I need to sell some equipment I no longer need," Harry said, and with that, he dumped the bag's contents on the floor. The rest of the armor pieces and weapons fell out. They were clearly taken from his victims because there was still dried blood on some of the pieces. The vendor looked even more nervous now. "I can offer you 1,000 credits for all of it," the man offered with a stutter. Harry just nodded and signaled that that would be fine. He didn't feel like haggling with the man, especially because, as he said earlier, some of the equipment was in less than perfect condition. The man quickly gave him the specified amount and Harry pocketed it before heading off. He started walking towards where Cale had mentioned the Ebon Hawk was parked. As he walked, he tried to take in the sights of Nar Shaddaa for one last time. He had no idea if he would be back or when, so he tried to really take it all in. Sadly, he still didn't feel anything towards the place. He still felt empty inside, almost like he was going through the motions. "You made the right choice, you know," a familiar voice said in his head. Harry almost stopped walking. "You are quite confident that I will find meaning here?" Harry responded in his head. "I'm sure you will. Purpose is not hard to find. Being busy helps with that. All you have to do is find something you can put your effort into. If you really look, I'm sure you can find some sort of hobbies to take up your time until you find some more meaningful purpose," Death said. "We shall see," Harry said back. Death did not respond, and Harry got the feeling that he had vacated the premises. He just kept walking though. After passing the apartments that Cale had mentioned in the bar, he got his first real look at the Ebon Hawk. It was a brown, circular vessel that looked to have some armor on it. Harry couldn't be sure though, since he wasn't sure if it was just reinforced for space travel or actual combat. Or both. As he approached the ship, a ramp opened from its bottom and extended to the floor. At the top of the hatch was Cale with a friendly smile. He approached Harry quickly. He lifted his hand for Harry to shake, and Harry obliged the man. "Thank you for coming so promptly. We are all ready to go as soon as you are," Cale said to Harry. "Well, I'm ready whenever you are," Harry said back a little stiffly. He was not yet comfortable with the man yet. Cale just smiled and nodded. "Well, why don't I give you a quick tour of the ship and introduce you to the rest of the crew before we continue?" Cale said as he led Harry onto the ship. Harry followed him silently. He noticed, while he followed, that Cale had a thin metal cylinder object on his hip. Now that he thought about it, that girl Bastila also had one, though hers was longer. Harry briefly wondered what their use was, but dropped the subject for a later discussion and decided to just listen to Cale while he talked about the ship. "And over here is the crew's quarters. You can pick one of the beds on the left. They're the only ones available, I think," Cale said as he moved on to the next room. "This is the cargo hold. You will probably find Bastila in here because it's the only place in the ship with enough room to train," Cale said. He led him into the last room that they had walked past already, that most of the crew was gathered. "Well, that was the ship. Let me introduce you to the crew. Over there you can see Bastila and Karth, who you already met." Bastila just gave him small glare while Karth gave him a polite nod. Harry returned it. "Next is Mission and Zailbar. Mission is the blue Twi'lek and Zailbar is obviously the Wookiee," Cale said. "Hello." Mission chirped as she gave a friendly wave. Zailbar gave what Harry assumed was a friendly grunt. They seemed nice enough. Harry made a note to see if he could talk to them later and maybe learn more about their species. "Last is little T3M4 over there," Cale said as he gestured to a little robot. Harry had seen the model around Nar Shaddaa before. T3 made some beeps in what he assumed was a greeting. He didn't speak robot though, so he couldn't be sure. "Hello," Harry said to the group as a whole. After that, the group dispersed to go back and do whatever they normally did on the ship. "I apologize if they don't take to you immediately. The last bounty hunter we had on the ship turned out to be a problem, so we had to kick him off," Cale explained. "Well, I don't plan to cause any problems, so I'm sure I will eventually warm up to them," Harry said, though he doubted he meant it. But who knew really? Maybe Death was right and he would find purpose here. He wouldn't know unless he actually tried. Harry followed Cale to the cockpit where Karth was in the pilot's seat as he powered up the Ebon Hawk and got prepared to take off. Cale walked over to a screen on the wall that looked to be displaying some kind of map. Cale was punching in some coordinates that looked like it corresponded with a planet. The screen zoomed in on the planet and seemed to ask Cale to confirm his choice. Cale pushed a button and a light highlighted the planet, which Harry took to mean that it had been confirmed. As soon as he confirmed it, Karth was pushing buttons and the ship started to move. Harry noticed that he didn't seem to fall back when the ship pointed itself upwards. He wondered if the ship had some sort of gravity gyroscope device to prevent the crew from having to be strapped in any time the ship moved. Harry looked at the controls with some slight interest. He moved up behind Karth's seat. "May I sit here?" Harry asked Karth. Karth looked at him and nodded before gesturing for him to sit in the co-pilot's seat. He looked at the controls and buttons all in front of him. "Ever flown in a ship before?" Karth asked politely. Harry shook his head in the negative. Karth nodded in understanding. "Can all look very confusing the first time. You ever been interested in becoming a pilot?" he asked. "No, I was much too preoccupied in my youth to think about any sort of future. Though I suppose I should find something now," Harry said. Karth looked confused. "I thought you were a bounty hunter?" Karth questioned, confused. Harry shrugged. "Sort of. That's really only a recent development. I offended a Hutt and he put a contract on me. Bounty hunters kept chasing me and I just kept killing them, and I mean a lot of them. Eventually the Hutt just took off the contract because it wasn't worth it. By then I had already gained some sort of ruthless reputation. So I was looking for a way to make some money. That's when I sort of got into the bounty hunter thing. I didn't do it that often though because I wasn't really living an extravagant lifestyle, so I didn't need much money. Harry explained. Karth took that all in before nodding. Huh. Well, that's actually a bit of relief. I don't know if Kale told you, but the crew has some bad experience with a bounty hunter. Karth said. Harry nodded. He mentioned it but did not elaborate on it. Harry said as he looked out the window and saw that their ship just seemed to go into overdrive. It looked like they were in some type of lit-up, blue tunnel. Well, we had this other crew member named Candaris. Dude was a major asshat. He was there when we formed the crew, but he kind of blackmailed his way onto the crew to get off Taris before its destruction. Not too long ago, he thought he could take over command of the ship, so we kicked him off after that. Karth said. Harry listened to the story and filed it away. May come in handy later. Sounds like a not nice man. I'm surprised you guys didn't just straight kill him. That seems to be the way around here from what I've seen. Harry commented. Maybe on Nar Shaddaa. Most of the galaxy is more tolerant. Karth explained. As long as it doesn't get in the way of righteous punishments, I don't have a problem with that. Harry said. Karth nodded. It's not to say that we don't do what's needed when it's needed. We just make sure that there's no real other options first. Jedi don't like to kill when it is needed. It's against their code. Karth explained. Would you mind explaining the Jedi Order to me? I have very little knowledge of it besides that it is always at war with the Sith Order. Harry said. Sure, the Jedi are almost what I would call monks. They live to uphold peace. They do that by trying to banish all emotions in their body to not let them influence their decisions, and so they also feel peace. The Sith are the opposite. They see emotions as a power source and use them to fuel their dark desires that usually involve taking over the galaxy. Karth explained. Harry made a annoyed grunt in the back of his throat. They both sound like fanatics on opposite sides of the same spectrum. Harry said. Karth shrugged. Sort of. But I would much rather have the Jedi around than the Sith. At least they don't go around butchering people. Karth said with an unusual amount of anger. I'm sorry if I brought on bad memories. Harry told the man. It's fine. You did nothing wrong. Just bad memories is all. Anyways, we have 2 days before we reach Tatooine. You should get some rest. I might even teach you some beginner's lessons on flying later if you are up for it. Karth said with a smile as he clearly tried to change the subject. Harry nodded. Yeah, I think I might do that. Thank you for the conversation. Harry said as he left the cockpit. As he left, he heard weird noises coming from the cargo hold, so he went to investigate them. What he saw surprised him. Both Bastila and Kale seemed to be battling it out with swords of light. Apparently those tubes they had been carrying around were actually hilts for these glowing swords they were now attacking each other with. Kale had a blue blade while Bastila had a double-sided yellow one, which explained why her hilt was longer than Kale's was. He continued to watch them battle each other. The fluidness of their movements was a real sight to behold. The speed at which they were moving was much faster than most people would be able to achieve with years of training. It was very impressive. Kale seemed to favor a style of aggression while Bastila's was similar but seemed more suited for a double-bladed weapon like hers. At first, Harry thought they might be equals in skill, but then it became apparent that Kale was the better duelist. He kept pushing at Bastila, and she did not look like she was going to be able to keep up with the way that she was sweating and becoming more and more sluggish. Eventually, Bastila tried to get Kale with a diagonal cut, but Kale seemed to expect it and ducked right under. Bastila was too tired to move in time to turn around to stop Kale's strike, so Kale took advantage and kicked her back, causing her to fall to the ground and drop her lightsaber. The moment she looked up, Kale's blade was under chin in a clear sign of his victory. It would seem you get better with every passing day. Bastila said neutrally as Kale sheathed the blade into the hilt and helped her up. Only because I had such a good teacher, Kale responded kindly. Bastila then looked over to Harry and frowned. Enjoy the show? She asked with some venom. Very much so. I have never seen such combat before, and I must say that you both looked quite skilled. Harry said while ignoring the venom. Harry wasn't sure why Bastila was on the crew. She seemed much more hostile than rest of the members and had a constant aura about her that made her look quite arrogant. He was sure that there was something else going on behind the scenes with her and Kale because otherwise, they didn't seem like a good match. Or maybe it was something obvious and he had just not been around long enough to see it yet. Yes, lightsaber combat is truly something to behold. Would you like to learn it? Kale asked. He seemed to be unsure of the question himself, as if he wasn't positive that he should have asked it. Harry nodded regardless. I would be most grateful, but maybe another day. You both look tired, and I would first like to learn more about the blade before I try to use it. I was about to head to bed myself when I heard the noise and came to investigate. Harry told them. The blade of light did interest him quite a bit. It was very unique, and he had seen nothing like it since he had come to this galaxy. Perhaps tomorrow then, if you're up to it? Kale asked, looking more confident about his decision now. Perhaps something Harry had said had reassured him that he was right to ask the question. Harry nodded in agreement. Bastila looked angry and like she wanted to say something but kept quiet. She would probably talk to Kale as soon as he left. Until morning then, Harry said as he then took his leave. He walked back to the crew quarters and immediately heard some harsh whispering behind him which he assumed was from Bastila to Kale. He just shrugged it off. Nothing he could do about it. He entered the crew's quarters and decided to go to sleep. He shut his eyes and was surprised to find that he was in a dream almost immediately. He was surrounded by some sort of impenetrable darkness. Then the darkness seemed to fade away and his surroundings were revealed. He was in a hotel room sitting on the bed by himself. In front of his dream self were all 3 deathly hollows. Each one laid neatly on the white bed. Harry vaguely remembered this memory. He had been debating how to get rid of the hollows when someone had barged in and killed him so they could take the hollow, or at least temporarily killed him. He had gotten back up and summoned the man's liver right out of his body and watched as the life faded from him before deciding to clean up the mess. He wondered why this particular dream would come to him right now. He looked at the door with an impassive expression and waited for the man to burst in and kill him. It never came though. He stared at the door for what felt like ages, but no one came. Harry looked back at the bed to find his dream self gone. He was confused now and turned to find his dream self standing and looking directly at him. He looked worse than he did a few minutes ago though. His eyes had dark shades around him. His body was much skinnier to the point that his fingers on his hands looked like claws. Harry briefly wondered if that's what he looked like the last time he was on Earth. Probably. The dream version of Harry took a step closer to him. Harry involuntarily took a step back in return. Dream Harry took a few more steps to him while he took a few more steps back. Dream Harry took another step forward while Harry took another step back. It was at this point that he was now pressed against the door of the hotel where the man originally barged in and tried to kill him. Dream Harry took more steps forward, and the closer he got, the more sinister he looked. He looked like a killer. Harry tried to twist the doorknob open, but it seemed like it was stuck. Dream Harry paid no mind to him trying to escape. Dream Harry simply reached both his hands up and wrapped them around Harry's throat. Harry started to panic. He could feel the pressure on his throat. He could feel it increasing as he found it harder and harder to breathe. Finally, he could feel no oxygen enter his body and he was left to just wait for death and look into Dream Harry's emerald green eyes as he choked the life out of Harry. Harry jolted up in a sweat and looked around frantically. He was back in the crew's quarters of the Ebon Hawk, much to his relief. He took a deep breath and sat up for a moment to get the dream away from his mind. He then got up and stretched before heading back out to the ship again. Everyone still seemed to be asleep except for the Blue Twi'lek mission, who was up and about fiddling with T3M4 while the droid just sat unmoving. With nothing else to do, Harry went up to her. "What are you doing?" he asked politely. She looked up at him and then back down at the droid. "Just giving him some upgrades that we picked up in Nar Shaddaa. In case we get into a battle and need some extra help, you know," she told him as she continued her work. Harry decided to stay silent and watch her work for a little. He wondered briefly if he could learn how to do that. Repairing machines could probably come in handy at some point. Then again, he was already going to take flying lessons from Karth and lightsaber lessons from Kale. Maybe he should hold off on finding yet another hobby. Do we have some food I could eat? He asked Mission. Yeah, I think there's some in the footlocker to your right. She told him without even looking up. Harry got up and grabbed some food from the locker and chowed down. He still wasn't exactly sure what he was eating, but he figured that since it didn't taste bad that it was probably fine. Almost as soon as he finished, Karth came into the room and saw him. You're up early, he commented. Harry tilted his head to one side. How can you tell when we are in space? Harry asked. Karth shrugged. You eventually just learn how to tell with enough time being on the ship. Karth said as he grabbed some food and headed to the cockpit. It didn't take long for the rest of the crew to get up after him. Kale was up next.
Harry.
Up early for some training? Kale asked. Harry shook his head. Nightmare actually, but I could do with some training to get my mind off of it if you are up to it. Harry said. Kale nodded his consent and gestured for Harry to follow him to the cargo hold. When they got to it, Kale went over to locker in the corner and opened it. Inside, it looked like there was different lightsabers all shaped in different ways and personalized save for a few. Kale pulled out a very simple one that looked just like a plain tube. Nothing seemed special about it. This is a training blade. It works just like a regular blade except it will only stun instead of kill. Kale explained as he handed Harry the blade. Harry put the hilt in hand and tried to get a feel for it. It was balanced pretty well. Still, it felt off. Feels a little off. Harry commented. Kale smiled at that. That good. It means you are quite in touch with the Force already. No blade will feel quite as comfortable as one that you make yourself with the guidance of the Force. I will teach you how to do that eventually if you prove yourself proficient. Now you said you wished to learn about the blade before we started training. What you see on the outside is really just the shell, it's what's on the inside that matters. The main important parts are the Force crystal and beam emitter. They are what really create the blade that comes out of the hilt. That is a basic summary of the blade. Perhaps I will leave the rest for another time. Now are you ready to start? Kale said. Just to be clear, before you start training me, I don't plan to become a Jedi. From what I heard of yours and Bastila's order, there is too many ideological differences for me to join it. I don't agree with some of the teachings, though I can say I disagree even more with the Sith's teaching, but still. Harry told Kale. Kale adopted a thoughtful look at that. Well, I suppose that's fine. As long as I just stick to teaching you lightsaber combat and not any other secrets. Though I'm sure that Bastila will give me an earful for it later. Kale said with a smile. He seemed to do that a lot, Harry observed. He seemed to be very calm and didn't look like he let the problems of the world bother him. As long as you're fine with it, Harry said as he ignited the blade like he had seen Kale do to sheath it. Immediately the blade of light sprang from its sheath and stood proudly in front of him. Harry noticed the color was green and briefly wondered how many colors the blades came in. He swung it around experimentally. He then looked at Kale for him to continue. Well, I should start by saying that there are 7 different forms of lightsaber combat. Mastering even one is hard to do in a lifetime. I myself am a master of Ataru and proficient in Sorisu, which are known as the 4th form and 3rd form. Normally, you teach Form 1 first or Shiicho, but I'm not proficient enough in it to teach it to you. I apologize for that, may delay the rate of your training. Kale told him. Harry nodded. Teach what you can and I will do my best to learn. He told Kale. Kale nodded. First get into a stance with your lightsaber like this. Kale said as he got into a stance where his feet were apart and he held the lightsaber up by his side. Harry followed suit. Kale nodded that Harry looked to be in the right stance. Next, I want you to mirror my movements. We will go slowly so you can see how to do it. I believe the best way to teach is to actually do something and learn along the way. Kale told him. Harry nodded in agreement. Kale waited for Harry to get ready before lashing out. While he had said they would go slower, they were still going faster than most people would consider as slow. He bet that normal beginners would just barely be able to keep up. Luckily, Harry had experience with reacting quickly, so when Kale came down with a downward strike, Harry mirrored it with an upward strike from the opposite direction. Their blades clashed in the middle where they stopped. Very good. Apologies if that was too fast. I'm trying to find a comfortable limit of your speed. Kale said. It's fine. Do what you need to do. Harry told him. Kale nodded and continued. Both Harry and Kale clashed back and forth for a while. Kale wasn't even breaking a sweat as he continuously sped up little by little until Harry looked like he could barely keep up. Harry, on the other, was ready to pass out after just 20 minutes. He wasn't used to this much exercise due to using magic for most of his life. Perhaps he was a little too reliant if this was as long as he could last. After 30 minutes had passed by of Harry trying to keep up with Kale and mirror his movements, Kale stopped them. "That's enough for now," Kale said as he sheathed his blade and put it on his belt. Harry did the same, except he almost passed out as soon as he gave the hilt to Kale. Kale reached out and steadied him as he then led Harry to a bench. "Not bad for your first time. You managed to keep up better than I thought you would. Though you need to learn how to use the Force better, I think, if you wish to continue your progression any further," Kale told him. Harry looked at him questioningly. "Your movements. You're relying on your instincts and just your own speed and strength to survive. The Force, however, can allow you to overcome barriers that your body would normally never be able to approach," Kale explained. "Okay, so how do I use the Force as you are describing it?" Harry asked. "You need to let the Force fill you and guide you," Kale explained. Harry had he meant that literally. Considering that he could literally feel the Force or magic thickly in the air, he figured that the Jedi probably drew it within themselves to enhance all their physical traits and allow them to move faster and be physically stronger than most other races. "Alright, let me try it then," Harry said. He closed his eyes before Kale could respond. He felt out around him and felt all the Force around him. He tried to pull it in, but nothing happened. He tried harder this time, but the only thing that happened was it seemed to collect around him. It wouldn't enter his body. He tried harder and harder to force it in, but it felt like it would just bounce off his skin. He opened his eyes and looked at Kale with a frown. "I can't seem to get it in me," Harry said. Kale nodded. "I could tell. It's because you are trying to force it in. The Force is much stronger than you will ever be. It will not bow to your will. You must allow it to enter of its own violation by coaxing it in. No other way will work. Perhaps we should try to do this later, though. You look tired, and we both need to clean ourselves off and get out of here before Bastila comes in and forcefully kicks us out so she can train." Kale said it as a joke, but he was also sure that Bastila would actually do that. He left with Kale to go clean off and maybe try later to get the Force inside him. "I can tell this is going to be an annoying hassle," was Harry's last thought as he entered the bathroom to get clean. "Well, hope you guys like the update. Hopefully it won't take me 5 months to update this time. Until next time, peace." Chapter 4. Back with a new chapter, and it only took me a little over a month this time. I hope you guys like the latest chapter. Took a while to decide how fast I wanted them to stay on one planet. Writing-wise, not actual time-wise. In the end, I just decided to let it flow. Anyways, hope you guys like it. Make sure to follow/favorite/review the story to let me know. Thanks for all the support on this. Harry sat in the cockpit with Karth while they were in hyperspace to Tatooine. While there wasn't much to do at the moment in terms of piloting, Karth was going over some of the basic functions of how to steer the ship and fly while making sure that it stayed in one piece. "Do you have to manually flip the switch when the ship needs to get out of light speed?" Harry questioned. "Yes, that's also the reason it's good to have a pilot in the cabin even when in light speed, just to make sure the ship doesn't drift off course and crash into a planet or something," Karth said jokingly. Harry wondered with genuine curiosity on what would happen if he crashed into a star. Would he just be regenerating forever as the star continuously incinerated him? Do such things happen often? Harry asked. "No, not really, but better safe than sorry," Karth told him as he scanned the controls to make sure everything was in place. "May I ask you a question? And feel free to not answer if I'm not supposed to know?" Harry asked. Karth looked at him questioningly. "Go for it," he responded. "What's Tatooine like and why are we going there?" Harry asked. Karth looked surprised. "No one's told you what we're doing yet?" Karth asked. Harry just shook his head. "Well, you do have a right to now. You have heard of the Jedi and the Sith, correct?" Karth asked. Harry nodded. "Well, the basics of it are that the Sith are trying to build an empire and take over the galaxy. We are trying to stop them by looking for these ancient maps that will lead us to this construction machine they have called the Star Forge. We have an idea on the planets these maps are on but no idea where on the planet they are located. Tatooine is a desert planet where we believe the next map is located. Karth explained. Harry looked at the man to make sure he was serious before nodding in understanding. Well, maybe I can be of help then. I'm usually relatively good at tracking things down. Harry said. Oh, you have experience with tracking then? Karth asked. Harry nodded as he thought back to his little hunt of the Horcruxes. Well, that might come in handy. None of the rest of the crew really have such experience. Karth said. How many of these ancient maps have you found? Harry asked. Just one actually. It was on Dantooine. We were going to head to Tatooine right after, but Kale said he suddenly felt an extremely strong pull of the Force to go to Nar Shaddaa where we found you. Bastila was against it at the start. She thought Kale was mistaken and that he was confusing some other feeling, but I guess she was wrong. Karth said. Shem. Harry said thoughtfully. The news about Bastila didn't really surprise him. He knew she was hiding something, but he didn't bother in trying to find out what. Everyone had secrets after all, and it was rude to assume you had any say in if those secrets came out. Well, thanks for the information then. When will we arrive at the planet? Harry asked. We're almost there actually. We should arrive in 2 hours tops. Karth said. All right. I shall return when we get to the planet to observe how you land this ship. Harry said as he departed from the cockpit. Karth made a sound of acknowledgement as he left. While leaving, he almost ran directly into Kale, who seemed to be thinking about something when Harry entered the room. When Harry entered, he looked at him and smiled. Hello, Harry. How are you today? Kale asked. Not terrible, I suppose. I was just in the cockpit with Karth and he said we should be landing at Tatooine in 2 hours tops. Harry told the man. That's good. Sooner we finish at Tatooine the better. We need to move quickly after all. That reminds me. I haven't told you what our current goal is yet, have I? Kale asked him. Karth was kind enough to fill me in. I hope that wasn't a problem, said Harry. Kale just waved his concern off. It's fine. I had planned to tell you earlier and it seemed to slip my mind. My apologies. Kale said sincerely. Should we expect any opposition of any sort while we are on Tatooine? Harry asked. Kale frowned in thought. I don't believe so. Still, we should make sure to be extremely cautious. The Sith may have caught on to our plans. If so, then we must be sure to be cautious. I assume you will be fine in a combat situation? Kale questioned. Of course. I've seen my fair share of battles over my years. Harry said. Kale smiled bitterly. Excuse me for saying, but you look too young to have been able to see many. Were you part of the Mandalorian crisis? Kale asked. Harry shook his head in the negative. No, I was part of a secret war, I guess you could call it. In fact, I am sure you will find no record of it even if you looked for 1,000 years. Harry said. Kale looked a little surprised. Shem. That's quite the proclamation. May I ask in what capacity you fought? Kale asked. Frontline fighter. Harry responded immediately. Kale looked saddened. You couldn't have been too old when this happened. Kale concluded. I was 17 when I finally ended the war by killing the leader of the opposing faction. That was years ago though. I'm a few years older than I look, I assure you, Harry said. Kale seemed to accept the explanation. I see. Must have been horrible for you to see so much pain and death. Kale thought out loud. It wasn't as bad as it probably should have been. Harry said in almost a whisper. In truth, he remembered feeling almost nothing for all the death and chaos around him. At that point in the war, he had only one purpose, and that was to kill Voldemort as quickly as possible. Kale looked at him, but Harry couldn't be sure if he heard the whisper. Regardless if he heard or not, he seemed to let the topic go as Harry clearly did not want to talk about it any longer. Well, I'll be trusting you to watch me and Bastila's back then, Kale said offhand. Harry looked at him. Just you two? Harry asked. Kale nodded. Yes, when we land, we usually split in groups. One is the search party and the other watches over the ship as well as getting supplies. Kale told him. And you want me to be part of the search party? Someone you just met? Harry asked. Ido. Despite the fact that you are new, I believe your skill set would be best while we are on Tatooine. Tatooine is dangerous under normal conditions, Add to the fact that we are looking for a lost ancient artifact will only add to the problem. Someone with your skill set will help tremendously. Kale said with a warm smile. Harry just deadpanned at the man. You are too trusting of a man that you just met and know nothing about. Harry told him. Kale just shrugged. I have learned to trust what the Force tells me, and the Force tells me that you will be a tremendous help to me and my mission. Kale responded. Harry didn't say anything. It wasn't like he planned to betray the man or anything. He had come on this little adventure of his own free will and for his own reasons. It would make no sense to betray the people he was supposed to work with. It's your choice. I suppose that in time I will prove that your trust is not misguided. Harry said lightly. See that you don't, bounty hunter. A voice said from behind Harry. Harry had sensed Bastila, but since she had made no move to interrupt the conversation, he dismissed her. He turned to her and gave a nod. If he responded, it would just give her an opening to give him a verbal lashing. She glared, clearly not happy that she wouldn't be able to say anything to cut him down. We are leaving hyperspace in 20 seconds. Karth said from the cockpit. He hadn't seen Mission or Zailbar but sensed their presence in the cargo hold working on the something together. Well then, let's prepare our supplies and equipment before we head out. Kale said as both Bastila and Harry nodded and headed to grab some of their respective gear. 20 minutes later, the trio stepped off the ship and immediately, Harry felt like he was being blasted in the face with a heater. Even if he didn't already know that Tatooine was a desert planet or for some reason couldn't guess it by all the sand and sandstone structures, he would have figured it out by the burning heat alone. He didn't remember ever being too bothered by weather. Then again, his clothes in his old world had tons of charms for safety and temperature regulation. He quickly cast a cooling spell silently that wrapped around his whole body. Both Kale and Bastila seemed to notice. Kale looked at him curiously while Bastila looked at him with suspicion on her face. I have a trick that helps with body temperature regulation in different climates. If you would like, I could apply it to you as well. Harry explained. Kale immediately liked the idea and asked him to apply it. Harry grabbed his arm and applied the cooling charm to the man as well. You could almost see his body relax in relief of the feeling. Wow, that's amazing. I've never felt or seen such use of the Force. What about you, Bastila? Kale asked excitedly. No, I have not. She responded as she looked at him with more suspicion. Which begs the question of where you learned such an ability. It was a simple technique that my people had used. Even children could use it with practice. There is another charm like it that makes you warm while in cold environments, which was much more common from where I come from. Harry said with a shrug. Do you think you would be able to teach it? Kale asked. Harry felt startled by the question. He had always been quite confident in his abilities with magic. The only ones on his world who could have come close were Voldemort and Dumbledore. Still, he had never once taught anyone any piece of magic he knew. He wasn't even sure if he would be able to teach them without a wand, which was how he originally learned. I am unsure. It is not that it couldn't be taught, but I am unsure if I myself would be able to teach it. I have never had to teach, and the way I learned it would most likely be impossible. Harry admitted. Kale looked slightly saddened by the fact of a Force technique he would not be able to learn. However, just because it has never been before does not mean it can't be done someday. I will think of ways that I could perhaps teach you some of the techniques I know without causing you damage. Harry told the man, which caused him to perk up a little. Why would learning the techniques cause him damage? No light side techniques would cause damage for him to learn, unless of course they are dark techniques. Bastila said accusingly. Harry shook his head patiently. You have misunderstood my meaning. Learning the techniques normally causes no damage to oneself. Sadly, I can't teach him that way as the tools are no longer available. The only way I could teach him would be to imprint my knowledge into his mind. This could cause damage to his mind based on how differently my mind and his are set up. Harry said. Kale looked curious at this. What difference is there in our minds? He asked. I had an enemy who was extremely proficient in invading his enemy's minds and ripping it to pieces. To protect my mind, I created a different defense, so even if he could get into my mind, my memories would be useless to him. Even my memories have been altered in the way they are stored so no one can take them from me, or view them at their leisure. While this is great for defense, it is not good for sharing the memories as they are literally no longer quite compatible with normal minds. Of course I could be wrong and you may be fine if I share them willingly, but there is a much greater chance that it will damage your mind instead. Harry said, Perhaps I shall just wait to learn it from you the old-fashioned way then. Cale said contemplatively, In the meantime we should head off. We have much work to do. Cale said, I agree. Before we leave, Bastila, would you also like me to apply my technique to you so you don't have to deal with the uncomfortable heat? Harry tried to offer kindly. He was trying to offer an olive branch to the woman who clearly did not like him very much. Harry immediately saw the indecision on her face. On one hand, it was clear that she did not like the heat and wished to be cooler. On the other hand, she also did not want to accept anything from him. She looked to have decided on a decision before Cale interrupted. She will take it as well. We may encounter enemies while here, and it would be best if we weren't burdened by the heat and could fight at 100, Cale said while giving Bastila a look to not argue with him. Bastila glared at Cale and Harry before giving a reluctant nod. Fine, but only because of the strategic advantage it may give us over our enemies, she said pointedly. Harry nodded and touched her arm lightly and applied the charm. He watched as she tried to cover up the relief she felt with indifference. There, it's done. Now let's get on our way before we end up wasting even more time, she said. Cale nodded and gestured for them both to follow. They were immediately stopped by a guard in a yellow uniform. Are you the captain of this ship? The man asked in a rude tone at Cale. Cale nodded calmly. I am. Cale said back calmly with no hint of annoyance. Harry was quite impressed. Many didn't have the patience to remain calm in the face of such a clear annoyance of a being. You need to pay a docking fee for parking your ship here. It'll be 100 credits. The man said in a demanding tone. I don't remember there being such a high docking fee at this port. Bastila commented as she folded her arms and started to glare at the man. The man glared back. That may be, but this port is now owned by the Churka Corporation and all non-Churka vessels need to pay the docking fee. Seems a bit high, Cale said out loud. The man straightened up. That's the policy. 100 credits or you need to get your ship out of our port. The man said smugly. Harry didn't need magic or the Force to tell him this man was lying. How about this, we give you 50 credits for the fee and promise not to tell your boss how you're trying to swindle pilots who land here so you can make a little extra pocket money on the side. Don't try to lie either, as I can see it clear on your face what you have been trying to do, Harry said to the man. The man's attitude changed from smug to nervous in a second. Now see here. The man started, but Harry cut him off. I have already give you your options. You by yourself cannot force us off this lot, so you will need to call either droids or more men to assist you in dealing with us, in which case we will inform them that we need to speak with your manager about a certain Churka employee stealing from his company. They will of course investigate, as companies tend to take that sort of thing very seriously. Then we will calmly explain to your manager, who will have most likely come out to investigate, why we demanded his presence. There will be an investigation and they will most likely look at holovids of your transactions where they will no doubt see you obtaining more money than you should be. In which case you will most likely be fired. So after laying out your options, I'm telling you to make a choice before I make one for you, Harry said back coldly. At this point the man was sinking into himself and sweating. All right. 50 credits for your time here. Just promise you won't mention this, the man said nervously. Harry nodded in agreement with the man before handing over 50 credits from his own personal stash. You have chosen wisely, Harry said as the man moved out of their way, almost tripping over himself to do so. That was not right. We just used blackmail to get our way, Bastila said distastefully as they continued on their way. Harry just shrugged. Who's worse, the blackmailer who forced a man to do the right thing, or the man who tried to con over every person he met for his own personal gain? Harry asked out loud. Still isn't right. That was not the Jedi way. We should have tried to negotiate instead, Bastila argued. Blackmail and negotiations are the same thing. One is just blunter than the other, and usually the blackmail comes from both sides in a negotiation. My way just skipped the pretend pleasantries and fast-tracked us. Normally it's fine to take time for negotiations, but we are running on a time limit if what I was told was true. Harry said as they continued down the semi-busy streets. Bastila didn't look happy but said nothing else as what Harry had said had been true. The situation could have gotten a lot worse and Harry is right, we are on a time limit. Cale said as they walked through the streets. Harry wasn't sure exactly what they were looking for but Cale seemed to have an idea of what to do. They immediately had gone to the nearest cantina where Cale started to ask some of the locals if they had ever seen in ancient machinery or old temples on the planet. No one had seen or heard of anything like it and Harry was tempted to see if a tracking charm would do the trick. Look lad, I've lived on this sand ball for my whole life and have never seen anything like what you're asking about. The sand people might have though. They travel around quite a bit and see things that most others on this planet don't see. An older man said at the bar. Harry didn't know who these sand people were but Cale and Bastila clearly did, so he figured it was common knowledge that he would most likely learn about soon. Thank you for the information, Cale said politely as he turned to leave with both Harry and Bastila following closely behind. I assume we are going to find these sand people then? Harry asked. Cale was about to answer but he looked forward and saw something that made his face harden. Yes, but first we have company, he said and Harry followed his line of sight. Not too far away, a group of 3 men in dark clothing that seemed similar to what Cale and Bastila wore were glaring at them. Sith? Harry asked as he noticed that all 3 of the approaching men had lightsabers. Yes, I trust you can handle yourself? Cale questioned quietly as they walked further down the street where there was less civilians and eyes to watch their approaching battle. Of course. Harry confirmed confidently. Good. Prepare to attack. Bastila, you get the one that also wields a dual blade. I will get the one in the middle. That leaves the one on the right to you, Harry. Cale said. We need to finish this quickly so we can head out before it gets dark. Bastila said. Harry nodded in agreement with her. Do we have to wait for them to attack or can we go ahead and attack as soon as they come too close? Harry asked. Attack as soon as me and Bastila activate our blades. Cale ordered. Before Harry could confirm that he heard the man, they were interrupted. Don't move, Jedi, the cold voice said to them. They turned and saw the Sith with already their hands on their weapons. You don't have to do this. Let us pass peacefully and no one has to get hurt, Cale said with no emotion in his voice. Harry glanced at the man to see his face looked just as cold as his voice. He raised an eyebrow at this. He had only seen the much warmer side of the man. This colder side caught him off guard. Harry took a split second to clear his mind before looking back their opponents. Ah! You Jedi are truly foolish if you think you can beat us. I'll enjoy slam the life out of you, the lead man in the middle said before activating his blade. Harry watched the scarlet light blade leave its silver sheath with fascination. He had not seen a red blade. He briefly wondered if only Sith got to have red lightsabers. It would be a shame if they did. He liked the color red better than the blue and yellow that Bastila and Cale used. His question was answered when the other Sith followed their actions of their leader and lit their blades as well. They all had red just like the leader. As soon as Cale and Bastila ignited their blades, Harry jumped into action. He raised his hand and threw a stunner at the Sith faster than most people could blink. It would have taken down a regular person but the Sith managed to block it with ease with his blade. Harry furrowed his brow. It would seem concentrated spells could be blocked by lightsabers. That meant against Jedi and Sith he would have to stick to area of effect spells. He watched both Bastila and Cale move away from him as they dealt with their own opponents. This was good as he could get a little wild. He saw the Sith across from him looked a little confused. He had probably never seen the Force like Harry had just used it. The Sith seemed to brush it off, however, and decided to run at Harry to try and strike him down quickly. Harry watched as he took his first step and he responded by throwing a bombardo right at the ground in front of the man as he pulled out a blaster from his side. The blast threw the Sith back but he did a flip in the air so he would land harmlessly on his feet. He looked up at Harry and immediately moved his lightsaber to block the rapid blaster bolts coming his way. Harry was pulling the trigger as fast as he could to give the Sith as little recovery time as possible as he thought of his next move. He saw how the Sith seemed to rely on fast movements to be able to either dodge the bolts or deflect them. To counter this, Harry sent out a freezing charm at the ground near where the Sith was dodging towards. The Sith seemed to think he had missed, but as soon as he stepped on to the spot where the spell had hit, he could no longer move his feet. The Sith looked down as ice crawled up his legs and rooted him in place. It took him a second to even start struggling, as he was so surprised at the fact that ice was now present on the infamous desert planet. Harry took advantage of the distraction and shot another bombardo, this time near the man's leg. While doing that with one hand, he used his other to continue firing his gun to disguise the red spell in the midst of the other red blaster bolts now rapidly approaching the Sith. The Sith didn't have a chance. He was just about to use his lightsaber to destroy the ice when he sensed the oncoming danger. The blaster bolts came first, but he was only able to block the first one, to Harry's surprise. The next two collided with his chest. If that hadn't killed him, then he was definitely too injured to continue. Sadly, the bombardo finally caught up to the bolts, which had a much higher movement speed, and hit the extremely injured or possibly already dead target. As soon as it hit, the Sith's chest exploded and blood came flying out. Harry grimaced. That was a bit overkill for his taste, but he honestly didn't expect for the Sith to not be able to block the blaster bolts. It seemed stopping his movements had weakened his defense. Harry would keep that in mind for another time. With his target taken care of, he walked over to the man. If there was any doubt the man was dead before then, it was gone now. Where his chest used to be, there was now a gaping hole. Harry was pretty sure he could see the man's spine. He looked away from the corpse and saw the man's lightsaber close to 30 feet away, as it had been knocked away during the explosion. He walked over to it and picked it up. He toyed with it for a second before finding the switch and pushing on it. Immediately the scarlet blade sprang out. Harry gave it a quick experimental swing before nodding in satisfaction. It would do for now. He went to the dead Sith and took his slightly frayed and blood-covered lightsaber clip before putting it on his person. He then clipped the lightsaber on his right side before turning to look at Kale and Bastila. Bastila had already finished her target and looked like she was about to go and assist Kale. Before she could, the man followed her lead by spinning on his heel and beheading his opponent. Harry did a light jog over to them. "Is everyone all right? Any injuries?" Harry asked calmly as he looked over both his companions. They both looked fine physically, if a little more tired. "We are both fine, and you?" Kale asked as he looked over Harry. "I'm fine. I finished my opponent just before you two," Harry said as he gestured toward the corpse of his opponent. Kale and Bastila both looked over and both gained a slightly queasy look. "Was it really necessary to damage him that much?" Kale asked, looking at the condition the corpse was in. Harry shook his head. "Apparently not. He seemed to be able to block most of my shots and abilities with ease, so I had to switch to area of effect techniques to take him down. I temporarily immobilized him and sent an explosive device at him as well as blaster bolts to distract him. However, it would seem once he was immobilized and distracted, he did not have the speed to block the bolts I shot at him, therefore making the exploding device useless. Sadly, I had already set and thrown it, so there was nothing I could do. If it helps, I think he died from the shot before the explosion got to him," Harry told them. He didn't want to bring up the fact that the explosion was caused by a spell, as that would cause Bastila to redouble her efforts against him. Kale looked more understanding while Bastila still looked disgusted. "Shame. It's bad enough that our opponents have to be killed, but to have to kill them in such a way is very unfortunate," Kale said sadly. "What about his blade that you now seem to be carrying?" Bastila said accusingly as her eyes were locked on to the blade now attached to Harry's side. "Well, I noticed that our enemies seem to prefer close-range combat, and that's not really my strong suit, so I grabbed his blade just in case they ever do get too close to shoot at," Harry said. "I see," was all Kale said on the matter while he looked at the blade for a moment before dismissing it for another time. "Well, we should continue for now. We still have much to do on this planet after all," Kale said. Harry and Bastila just both nodded, though Bastila still looked reluctant to leave the topic. "Okay, so I know some people are going to say, are we just going to pretend Harry wasn't suicidal in the past few chapters then? Just wanted to let you know why I didn't bring up any such scenes where he talks about his emptiness or whatever. I was trying to make it seem like Harry was putting an actual effort into his whole finding a purpose quest and tried to show it by him actually concentrating on his task and the people around him. This doesn't mean his problems won't come up later or that they will or won't be helped. Anyways, like I said earlier, hope you enjoyed this chapter. I shall see you next time. Peace. Chapter 5. Back again with another chapter. This took much longer than I thought it would to create, as it turned out to be twice as long as I usually make my chapters. Oh well, hope you guys enjoy it. Let me know if you prefer the shorter type chapter that are around 5K or the longer ones like these, and I'll try to accommodate. To all those who review/favorite/follow, thank you guys so much. Your support means so much to me, and I am so glad so many of you already like the story. Hope you all like this latest chapter. Enjoy! Harry stood off to the side with Bastila as they both watched Kale convince a Churka protocol officer to try and get them a hunting pass so they could go out into the Dune Sea. Harry found it slightly ironic that a giant desert here was called a sea. Someone must have had a sense of humor when naming it. Harry was also watching the people within the office. It was mostly empty, but there were a few other employees working on who knows what. He also noticed the room was being artificially cooled. No other building that they had been in so far boasted such luxury, not that they needed it. Still, it said something about the kind of company that Churka was. As Harry clued back into the conversation, it seemed that the woman would let them through on the promise that Kale would deal with a group known as the Sand People. It wasn't the first time that Harry had heard the name either. From what he could gather, they were viewed as a group of nomadic savages that wandered the desert in groups. He wasn't sure if he believed that they were complete savages. Being able to form groups, weapons, and clothing in this environment spoke of a slightly higher intelligence, but it was also entirely possible that they were just as terrible as people described. He would reserve judgment for later. Kale walked back over to them. It would seem that we have gained access to the Dune Sea. Kale said, it would also seem that we have become a hired hit squad to gain such a privilege. Bastila remarked with a frown. It was our only choice to get in. Kale responded. It was also the only one that didn't involve simply forcing our way through, which would have caused even more death. Besides, we are not honor-bound to do what this company asks of us. From what I have heard, Churka is not exactly loved by the locals or anybody for that matter. Harry said to back up Kale's decision. Harry thought Bastila would continue to argue with the decision and was very surprised when she just nodded in understanding, albeit reluctantly. You're right. Still, I don't like to have to lie nor make promises of death to get my way no matter the situation. Bastila said. Harry nodded in response. He could respect that. All three of them exited the building and started making their way towards the gate. We need a protocol droid to be able to communicate with the Sand People, Kale mentioned as they noticed a droid shop near the gate. When they entered it, there was an Ithorian there to greet them. Welcome, travelers. May I help you with a certain selection? The being said. Harry briefly remembered that he absorbed this creature's language when he first arrived here. Greetings. We are looking for a protocol droid that can speak in a multitude of different languages, including the language of the Sand People. Do you think you can help us find one? Kale asked in a pleasant tone in common. The Ithorian scratched the side of his head in thought. A protocol droid is pretty rare around these parts. I do have one in stock though, the Ithorian said as he moved from behind the desk and led them past all the mechanicals parts and bots in the shop. He stopped in front of a rusted orange robot. This is the only protocol robot in the entire town. It's a little rough around the edges, but it works perfectly, the Ithorian said to Kale. Kale looked it over. How much is it? Kale asked. 5,000 credits. The Ithorian replied back immediately. Kale looked at the credits he had on him and scowled. Only have 3,000. I don't suppose you could sell it for 3? Kale asked. The Ithorian shook his head in the negative. I don't make any profit at that price, sorry, the Ithorian said. Kale sighed and prepared to leave before Harry butted in. Excuse me, my friend. Getting this droid is extremely important to us and our current objective. I understand, though, that you need to make a profit as a store owner. Would you perhaps be willing to part with the droid for 4,000 credits instead of 5? We would very much appreciate it, as well as recommend your business to any who could possibly need it. Harry asked in perfect Ithorian. Both his travel mates and the salesman looked very surprised at the fact that he could speak in his language. Never met a human who can speak my language, the Ithorian commented. You've never met a human like me then? Harry responded as he looked the Ithorian in the eyes. The creature seemed to ponder for a few minutes. Well, I suppose I could part with it for 4. I still make some money off it at least, the Ithorian said. Harry bowed his head, slightly. Thank you, he said respectfully. He turned back to his companions and pulled out his own sack of credits and handed it to Kale. Here, let's buy him quickly so we can get some work done today, Harry said as he gave Kale the sack. Kale still seemed surprised but nodded as he went to pay for the droid. Harry went back to stand back next to Bastila, who was looking at him. That was interesting, she said while looking at him. Harry glanced at her. How so? He asked. I did not honestly think you were capable of sweet-talking someone. You seem much more of the plain blackmail type, she said honestly. I can use a multitude of ways to convince someone of things. The way I do so depends less on me and more on the type of person I'm dealing with. Harry replied. I suppose such a skill has its uses, Bastila said. Harry glanced at her again. She honestly seemed to be putting an effort in to not be condescending, but also made it too obvious that she was putting in such an effort. Harry again wondered why Kale could put up with her so easily. He guessed it had something to do with their odd connection they seemed to share. At this point, Kale walked up to them with the now activated droid. Harry just looked at the droid. He could feel the palpable darkness radiating from it. Perhaps darkness was not the right word. Aggression, maybe? Either way, Harry was surprised that a non-organic creature could even have such a feeling connected to it. Statement. Greetings, meatbags that are friends with my master. I am -47 Hong Kong dollars ASA. Protocol droid. The droid, now identified as -47 Hong Kong dollars, said to them in a robotic male voice. Right? Harry said blandly, looking at the robot. Bastila just frowned at the robot. So -47 Hong Kong dollars will be joining us and helping us communicate with the Sand People, Kale said as he looked questioningly at the robot, who said nothing in response. Harry briefly wondered if it was worth keeping most of his abilities under wraps to now have to deal with a clearly hostile robot. Okay then, let's head out, Kale said as they walked over to the gate of the village that lead to the Dune Sea. Immediately, some small creature in a hooded robe with glowing eyes started making noises and trying to get their attention. Kale, being the nice person he is, walked up to the creature. Harry had to bite back a sigh. It wasn't that he was against helping people, but they were on a time-sensitive mission at the moment. The creature began to speak at them, though Harry could not understand what it was saying. He needed to make physical contact with it to absorb the language. Luckily, -47 Hong Kong dollars seemed to be able to step up to the plate and translate for them. Translation: 98% probability that members of the miniature organics tribe are being held by Sand People, Master. Doubtless he wishes assistance. -47 Hong Kong dollars said to Kale. 98? What's the other 2%? Kale asked. Translation: 2% probability that the miniature organic is simply looking for trouble and needs to be blasted. That may just be wishful thinking on my part, Master. -47 Hong Kong dollars responded. Harry had almost smirked at the response. A droid with a lust for blood. How amusing. I see, Kale said, looking at the droid with a hint of amusement himself. Bastila's face was neutral, but he got the feeling that she did not like the droid. Well, tell him that we ourselves are on a quest for an artifact in the desert and unfortunately have no time to spare, Kale said sadly as he looked at the little creature. The creature didn't need to have it. Translated, it appeared. He responded back immediately in his own tongue. When he finished, HK translated. Translation: the creature claims to already know of the artifact we seek and says another also came to see it quite a while ago. It says it will tell us of the artifact's location if we will bring its friends back to safety. Master, say the words and I will tie up the creature and convince it to give us such knowledge. -47 Hong Kong dollars said to Kale. Kale paled slightly at that. That won't be necessary, HK. Tell us, where are your people being held at? Kale asked the creature. The creature made some more noises. Translation: the miniature organic says that the Sand People have set up a few miles due north of here. -47 Hong Kong dollars said in what sounded like disappointment. I see. Before we embark, can you tell us what this artifact looks like? So we can confirm it's the one that we are actually looking for? Kale asked politely. The creature responded. Translation. The miniature organic says it is a big metal object that is planted on the floor with 3 feet going outward in a star formation and has 3 prongs that come up that point towards the sky. Hardly an apt description, Master. Are you sure we cannot just blast the small meat bag in the leg and force him to give us the information we seek? -47 Hong Kong dollars asked rhetorically. Kale didn't even bother responding. Thank you. That is what we are looking for. We will go and help your friends if you will tell us the location of the artifact after. Kale said. The creature nodded and made a noise of confirmation. With that, Kale turned and headed towards the gate. As soon as they left the gate, they immediately pushed forward through the desert. While Harry's spell kept them cool from the heat, there was no easy way to walk across the sand. If Harry had more time, he could apply a rune to the soles of his boots that would temporarily solidify the ground as he walked over it to make the trek easier. Sadly, that would take much too long to apply to his shoes, much less everyone else's. They continued to push on towards a giant metal object that was in the desert. As they got closer, Harry noticed that a group of workers were being attacked by beings in tan robes that covered their entire body. They seemed to be wielding both sticks and rifles. The rest of the group seemed to notice as well. Both Kale and Bastila ignited their lightsabers while Harry drew his blaster. Kale and Bastila had 3 cut down before you could even blink. Harry immediately fired at the ones that had rifles since they were the biggest threats. They went due very easily and were clearly not expecting such an attack. The remaining 3 turned and tried to attack in return, but the sticks they were carrying were clearly not strong enough to be able to withstand a lightsaber. It didn't take long before the last 3 to join their comrades. With their deaths, both Bastila and Kale sheathed their lightsabers and Harry put his gun away. -47 Hong Kong dollars, on the other hand, was down on his knees and pounding the sand. Oh, the humanity! Not even a vibroblade available to cut down these worthless meat bags in the name of my master. Oh, master, please do not be too disappointed with this humble servant. I shall give you 100 lives for every one of these savages I missed today. HK wailed in robotic pain. Harry could not help the sweat drop that went down his head at the display. Are protocol droids supposed to want to kill people so much? Harry asked. No, but I'm starting to get the feeling that this isn't a normal model. Kale mumbled the last part. Query. Master, perhaps I could take one of the rifles that the savages dropped. With one, I would better be able to help defend your interest and strike fear in your enemies. -47 Hong Kong dollars said. Harry was surprised and wondered what Kale would do. Kale looked back at him and Bastila. Well, what do you both think? Kale asked. I think that there is something wrong with that droid, and the last thing we should do is give it a rifle. Bastila said immediately with her customary scowl on her face. Harry looked at HK. If he didn't know any better, he would say that the droid was trying to turn Bastila to ash with just his gaze. He continued to look at it for a moment more. While normally I would definitely agree with Bastila on this, we are about to go straight into a village full of these nomads. They have already proven to be extremely aggressive, and it may prove too much for just us 3 to fight all of them if things go south, which it most likely will. Perhaps we should let him have a rifle. It might make a difference between one of us living and one of us dying. Harry finished. Predictably, Bastila glared. Are you out of your mind? That thing is more likely to kill us as soon as it has a weapon than it is to help us. Bastila argued. Harry looked at the droid inquisitively. I don't think so. If he wanted to do us harm, he could have simply picked up a rifle from one of the ones I initially killed and tried to shoot us in the back while we were dealing with the last one. If he meant us harm, that would have been the best opportunity. Instead, he wailed and whined about how he couldn't kill our enemies. Kale, I believe that yes, this droid is strange and violent. The droid, however, looks to you for all its decisions. I don't believe it means us harm in any way, or at least you know harm. I'm not so sure about me and Bastila. Harry trailed off as he looked at the droid. Statement. I only kill the enemies of my master. Flesh bag or otherwise. -47 Hong Kong dollars clarified for Harry, while looking at him and what Harry assumed was a grateful expression. Harry nodded at that. -47 Hong Kong dollars, If I let you have a weapon, you are only to kill those I specify. Is that understood? Kale said in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Statement, of course, master. I live to serve you. Negative 47 Hong Kong dollars said as he started edging towards the rifle he wanted. Fine. You may take a rifle then, Kale said. Bastila's scowl deepened at his words while Harry watched with mild amusement as HK picked up a rifle in an uncharacteristically loving fashion for a droid. Observation. A slug thrower class Tusken cycler rifle. Equipped with a modified barrel, improved firing chamber, and a low-tier scope for an increase in accuracy. Not perfect or close to it, but it will do. Thank you, master. I will make our enemies tremble at your very name now that I am equipped with a semi-satisfactory weapon. HK-47 exclaimed once he picked up the weapon. Just make sure not to abuse my trust with it, HK, and it should be fine. Kale said. Excuse me, but who are you? A voice said. They turned to the forgotten Churka employees that they had saved from the Sand People. Kale walked up to them. Greetings. Are you and your men okay? Kale asked with some concern. A few injuries, but we should be fine. Thanks for the save, by the way. A little longer and they could have overtaken us. The leader of the group said. Kale nodded in agreement. Then I am glad we were around to help. Coincidentally, we are looking for the village that these Sand People come from. You wouldn't happen to be able to tell us where it is, would you? Kale asked. Smart move. We have the general direction, but these miners could possibly give us more useful information. Harry thought as he watched the conversation. It's just a few clicks north of here. Impossible to miss it. See that hill off in the distance? It's just past there. Word of warning though. There are a lot of traps surrounding the village. They have also retrofitted some Churka turrets that they found. Anyone who's not wearing their outfit is immediately shot and killed. If I were you, I would try to steal some clothes in good condition if your goal is to get inside the village. The miner said. Kale nodded as he took in the information. Thank you for the information. We will be on our way. Good luck with your sand crawler. Kale said as he gestured to the giant metal machine. Harry stored that name away for later. With that, their little group headed off into the direction of the village. As they walked through the desert, both Bastila and Kale started talking to each other. The conversation seemed private, so Harry hung back with HK. The droid was going over his weapon and getting familiar with it. HK, do you mind if I ask you a question? Harry asked the robot quietly. Answer. What does Master's meatbag companion wish to ask me about? HK responded back. You are not a protocol droid, are you? Harry asked as he looked at the droid. Answer. Does it matter what my programming is meant for as long as I serve the need of my master? HK responded back. Harry shook his head. You are correct, I asked out of curiosity only. There was no ill intent in my question, as I'm already sure you detected. Harry said to the droid. Statement. Perhaps. Very well. I am a HK model, which is the most technologically advanced assassin droid in the galaxy. The droid said proudly. Harry nodded. He suspected as such when he heard the droids slip up earlier. As I thought. Well, I hope you don't try to keep that fact hidden. Kale might take it the wrong way. Be as open as possible, mainly because he will be able to tell when you are not. Harry advised. Statement. I am already aware of this without your advice, meatbag. My observational protocols are the best money can buy. I am well aware the type of man my master is, which is why I have chosen to stick with him for the foreseeable future. HK responded condescendingly. It was very different from Bastila's version. What type of man do you see him as? Harry asked. Answer. A Jedi that cannot keep himself out of trouble. I am sure that staying near him will allow me to kill many meatbags in his name. Oh, I can just imagine the slaughter now, HK said with robotic longing. Harry found himself almost amused by the homicidal robot. He wondered if all HK units were like him or if he was unique. That is all wished to ask. Harry said as they went back to silence. Kale and Bastila were still slightly ahead of them and talking in hushed tones. Soon, though, the village was in view. Where did they get the wood to build that structure? Harry immediately asked. As far as he had seen, Tatooine was almost entirely sand. The whole planet is not entirely just sand dunes. There are also desert plains where some desert trees grow. Sand people, who are extremely nomadic, would most likely come across them easily enough to be able to build this type of village after a few years of collecting. Kale answered. How do we navigate the minefield apparently surrounding the village? Harry asked. We will use the Force to guide us. Kale said. Harry twitched slightly. He knew the Force was real, but he wasn't actually sure he wanted to trust it with his life. He didn't say anything though. They immediately started moving towards the village. We still need to obtain clothing, if I remember correctly. Harry commented. We do indeed. We will not kill unless attacked first, however. Kale said. Shouldn't need to. Soon as we get close, the sand people will immediately attack. Harry responded back. Kale nodded sadly. He was right, of course. Sand people attacked as soon as they saw them approaching the village. Bastila and Kale immediately started attacking with their blades while Harry and HK were gunning them down from slightly further away.
Exclamation. Die Meatbugs die.
HK cried out. Harry assumed he was having a blast. No pun intended. They kept killing one sand person after another until they were all laying on the ground and not moving. Will they pass through security even with all these cuts and holes on them? Bastila questioned with a frown at the robe in less than perfect condition. Come here. Harry told her. Bastila glared at him in suspicion but did bring the robe to him. Harry looked at the damaged robe before waving his hand over it and cast the repair charm. He watched the cloth start to mesh back into one piece. It wasn't perfect, however. If one looked at the spot where there had been holes and cuts, they would see that the cloth looked less stitched and sewn together and more of a mesh of the cloth fibers together. Luckily, Harry doubted that they would be noticed. How did you do that? Bastila demanded. Harry shrugged. Just another ability my people had. We had a lot of them. Harry told her as he moved onto the two other chosen robes. Perhaps you could tell us more of your people someday, Harry. Kale suggested. Harry momentarily paused at that. He was not quite sure if he trusted his companions enough with such information. They did report to the Jedi Council at the end of the day after all. He had no problem helping with stopping a hostile and cruel empire from taking over the galaxy. He did have a problem having any sort of binding alliance with either of the Jedi or Sith factions though. If either side found out the true extent of his abilities, they would hound him forever. I'm sorry, the knowledge of me and my people as well as our abilities is a closely guarded secret. Unless you were willing to swear binding oaths that you would not tell anyone about me or my power, I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you much. Harry told them. You ask us to trust you with our lives, yet you would not return the favor with your own trust? Bastila accused. I did not ask you to trust me. If you remember, you came to me out of nowhere and asked me to join your crew on an impossible mission. I gave you my trust already just by agreeing to come with you and risk my own life on this journey. Harry argued back hotly. He almost surprised himself with the hostility he could sense in his own voice. He had not been truly upset or angry over something in a very long time. Bastila, that's enough. Harry is right. We did ask him to trust people he never met before to go on a mission that could end up costing him his life. He has every right to not fully trust us. Harry, I am sorry to say that I have not been taking into account your own thoughts and opinions about our mission as I properly should have. Nor have I even given you proper motivation to even want to help us. Despite that, you did give us your help and I am grateful for it. Kale told him. Yes, he didn't? Which begs the question of why he did so in the first place. How do we know you're not planning to betray us? Bastila asked accusingly. Harry just looked at her. If you want me gone, just say the words. Harry said back to her. He fully recognized this feeling as annoyance now. Enough. Bastila, you have no right to question Harry when it was us who came to him for help. I can understand you personally not being able to trust him, but it was my decision to bring him into this mission. You need to start accepting that. Kale said firmly and with slight hints of anger and frustration. It sounded quite strange coming from the otherwise peaceful man. Bastila seemed surprised by the outburst as well as she just looked at him in shock. Kale looked to Harry with the other two sets of robes. Harry, would you kindly fix these robes for us to wear as well? Kale asked kindly. Harry looked at him for a second and briefly wondered about him. He could tell that Kale held great power and potential in him and wondered if the man was purposefully hiding such a thing from him. He finally nodded. Of course. We have wasted too much time arguing anyway. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to make it back to the port before nightfall, Harry commented. He felt the feelings of anger and annoyance disappear as if they were never even there. Harry reached out with his magic and once more fixed the cuts and damage on the robes. Again, it wasn't close to how well a stitching charm would have been, but it would do. Thank you. Now let's quickly put them on and get through this. Remember, no killing. That means you especially, HK. Kale said, giving the droid a look. Statement. Oh, Master, how cruel of you. You know my only purpose is to serve you. Yet, you harsh treatment me by taking away the most fun part of doing so. HK whined. Kale smirked at the droid. It seemed he was getting used to HK's antics. They approached the makeshift village as inconspicuously as possible. The closer they got, the more Sand People groups were around. None bothered to look at them for more than a few seconds. The ONL ones that did do a double take were those confused on why they had a droid with them. Especially a droid like HK. It didn't seem to be too uncommon, though, as none looked too much. Harry was more concerned about the turrets that were doing sweeps in front of the entrance. Harry knew that even if he technically died, he could not be kept down for long. Despite knowing this, he doubted that a blaster to the chest would feel very good from a turret. He already felt bolts from blaster fire back when he was on Nar Shaddaa, and he wasn't eager to feel something even bigger hit him. Luckily, he had nothing to worry about as the turrets didn't even bother with them. Harry briefly wondered how such a low-tech nomadic group knew the coding necessary to retrofit a stolen turret. They must have some who were specialized in tech. Sadly, as soon as they entered the village, they were accosted by multiple Sand People who were either pointing sticks or rifles. Observation. It appears negotiation have failed, Master. Permission to turn these flesh sacks to waste, Master? HK asked as he slung the rifle from his back. Kale threw off the robe. Calm down, HK. Tell them that we mean them no harm and wish to speak to their leader. Kale said. Both Harry and Bastila also took off their robes now that they weren't needed. HK made some noises that Harry assumed was their language. The Sand People didn't say anything for a minute, then one finally stepped forward and said something back. Translation. He says that only Master may meet the chieftain while the rest of you will wait for him here. He will also have to leave his weapons here. Systems indicate a 93% chance he is telling the truth. I wouldn't take the chance, Master. I say we blast the meat bags and lay waste to the village. We have a 66% survival rate. I believe we can make those odds, Master, HK said to Kale. Kale's lips twitched upwards before returning back to impassive. Tell him we accept his terms, HK. Kale said as he took off his lightsaber and handed it to Bastila before walking to the sand person who had issued the offer, indicating he would follow him to the chief. The sand person turned around and led a disarmed HK and Kale to where Harry assumed the leader was. 12 in front of us and 5 behind. I also sense at least 20 more dispersed through the rest of the village. Most likely the women and children. By how hostile these Sand People have been so far, I suggest we prepare to fight our way to Kale if it becomes necessary. Harry whispered to Bastila. For once, I agree with you, Bastila mumbled. Harry didn't even bother to comment on the snarky comment. They both tensed in preparation just in case this whole operation went south. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes between the chief and Kale. Both Kale and HK emerged from the tent of the chief. Kale looked troubled while HK seemed disappointed. Most likely because Kale did not let him kill anyone. Things have become a little more complicated, Kale said. Harry rose an eyebrow. Ironically, Bastila's reaction was the exact same response as Harry's. How so? Did we secure the Jawas companions or not? Bastila asked. We secured a way to get the Jawas companions released, Kale admitted, meaning the Sand People want something in return for their hostages. Harry guessed. Kale nodded. We don't have time for me to explain the whole thing. The gist of it is that the Sand People need moisture vaporators to get water to continue to survive. Kale said. Harry didn't know exactly what a moisture vaporators was, but he guessed that it was some way to get access to drinkable water on this desert planet. So, how do we go about obtaining those in a quick fashion? Harry asked. Cale scratched his chin. There is bound to be some for sale back at the spaceport. But, Cale tried but Bastila interrupted. But that could take days. It takes hours just to get between both the spaceport and here. Not only that, but night is approaching in little more than 4 hours. Once it comes, we will not be able to continue activities. Bastila finished for Cale. Cale nodded in agreement. Harry mulled that over. Of course, he had the solution, but he did not want to reveal it until they took their oaths. I could perhaps help with getting back to the spaceport then here in a timely manner, but I will need you to take your oaths that I mentioned early. Harry said in a suggestive tone. Bastila immediately frowned and clearly wanted to argue once again. Cale started talking before she could. What kind of oath would you require? Cale asked, looking open to the idea. I will grasp your hands and ask for a simple oath that will go along the lines of you not revealing any information about me without my express permission. That is all. Harry said. Cale nodded. That seems fair. Can we do it now? Cale asked. Harry nodded. Yes, grasp my hand and we will start. Harry said as he held out his hand. Cale, think about what you are doing. Bastila warned. I trust him. Cale said as he looked at Harry right in the eyes and bade him to continue silently. Do you, Cale, swear to keep secret any knowledge of one Harry Potter and never tell another living being on your very life? Harry asked. As soon as he finished his question, a light glow could be seen surrounding where their hands met. This showed that the oath was started. Ido, Cale said as he looked at Harry. With that, there was a quick flash of light before it faded entirely. Harry let go of Cale. That felt weird. Cale said as he looked at his own hand with a little confusion. Harry nodded. Of course, this was not a simple promise that you can break. You made a binding oath. You physically will not be able to break the oath. If you should really push its limits, the oath may take your life for attempting to break it. Harry finished. Cale nodded at that. Bastila did not look happy, but she stayed silent. Harry looked at her and waited. Do you wish to take the oath as well? Harry asked her. He made it clear with his tone that if she did not, he would not reveal any power of his because she would be a liability. She glared at him in anger. If I take this oath, I want you to make an oath as well. Bastila said back challengingly. Harry raised an eyebrow. What would be the details of this oath? Harry asked her. That I will uphold your secrets as long as you never betray this group, Bastila said back. Harry thought over that for a moment. I will make a counter offer. I do not know you all too well. I actually just met you, all things consider. So instead of never betraying, I will swear an oath that I will not betray you or anyone else in this group as long as we are on this mission. I cannot say I will want to remain loyal to you for the rest of time, Harry said back. Bastila thought that over for a moment. She still didn't look happy. He nodded in agreement. Good, now take my hand so we may begin, Harry said. Bastila reached out and took his arm in a non-too-gentle manner. Do you, Bastila, swear to keep any knowledge of Harry Potter a secret and to never tell a living being about any such knowledge as long as one Harry Potter does not betray you or the present group while on the current mission? Current mission being to stop the Sith Order from taking over the galaxy by tracking down the star maps, Harry said. Ido, Bastila said back. With that, the oath finished and again there was a flash of bright light. Harry let her hand go. Good. Now I will explain more about myself later. For now, we need to get back to the spaceport. Please grab onto some part of me. Gently, HK. Harry said as he could tell the droid was going to try and get away with trying to squeeze him painfully. HK grumbled in annoyance at the reprimand. They all complied and grabbed onto him regardless. Brace yourselves. This will not be comfortable the first time and might leave you feeling a little sick afterward. Don't try to move along the way, Harry said. Bastila scrunched her brow in confusion. What do you mean? She started, but Harry already apparat all of them before she could finish. Bastila finished right before she collapsed on the metal floor that was now under her feet. Cale was in a similar position as he put his head between his own legs. HK was a droid, so he just looked around confused. Statement. Master, I think my sensors and optical units may be damaged as I am processing an outcome that can't be possible, HK said as he continued to look around the main room of the Ebon Hawk. You're telling me? Kale moaned back. Harry kneeled down next to both. Don't worry. Give it a moment and the sick feeling will pass. The first time is always the hardest. I won't lie and say it ever gets pleasant, but it does get tolerable, Harry told the downed Jedi. Bastila spat something at him that he assumed was a curse in some language he did not yet know. What's going on here? When did you guys get back? Karth said from the doorway with both Mission and Zailbar behind him looking in the room with confusion. Long story, Harry said as both Kale and Bastila finally made their way back to their feet. We are never doing that again, Bastila growled. We will if you want to be able to get back to the village and here again before nightfall, Harry said nonchalantly. This time she made a noise that sounded more like a whine mixed with a growl. I think I'm going to have to agree with Bastila's assessment of your traveling method. That was not pleasant, Kale said, looking more in control of himself. Harry shrugged. It did its job. We're back at the spaceport, aren't we? Harry said. Of course you are, but how did you get on? I didn't hear you board and the boarding ramp is lifted, Karth said, looking at us in confusion. Long story for another time perhaps. We still have things to do, Harry said. Kale nodded. Right, we need to get some moisture vaporators and get them back to the village ASAP, right? Karth, do we have anything on board we can sell? Kale asked. Karth looked a little surprised by the question. Anything in particular you're trying to sell? Karth asked. Kale shook his head. No, but we're going to need a couple of 100 credits to buy something. I see. Well, we have some weapons in the hold that we were going to sell when we needed to have some extra credits. We also have various pieces of armor as well. Good. Grab one of the spare crates and put as much as you can into. We'll use that to make some credits for the vaporators, Kale said as he quickly ran with Karth and Bastila into the other room to start packing. So you want to be the one who tells us what's going on? Mission said as she looked at him with confusion. We have a very real and strong lead on the star map on this planet, but first need to do a favor for the one who knows the location. His friends are being held hostage by the Sand People, so if we give a moisture vaporator to the Sand People, they will let the hostages go and the guy will tell us where the star map is, Harry explained. That sounds overly complicated, Mission commented. Harry nodded in agreement. We could have done it faster, but that would require not well looked upon methods, Harry said. Mission clearly understand and Zailbar made a soft growling noise signaling that he understood as well. Harry, we need to go, Kale's voice said coming from the other room. I have to go, Harry said as he gently pushed past them. Ready, Harry? Kale asked. He was carrying the crate. It looked heavy. Harry nodded and silently cast a feather weight charm at the crate. Kale looked surprised at the now practically weightless crate. He looked at Harry questioningly. Harry looked back and gave him a small nod. Kale smiled and nodded back in appreciation. All right, let's go. Come on, HK. Kale yelled at the robot who was still looking around and scanning his systems. Statement. I'm coming, Master. I was just finished recalibrating my sense. I did not detect any known errors with my sensors. I may need a software update, Master, HK said. Harry smiled slightly at the droid. He was entertaining if nothing else. Forget about that, HK. We still have to do things today. Let's get on with this, Kale said. HK didn't respond, but he did follow Kale. He looked at Harry and cocked his head to the side when his head came to rest on Harry. Harry just winked at him conspicuously. HK shook his head and muttered something rule-breaking Force users. They walked over to the nearest weapon shop they could find and started unloading all the cargo they were carrying. Harry was surprised by how much they could fit into one crate. It almost reminded him of the rabbit out of the hat trick back home. The salesman seemed very surprised and eagerly bought all they had to sell. It seemed that Kale received a substantial amount of credits for his equipment. Kale turned around when the transaction was complete. All right, let's go to the Churka Corporation, Kale said. Harry nodded. They made their way back the corporation's offices. As soon as they entered, the employee who had sent them started questioning them. Did you get rid of those pests already? The man asked. Kale shook his head. Not quite. We need a moisture vaporator. The employee looked confused. Why? He asked. Don't worry about it. Just know that it will be used to help solve your problem, and that is all. Harry answered this time as he looked directly into the man's eyes. The man immediately wanted to look away, judging by the small shiver he exhibited. Fine. I can't just give it to you though. You will need to buy one, the employee said. Kale nodded. We expected as much. How much? Kale asked. For 100 credits. The man said back. He didn't see any greed in the man's eyes, so he probably wasn't trying to take advantage of them. Kale handed over the money easily. The man disappeared into another room with a weird contraption that Harry assumed was a moisture vaporator. There it is. Don't break it. Can't exactly sell many more of those if you do, the man said. Kale nodded in understanding. They left the building and were going to continue before Harry dragged them into a nearby alley. Harry cast some privacy charms as well as a notice me not charm before turning back to his companions. Let me see the vaporator for a second. I'll make it more manageable to carry for you, Harry said. Kale nodded and looked on with interest on what Harry would do. Harry looked at the machine and quickly cast a featherweight charm on it before shrinking it down to a size small enough to fit into one's pocket. There. Should be much easier to transport, Harry said as he handed the vaporator back to Kale. Kale just stared, and the tiny version of the vaporator they were supposed to deliver. Bastila was doing the same. Statement. I may need to recalibrate my optical units again. HK grumbled. Don't bother HK. They're not malfunctioning. Similar to Jedi and Sith, I have my own unique abilities that break the laws of what is considered to be allowed by the universe, Harry said, taking pity on the confused droid. Query. Do any of those abilities involve untold amounts of destruction and mayhem? HK asked. A few of them, I suppose, can fall into the category, Harry said with slight amusement. Statement. I look forward to seeing the rest of these abilities in action, HK said. Harry smiled. Good for you. Now, time to get back to the village, Harry said. The effect was immediate for both Bastila and Kale. It was impressive that they both were able to change their faces to the exact same shade of green. Harry briefly wondered if that was part of their bond. Come on, I know it is not fun, but it's necessary, Harry said to them. Reluctantly, they all grabbed onto him. Hold on, Harry said as he once more apparat to the village entrance. He did so undetected luckily. Kale, you're up. Pull out the vaporator and I'll restore it to its original form, Harry told the man. The man still looked queasy, but at least he wasn't on the floor trying to stop himself from throwing up. Here, Kale said as he handed the vaporator to Harry. Harry took it and stripped the charms from it, which returned it to its original size and weight. Harry handed it back to the man. Kale took it and knocked on the village gate. It didn't take long for one of the sand people answered and let them in. There was no ambush to meet them this time, which was very nice. Again, someone took Kale and HK away to talk to the chief. They left Bastila and Harry to wait outside again. Harry found it ironic that she liked him the least yet was constantly spending time alone with him. He wondered who fate was punishing, him or her. Harry watched the sand people around them, who in turn were watching them. It was a lot more pleasant without the weapons pointed at them though. It didn't take nearly as long to talk with Chief as last time. Kale came out with a smile. Everything has been taken care. We finally can take the prisoners according to the chieftain, Kale said. Harry nodded in relief at that. Today had been a long day, especially since days were longer on this planet. So we can grab them and go right. I could apparate them, but I will need to do a small memory wipe after so they don't know, or at least replace the memories, Harry said as he saw the suns were probably only 3 hours away from setting. Kale looked conflicted on that as they walked to the area where the hostages were kept. It won't harm them, will it? Kale asked. Harry shook his head. No, they won't even notice. I'll even replace them with fabricated memories so they don't have any mental problems and later wonder why they can't remember a chunk of time, Harry said, trying to reassure his friend. Kale continued to think on it. Bastila did not look happy at all with the idea and looked like she wanted to express such an opinion as well. Luckily, she said nothing. Well, if it causes no harm and allows us to move quickly, then I suppose it wouldn't hurt to do it, Kale said with a sigh. They finally reached the makeshift cage where the hostages were supposed to be kept. They opened it to see a handful of Jawas looking at them and making noises immediately. Kale did his best to calm them down. HK pulled out his rifle and aimed it at them. The little Jawas immediately settled down and stayed quiet. HK, rifle away. Tell them we are here to take them back to the spaceport to meet up with their friend. Kale said. HK made more noises and that got the Jawas talking once more. Translation. They say that they will follow us back to the spaceport to meet their friend. Master, I detect a chance that they may try something on the way. Perhaps we should kill one as an example for the others? HK suggested while looking down at the little creatures. They took a few steps away from him. What exactly is the percentage of said chance? Harry asked dryly. Answer. Not relevant. HK responded back. Harry rolled his eyes and Kale did the same. Alright, let's. Hey, is someone out there? I'm here too. Please save me. A voice from the other cage yelled. Harry looked at it with a raised eyebrow. Kale frowned and walked over to the cell that the voice had come from. A blue male Twi'lek stumbled out of the cell. Harry looked at the man. He was wearing a Churka outfit. Oh, thank God. Quick, we need to leave before those savages come back. The man said, looking around like a crazy person. His eyes also seemed extremely shifty in a way that Harry knew to associate with untrustworthy people. Plus, he could practically smell greed on the man. Kale, this man was not who we came to save and frankly seems useless. Harry said out loud while looking at the man. The man flinched at Harry's brutal assessment. I can be of use to you. I work for Churka. I'm quite high up. I can get you paid well for my safe return. The man said, You're lying. Harry said back instantly. This man seemed like a con to him and not even a good one. The man seemed to shrink in when Harry called him out on his lie. We can't just leave him here. That would be wrong. Kale argued as he looked at the man. Besides, the chieftain did say I could take all the hostages. That means it's well within our rights to take him as well. Kale said. The man started blubbering out his thanks. It was, obviously he was trying to suck up with the only person in the group who was willing to help him. What's your name? Kale asked. And try not to lie so I don't have the droid here. Got you okay? Harry said to the man as more of a command than a question. HK chuckled behind him. Statement. Meatbag, I will pay you 1,000 credits if you're willing to lie. HK said as he looked down at the man with his sinister red eyes. Kale looked like he wanted to reprimand both of him, but the man spoke before he could. Griff. My name is Griff Veo. The man yelled immediately. Harry frowned. Why did such a name sound familiar to him? Vao? You're not perhaps related to a Mission Veo, are you? Kale asked. Griff looked at him with shock. I am. She is my younger sister. Why? Do you know Mission? Griff asked. Harry snorted. Mission must be quite embarrassed to be related to someone like you. Harry commented. Kale finally said something at that. Harry, please. We're not here to insult the man. Kale said. Harry just shrugged. I am just saying what everyone else was thinking. Harry said. No one else is thinking that. Kale said back. I was. Bastila said, looking down at the pathetic man. Statement. As was I, master. HK said. Kale just sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Look, you're coming with us. I promised I would help Mission find her brother and I intend to keep it. Kale said firmly while looking at the pathetic Twi'lek male. Griff looked like he wanted to cry at what they were saying about him but nodded. Okay, enough chit-chat. We have very little time left if we want to find out where our target is by today. Harry said. He purposefully left out what they were getting so none of the unwanted presences to find out exactly what they were looking for. I agree. We are wasting time. We need to start moving now. Bastila said with her usual annoyance leaking through her voice. Alright, let's go then. Kale said as he led the now very large group out of the village. The Sand People didn't seem to care that they were taking Griff with them, so he figured that meant that Kale's hunch was correct. As soon as they got out the village, and out of eyesight, Harry stopped the group. He cast an area-wide sleeping charm and almost immediately, the Jawas and Griff's eyes started fluttering close until they succumbed to the charm's effect and passed out on the ground. What was that? Kale asked with concern. Just an area-wide sleeping charm. Most sleeping charms are geared to one person, so area-wide ones are usually very weak. They won't even work on anyone who has even minor control of the Force. Now I'm going to do some minor altering to their memories so they will all think we walked to the village directly. I will also put a compulsion to not think about the fact that no time has passed. It will probably last long enough that they won't even bother thinking about or questioning it later, Harry said as he went to work on fabricating some memories and casting the compulsion. When the charms and mind magic had settled in, he made sure that each of the bodies were touching him in some way. "All right, grab hold of any part on me that's free," Harry told his companions. They did and once again braced themselves. When he apparat them to the front of the gate, they let go. He noticed that Bastila and Kale only looked a little queasy now. They were getting used to apparating much faster than most. He slowly cast wakening charms at all the still sleeping forms. The Jawas and Griff slowly woke and stood to their feet with slight confusion. "Wait," Griff started. "Is there a problem?" Harry asked him slowly as if he were a child. Griff scratched his head as the foreign memories took hold. He saw that the Jawas were also experiencing some confusion before the memories fully integrated. "No, I guess not, just wasn't thinking for a second, I guess," Griff said. "Somehow I doubt it was just a second," Harry muttered just loud enough for his companions to hear. "Well, we're here, so let's go through the gate and meet Eyes," Kale said. Harry looked at him in confusion. "Who?" Harry asked. "The guy who wanted us to rescue these guys," Kale explained, gesturing the recently freed Jawas. Harry nodded but had been under the impression that they hadn't known his name. As soon as they opened the gate, the Jawa known as Eyes was there running up to them. It was a weird reunion that reminded him almost of when children would meet up after in length and distance. They all seemed to get excited and start running around and mingling with each other. "I hate to break up the reunion, but it is time to uphold your end of the bargain," Kale said calmly as he looked at the Jawa he bargained with. Eyes emerged from his companions to speak with Kale. HK immediately translated. Translation: "The small meat bag gives his thanks to us for returning his friends. He says the item we seek is 5 miles northwest of our current location. Shall I persuasively try to have him be more exact?" HK asked innocently, though it was clear as day that his persuasion would be a rifle pointed at the little creature's head until he spilled every aspect of his life. "That is okay, HK, we have more than sufficient knowledge," Kale said as he thanked the Jawa, who then ran off with his friends. "Griff, you need to find a place to stay for the night. Here is 20 credits for an inn. You stay there until we come get you. Understand?" Kale questioned as he looked at the blue man. Griff nodded excitedly. "If you hadn't noticed, we have already put the tracker on you. Try to run and HK will break your legs. If you spend that money on anything but what Kale just said, we break your arms. Do both, we break them both. Is this clear?" Harry asked the now very frightened man. Griff didn't even bother considering the fact that there was not plausible way they could have put a tracker on him. All he knew was that he needed to find the nearest inn fast. "You didn't need to do that," Kale said at the harsh display. "Yes, I did. It is a simple fact that some people just won't care about doing things the nice way. They need to be intimidated to do it. It's not that I like doing it or find any enjoyment in it. If he decided to leave, you would have to explain that to Mission," Harry said. Kale still didn't look pleased by the use of blackmail but did recognize the truth in Harry's words. "Speaking of Mission, I'm going to call her and let her know about her brother. She can visit him and perhaps decide if she wants to stay with him before we leave," Kale said as he pulled out a small metal object and stepped away from the group. When he finished the call with Mission, he rejoined the group. "All right, back to the mission," Kale said. 5 miles are a long way. We won't be able to reach there until nightfall," Harry commented. Kale turned and looked at him. "Could you not teleport us as you have been doing?" he asked in confusion. Harry shook his head. "I need to know the place where I'm apparating to before I'm able to go there again. I could teleport us close to the Sand People village and we can just start going west from there. If my calculation is correct, it should be only a mile or mile and a half from there," Harry said. Kale nodded. "We can't afford to waste any more time. Teleport us to the village and we will search until nightfall." If we have not found anything by then, we will come back to the Ebon Hawk and search once more tomorrow. Kale said. Harry nodded. As good as any strategy. Let's exit the gate to remain unseen and then we shall depart. Harry said as they followed him outside the gate. As soon as they exited the gate, they grabbed onto Harry and were off. They did not land directly at the Sand People's gate like last time. This time they were close to 200 yards away from it. There was significantly less Sand People outside compared to earlier. Probably have already gone inside the village to prepare for nightfall. Harry thought, alright, let's get moving, we have little time left. They pushed through the desert as fast as possible. It would have been faster to run for the Jedi, but both Harry and HK would not be able to keep up. They walked for 1 hour before they came to a peculiar sight. A man was standing outside a massive cave where some sort of massive reptilian seemed to be sleeping. The man seemed to be another Twi'lek, only this one was green and not the blue of Mission and her brother. When the Twi'lek man saw them, he frantically gestured for them to approach quietly while pointing at the giant reptilian. Harry understood him. He was saying to stay quiet because the beast was sleeping. Who are you people? The man asked quietly. My name is Kale and these are my companions. Well, Kale, are you out here hunting crate dragons as well, because this one is mine? The man said stubbornly. Kale raised his hand in a gesture for the man to remain calm. Peace, we have no interest in your target, we seek something else. We will be on our way as we do not wish to disturb your hunt. Kale made to move, but I grabbed his robe. With the setting sun pointing directly into the cave, just for a moment, I saw a glint that looked to have come from a metallic object. There's something in the back of the cave, Kale. I whispered to him. He looked confused but immediately turned to see from himself. It would seem that he too saw the suspicious metallic glint as his eyes widened. Could it be? He wondered out loud. Only one way to find out. We need to get in there. Perhaps I can distract the dragon while you three sneak in. Harry said. It wouldn't be the first time he had to deal with dragons, and this one couldn't even fly nor could it breathe fire. Kale looked like he was about to agree before the Twi'lek man interrupted. There is no need. I have already developed a way to deal with the dragon. I have set up multiple mines and bombs just outside its lair. All we need to do is lure it out. The man said. Now do you see those Ban-the-Ovi? He didn't get to finish though, as Harry had already stepped in front of the cave just outside of the blast radius. Hey, giant four-legged snake. Get your reptilian ass out here. I need to have a word with you. Harry yelled at the dragon loudly. The dragon immediately stirred at his voice. He was pretty sure he heard Bastila ask Kale if he was out of his mind. The dragon turned and looked at him. It seemed to glare at him but did not leave the cave. I said, get the hell out of the cave. Harry yelled as he pulled the blaster from his side and fired at the creature's head. He made sure to miss, but it sure got the creature mad. The giant reptilian came tearing out of the cave and seemed hell-bent on making Harry its afternoon snack. That's right, just a little closer. Harry thought as he saw the dragon enter the blast zone. As soon as its body was fully in, Harry hit the deck just in time to watch 10 massive explosions consume the dragon in fire. When the dust from the desert cleared, the dragon lay dead on the dunes. Definitely not like the dragons back home. Those explosions would not have been nearly enough to kill one. Maybe piss it off though. Harry thought to himself as he looked back at his companions. Dragons taken care of. Let us continue. Shall we? He said, and made a gesture towards the cave. Harry, are you all right? Kale asked immediately as he looked Harry over. Of course, I made sure to stay out of the blast radius. Harry explained. What could have possibly possessed you to try and anger a crate dragon? A giant crate dragon? Bastila asked/yelled. Harry shrugged. We needed it to move, and since the bombs were there, I decided to just make myself the bait. Harry explained. What if the bombs malfunctioned and didn't go off? Kale asked. Then I would hope you would use me distracting the dragon to your advantage. Harry said. Kale just made a disgruntled noise in the back of his throat. Bastila was glaring at him as if he were an idiot, and HK said nothing about the situation as he seemed disappointed that he couldn't kill the dragon himself. So, shall we? Harry said while gesturing to the cave. Kale just nodded and proceeded inside. Harry and the rest of their little gang followed. As they approached the structure, Harry could tell almost immediately that the object was ancient. The grittiness of the metal was surprising, showing it was at least a century or two in age. How old is this? Harry questioned. A few thousand years. It has been preserved with the Force, I believe, Cale said. Despite not being surprised that the Force could be used in such a way, Harry was still surprised by its true age. So this is a star map. Harry murmured to himself as he looked at the machine. Cale walked over to it and activated the star map. Harry believed he used the Force to do so, but it may have just been his imagination. Immediately the machine seemed to open out from itself and form a star. Then a light shot out from it like a projector, and a giant map with what seemed like millions of lights appeared. It took a moment for Harry to realize that these lights were actually stars, and the map was most likely of the galaxy. It is still incomplete. It does tell us where to go next though, Cale said almost to himself. Harry himself did see certain stars that were highlighted but didn't know what they were called or how they would be found. Manayan appears to be next, Bastila commented as she looked upon the map. Cale nodded in agreement. You are right. This is all we need. We should go. No doubt the Sith are closing in as we speak. Cale said they immediately walked towards the exit after to leave back to the port, or at least to a place that Harry could apparate them without the dragon hunter noticing. Though it would seem they had other problems. There was a man wearing a blue coat with goggles on his face. With him he had 5 other men who looked less than pleasant. All of them were armed to the teeth. Cale's face hardened as he stepped outside. Harry put his hand to rest on his blaster pistol in preparation for the fight. HK seemed to be following suit. Statement. Master, my sensors indicate that, by their posture, these meatbags seek to confront us and use violence. Permission to disintegrate them? HK asked. Cale ignored him. I recognize you. You are Kalo Nord the bounty hunter. May I ask what you want from us? Cale asked. It would seem that our paths were destined to cross, unfortunately for you. You see, the Sith unfortunately want you dead. Even more unfortunate is that they hired me to kill you. I suppose that means it's the end of the line for you, Kalo said as he put his hand on his pistols and his men reached for their weapons as well. We don't have to use violence. We can go separate ways and pretend this encounter never happened, Cale said as he unhooked his blade, clearly not believing that his words would work on the bounty hunter and his companions. Pity for you that I quite like violence, Kalo said with a sneer as he fully pulled out his pistols and fired at Cale. Cale was expecting it of course and deflected the bolt before it could do damage. With that, every pulled out their weapons almost simultaneously. Harry started firing at the bounty hunter's companions with HK, while Bastila was dealing with the ones on the left of Kalo. Cale was dealing with Kalo himself, though it didn't appear to be much of a battle. Cale moved and predicted almost all of Kalo's movements before he could even do them. He was able to parry all bolts and press forward towards the man who was clearly trying to get farther away. Harry, however, was trying to pay attention to the man who was shooting at him. He was pretty good as far as Harry concerned. Nowhere near the best that the Hutt had sent at him on Nar Shaddaa though. He was probably pretty good on this dust ball though. Harry had to also be careful because he didn't really want to have to explain why he could die and come back to life. He danced around the bolts and fired back before clipping the man in the shoulder. He went down and Harry fired to finish him off. He looked to see if HK or Bastila needed help, but both already had their targets dead on the floor. Cale had a blade at Kalo Nord's throat. The man was glaring up at him and gritting his teeth. Who sent you? Cale asked, though it sounded like a command the way he said it. Kalo said nothing. Cale sighed and shoved his blade through the man's chest. Kalo seemed surprised by the action but didn't exactly have time to contemplate it. Cale turned back and deactivated his blade. He looked upset. We already know that it was probably Darth Malik, Bastila said quietly, which means he probably knows what we are up to, Cale said. Or he is simply targeting us because of Tari's, Bastila reasoned. Maybe, though to be safe let us assume that he is on to us and be extra careful from now on, Cale said, and Bastila nodded in agreement. All right, Harry, let's get out of here, Cale said. Harry was about to point out the dragon hunter but soon noticed that his body was lying on the ground 20 yards away. The bounty hunters must have killed him during the fight at some point. Harry sighed and decided to summon the bounty hunter's weapons and armor for use or selling later. He shrunk the items and put them in his pocket before turning to his companions. "All right, grab on and let's go," Harry said. As soon as they were holding on, Harry apparat away. They landed solidly back in the Ebon Hawk. "Are you guys back on the ship?" He heard Karth yell from the other room at hearing them arrive. "Yes." "Prepare to take off, Karth, we are leaving," Cale said as both HK and Bastila left the room. Harry went to move with them, but Cale stopped him. "Harry, I think you should rest here," Cale said, giving him a meaningful look. Harry raised one confused eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "Have you looked at yourself recently? You look like you're literally about to pass out. Tatooine has much longer days than you are probably used to. You should get some rest." "Don't make me make it an order," Cale said the last part jokingly. Harry frowned slightly but nodded. He hadn't realized how tired he was feeling until Cale had pointed it out. "All right then. I guess a few winks wouldn't kill me," Harry said as he moved over to his bed. "I'll wake you if something happens." "And Harry," Cale said. Harry looked over at him. "Thank you for all that you did today. We may have been here a lot longer without your help," Cale said with a smile. Harry looked at him. He felt slightly uncomfortable at that statement. Then again, he couldn't remember the last time someone thanked him for anything. Back on Earth, everyone was much too afraid of him. "It's no problem," Harry said, waving off the thanks, and sat down on the bed before moving to a full laying position. Harry didn't see it, but he heard the cabin door close as Cale left. He felt the ship start up and start moving, but lost himself to the sweet oblivion of sleep before they even reached hyperspace. Well, there is Chapter 5. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know if you noticed any discrepancies, and if I didn't do it on purpose, I'll make sure to change it. Also, let me know which chapter size you all enjoyed more. Thanks again to all who support this story. It means the world to me. Until next time, peace. Chapter 6. You need to either strengthen your body to handle blocking the downward strike, dodge it, or redirect it. You can't, however, take it head-on. Cale lectured as he deactivated his lightsaber. Harry deactivated his red one while panting. It had been 2 weeks since they left Tatooine, and they so far had been making good progress according to Cale. They had already found the star map on both Kashyyyk and Minayan. Both had been difficult. One because it was in the middle of probably one of the most densest and dangerous forests in the galaxy. The other because it was very deep into the planet's ocean. Both had required getting past creatures to get at the star map, though they had only killed the one on Kashyyyk. The Terentatek was a creature which was probably one of the hardest fights of Harry's life. He had simply had to abandon his blaster and start throwing spells at it as fast as possible. Many did nothing. He couldn't even throw a fiendfire to kill it because they were in the middle of a forest, and even with his immense control, that would have ended badly. He didn't know how, but they had somehow triumphed from that battle. Cale had taken it on at close range while Harry was farther back shooting it with anything that might hurt. Eventually Harry had managed to take out its eyes, and Cale used it as an opening to shove his lightsaber through the roof of its mouth. Very similar to how he had taken care of the basilisk once upon a time. Of course they had help from a sort of Jedi. His name was Jolie, and he had told them the general direction of the star map as well as to beware of the monster guarding it. He was now traveling with them. After that, Harry had to give up more about his knowledge of magic and his skills in it. Bastila had been convinced he was a Sith spy again, which had been annoying, but he hadn't bothered even disputing it anymore. He told Cale that he could kick him out anytime he wished. Cale just laughed and told him that he wasn't an idiot and knew he was no Sith spy or assassin, and that after what they just went through, he deserved Cale's trust. That had been a nice gesture, and Harry had greatly appreciated. After traveling to Kashyyyk, they had gone to Minayan. That was horrible. Harry was not an ocean person. It wasn't something he knew about himself until he spent a few hours at the bottom of the most massive ocean he had ever seen, but it was something he was now sure of. If that wasn't bad enough, a giant fish had come and had passed judgment on them. They were in giant, bulky metal suits. If that fish had wanted to eat them instead, there would have been nothing they could do about it. It hadn't seemed to bother Cale any, but it sure bothered Harry. Bastila seemed to pick up on it and had taken to poking fun at his weakness for what amounted to a fish. She stopped and switched to cried-out curses as he magically attached her to the roof of the ship and left her like that for a few hours. She hadn't talked to him since, and it had been wonderful. "I am trying. It's not as easy as you make it seem," Harry grumbled as the two walked out of the designated training area. "I know. Still, practice makes perfect. So far it seems like you excel most at the Ataru form. I think that matches you as a person fairly well," Kale said as they walked to the main room. "Are you trying to say I am overly aggressive?" Harry asked semi-sarcastically. "No, many regard Ataru as being an aggressive style. I view it more as simply a style of shorty," Kale said. Harry looked at him with confusion, prompting the man to continue. "Ataru is a style best used for those who are sure of themselves and their choices. There is no room for doubt in oneself while using a lightsaber, but I always felt doubly sure of this when I used Ataru. If you aren't sure of yourself and what you fight for, it is a style that will fall apart completely. You are someone who I view as being sure of every action they do," Kale explained. Harry gave what he said some thought before he nodded in agreement. "I suppose that is true. If I am not sure on a choice I have made, then I won't do it," Harry commented. Kale nodded like he suspected such an answer. Harry didn't very much understand Kale. The man claimed to have just become a Jedi fairly recently, but everything else he said told him otherwise. He knew what he was talking about when it came to the Force, and he was definitely wiser and smarter than most men that he had met. He was about to ask another question, but there was strong lurch in the ship causing him to stumble forward. "Someone's got us locked in a tractor beam," Karth yelled from the cockpit. Both he and Kale ran to the cockpit, and the footsteps he heard behind them told him that so was everyone else. "What's happening?" Kale asked, though it sounded more like an order. "We're being locked in by a ship. Checking its ID now." "It's the Leviathan," Karth almost yelled. There was silence at that. Kale looked thoughtful. "They must know that we are on the ship since we were clearly set on a flight path." Harry?" Kale said as he looked at him. Harry looked back to show he was listening. "Do you have the ability to hide the crew?" Kale asked. Harry's eyebrows scrunched in thought. "As long as they don't have an advanced Force user, then I should be able to do it," Harry said. Kale nodded. "Good. Hide the whole crew as best you can. I will surrender myself and convince them I was the only one on board. After that I will do my best to escape," Kale said. "What? Kale, what are you out of your mind? As soon as you step on that ship they will call Darth Malik, and as soon as he gets you, he will harsh treatment you to reveal every secret in your head," Bastila yelled. Harry was surprised. Not that Bastila didn't like the plan, but that she actually sounded scared about what could happen to Kale. As he looked at her face, he almost thought he saw tears of either sadness or anger in her eyes. Kale smiled back calmly. "I will be fine. Give me some credit, Bastila. They will not break me, and I will be back with you all shortly," Kale said with a smile. Harry looked directly into the man's eyes when he talked. He knew that Kale would take every opportunity to escape, but could also tell that he didn't believe any would present themselves. Idiot was going to try and be a distraction so they could get away. "All right, everyone get in the cargo hold. They could board any second now," Harry said. Bastila was yelling, but everyone else seemed to comply, though they didn't seem happy to do so. "You can't make me," she said stubbornly. "Yeah, I can. I could just stun you and carry you there," Harry said bluntly. Bastila glared at him as if daring him to try. "Bastila, it will be fine. I promise I will come back," Kale said as he reached and laid a calming hand on her shoulder. Bastila looked into Kale's eyes to be searching for something to reassure herself. She must have found it because she reluctantly nodded after a minute. "All right, let's go. Kale, don't take too long," Harry said as he led the others away to go hide them in the cargo hold. Kale chuckled softly but nodded as he moved to go to the entrance of the ship where he would get taken. Harry moved after the rest of the crew and looked around the cargo hold. He closed the door and cast an illusion on it so they would not see it, as well as putting the Fidelius charm on the door for even more protection. After that, they played the waiting game. Harry pressed up against the wall to listen on what was going on. He heard what appeared to be a lightsaber activating and yells of panic. It seemed Kale was fighting back to make this seem more real. Eventually, though, the lightsabers and blasters faded. "What do you hear?" Bastila demanded. "I heard what I assumed to be Kale activating his lightsaber and then some blaster bolts going off. Both have faded off, meaning Kale gave up or the fight led to somewhere else on the ship," Harry told her. "How long should we wait for him to return?" Mission asked with some concern in her voice. Harry closed his eye and thought. The Leviathan is one of the flagships of the Empire. It's got a strong defense, but if we rescued Kale and sabotaged the ship, it could be taken down. "Do we have any bombs?" Harry asked. "I think we have some thermal detonators in here somewhere," Karth said, looking around. Harry nodded. "Here is the plan. The prison cells are probably going to be the most guarded part of the ship. I can be the most stealthy for obvious reasons. I go unlock Kale's cell while you plant some bombs in the engine room. It'll also mean they can't follow us once we make our escape," Harry said. The others nodded though. "How do we split the groups up?" Jolie asked in his normal irritated voice. "Karth, stay here with the ship and get it into low power mode so it's ready to go as soon as we get back. Jolie, you stay with him for protection in case you have unexpected guests. Mission and Zailbar, go to the engine room and plant all the thermal detonators we have. Don't blow them until I have confirmed I have Kale and that we're on the way back to the ship. Bastila, I know I'm going to regret this, but you better come with me, I guess," Harry said while grumbling the last part. Bastila glared at him for his comment but reluctantly nodded. "All right. Everyone know what they are doing? Good. Jolie, get HK to help you guard the ship," Harry said as he opened the door and checked to make sure that no one was outside. He gestured for everyone to move out. Harry made his way down the Ebon Hawk's ramp. He immediately cast the strongest disillusionment charm as well as a notice me not charms on himself and Bastila. He pulled her close to him. "Don't move too fast or the illusion will try to cover for you and Shimmer, causing anyone with a strong enough will or force connection to see us. Follow me at my pace. Since I'm maintaining these illusions, I need you to reach out with the Force to find Kale. I know you have the strongest connection with him," Harry said, revealing the true reason as to why he had decided to bring her along. He couldn't use a point me charm while maintaining a disillusioning himself since both required concentration to maintain at this level. Bastila nodded at him and gained a look of concentration. "He is on the level above us near the center of the ship. I sense many enemies between us," Bastila said. Harry nodded. "Let's try to avoid cutting them down unless we're compromised." "Agreed," Harry asked her. She nodded her assent. Sneaking around the giant ship wasn't the easiest task with the two of them. Concentrating on a disillusionment that could fully cover both of them was no easy task, and he needed a notice me not to pull the slack. Still, finding the right movement speed that still allowed them to maintain their cover had caused a few close calls. Soon, though, they were able to reach the cells. "Free to keep silent as long as you want. You shall soon change your tone when Lord Malik arrives, Jedi. He will find the information we want from you one way or another," an older man said. Harry could sense Bastila stiffening next to him. They watched as the man exited the room and left down the hall until his footsteps faded. Harry looked around. "That room to the right up ahead is the armory, I think. Break in and retrieve Kale's lightsaber. I will go and free him. We have to hurry," Harry said. He had never met this Darth Malik, but he was someone that Kale was deeply concerned about, and that was all he needed to know about the man. Harry moved to the room, dispelling his stealth spells. He saw Kale looking a little roughed up behind a force field. Kale looked up at him, surprised. "Harry, what are you doing here?" "I told you to hide with the others," Kale said, sounding actually upset. Harry rolled his eyes. "Yep, I remember. I chose not to listen. We need to get out of here. Malik is coming, but we have a plan, we just need to move quickly. Bastila is getting your lightsaber. Karth and Jolie have the ship ready to go. We just need to hear back from Mission about the bombs," Harry said. He didn't bother to wait for his reply. He apparat through the force field. "Remember to clench," Harry said to the man. As he apparat to the other side. "I hate that so much still," Kale grounded out. Harry shrugged at the uncomfortable man. "Much faster than trying to find the keycard to open your cell. Now let's move," Harry said. They met Bastila in the hall, who held Kale's lightsaber out while looking relieved to see him. She actually grabbed him and pulled him in for a hug, which was unusual for her. He really must have underestimated how worried she was. Harry stayed silent for a moment to let them have their moment. "All right, it's time for us to go. Darth Malik can be here at any moment," Harry said. He pulled out his comlink. "Mission, the thermals planted yet?" Harry asked in the comlink. "Yeah, all ready to go. Me and Zailbar are already back at the ship waiting on your signal to blow them." Mission responded. "Got it. Just got Kale, so we're heading back," and Harry couldn't finish his sentence as he felt the familiar sensation of soaring through the air and ragdolling after a force push. Kale had used it against him in training, so he might be ready for it in combat. Nothing, however, in their training could have readied him for the pure force and aggression of what he just felt. He barely even registered what was happening as he smashed directly into the wall of the ship, where he crumbled and immediately blacked out. Epsilon. Harry's eyes shot open as he realized someone was loudly calling his name. He opened them and immediately brought a hand up to his head as he felt the searing pain running through it. "What happened?" he asked. "Malik. He threw you into the wall. Hard." "Not important. He took Bastila. We need to find him," Kale said. Harry nodded as he shook his head to clear it. All right, let's go," Harry said as he righted himself. Kale nodded and immediately took off. Harry followed him as best he could. Luckily, he seemed to have his lightsaber still on his side, which he may need if going against an actual Lord of the Sith. Kale led them down a series of hallways, but Harry didn't question it. He was sure that Kale could find Bastila just as easily as she did with him. "Almost there," Kale said. "We need a distraction to slow him down," Harry said as he pulled out his comlink. "Mission, you there?" he asked. "Harry, what's going on?" "The entire ship is on high alert," Mission said back. "No time to explain. Blow the charges. Do it now, we're running out of time," Harry yelled back. "But you're still on the ship," Mission said back like he was crazy. "We'll be fine. We'll make it back before the whole thing goes boom. Just do it," Harry said. "Fine, but I won't be the one getting blamed if you die," Mission said back. The comlink went silent, but soon the ship started shaking violently, and you could hear explosions coming from the distance. "Good idea. That'll slow him down," Kale said before they continued to run. Eventually they just caught Malik in the hangar next to his personal starship. He was carrying Bastila's unmoving body over his shoulder. "Malik, let her go," Kale yelled. Malik turned and seemed to almost be amused. "Oh, Master, how you have changed. You wish to take the girl from my custody? Fine. Come take her from me," Malik said as he dropped Bastila uncaringly to the ground and unsheathed his crimson blade. Kale ignited his blade, so Harry followed suit. Malik didn't even let them prepare as he jumped at them. Fighting Malik was nothing like fighting Kale. The two were almost entirely opposites in combat. Kale was what Harry always felt was the epitome of skill and grace with a blade. Malik, on the other hand, was a raging storm who almost seemed to rely on pure speed and strength to overwhelm his opponents. Every strike shook Harry to his very bones. Kale, on the other hand, looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him. He was reaching out with the Force to grant him as much power as it could as he matched Malik blow for blow. It was at this moment that Harry was glad he picked up a lightsaber. With how fast they were moving and how close they were, there was no way he could accurately hit Malik with a blaster or a spell without risking Kale. To make up for his lack of skill with the blade, Harry tried to take advantage of openings in Malik's form as he tried to counter Kale's strikes. Malik was not to be underestimated, though. To make up for the 2-on-1 disadvantage, he used the Force to constantly throw loose items around the hangar at them as a distraction or a way to immobilize them. Kale didn't even flinch, but it was more than enough to force Harry to be cautious. Harry continued to watch as Kale striked from the front with a ferociousness he had never seen as he charged at the Sith's back. He raised his lightsaber to bring it down on the Sith Lord's back. Malik, however, sensed his danger and spun to meet his blade. Unfortunately for him, he had left himself open to the much more skilled and power lightsaber wielder. Kale sliced his lightsaber across Malik's back, causing the man to yell in pain and force jump away from them. Malik reached for his back to touch the wound and found only pain greeted him. He looked warily back at Kale and Harry. It seems I have once again underestimated you, my master. Even now with you under the Jedi's weak teachings you are still a force. That is beyond me. No matter, it will not be this way for long. Soon not even you or any other Jedi will be enough to stop me. Malik sneered at them. Kale scrunched his eyebrows together in concentration as he thought over what Malik has said. Why do you keep calling me your master? I have never had any affiliation with you, Sith scum. Kale said. Harry raised an eyebrow at the insult. Malik, however, just laughed. You still haven't figured it out. Did you think your proficiency in every Jedi art with so little training was a coincidence? The Jedi have lied to you. They took you from that ship after I tried to kill you. They erased your memories after this pathetic girl forced a force bond with you. Surely you have started to break through the bonds they placed on you, though. You were many things, but weak was never one of them, Revan. Malik said. Harry's eyes widened as he looked at Kale, who looked just as surprised. You lie. Kale yelled back, though he now looked unsure of himself. Please, you know I speak the truth. You have probably already started breaking through their influence and regaining some of your memories at this point. Malik said, sneering once more. It matters not. Give us Bastila or we will cut you down and take her. Harry said, interrupting the two. The Leviathan could go any minute and the shaking was getting worse, meaning it was falling apart. Malik glared at him. Come get her. Malik yelled before sending out force lightning from his hand. Kale blocked it, but Harry had never seen or experienced such an attack and was therefore unprepared for it. The lightning smashed into him and sent him flying back. The pain wasn't as bad as a crucio, but it was still up there as one of the most painful things he had experienced. He tumbled to the floor around 20 feet back from where he had been standing. He looked up and saw Kale charging towards Malik's ship as the ramp closed with both Malik and Bastila presumably on it. The engines shot on quickly and the force shot Kale backwards. The ship then lifted off and exited the hangar before disappearing into space.
No.
We have to go after them, Kale said as he looked at Harry. First we need to get back to the ship. This one is currently coming down on top of us, Harry said. Kale nodded in agreement and they both took off towards the adjacent hangar where the Ebon Hawk was currently ready to take off with its ramp down and engines powered on and ready to take off. Both of them ran quickly up the ramp. Karth, get us out of here. We have a ship to follow now, Kale yelled as he made his way to the cockpit. Harry took a moment and sat down in the med bay to catch his breath. Mission came in and saw him. What's going on? Who are we chasing? Mission asked as Zailbar grunted behind her in agreement at the question. Chasing Malik. He took Bastila. Kale is angry, Harry said while out of breath. Mission's eyes widened at the answer. Harry purposefully left out the part where Kale might have been a brainwashed Sith Lord. Harry had not heard much of the supposedly dead Sith Lord, but he had heard that he had been Malik's master, and that it had taken an entire hit team of Jedi Shadows to take him down. Bastila was said to have dealt the final blow after the rest of her comrades had fallen to him. Probably best to let Kale explain that one. Are you okay? Mission asked after finally noticing how injured he was. Harry looked down at his body and winced a bit. His body was covered in bruises and red markings that looked like someone had taken a whip to him. He was also bleeding from multiple locations. Yeah, I'm all good. I just need time to heal is all, Harry said as he applied some numbing charms and started to try and heal his wounds. He couldn't do too much since medical spells weren't his best subject. The relief was almost immediate from the numbing spells and he sighed in the feeling of not being in pain. He shut his eyes to give them some relief with how tired he was. He could launch spells all day if he wanted, but physical activity was something he was still working on. Wake me if we catch Malik, Harry said sleepily as he closed his eyes and drifted off to the land of dreams. Harry, a voice said. Harry's eyes opened and they saw Kale sitting next to him looking terrible. We didn't catch him, did we? Harry asked. No, we didn't, Kale said in a low voice. He planned to take her prisoner, which means he will keep her alive. Still a chance that we can get her back. We just need to find the last star map and it'll lead us right to him, Harry said, trying to reassure the man. Kale nodded, though still seemed to be lost in thought. Something else is troubling you, Harry stated. Kale looked up and stared him right in the eye. He turned his head and looked at the closed door before staring back at Harry. He was right, you know, about me being Revan, Cale said. Harry continued to look at him. He waited for him to continue. He didn't. So, I'm confused. Do you want to go back to taking over the galaxy then? Harry asked the man. Cale recoiled in shock. No, of course not. Cale responded. Then why does it matter so much on who you were? Harry asked. Cale scrunched his eyebrow. You don't understand. I have killed people, Harry. A lot of people, and not all of them deserved it. I'm a monster. Ever since Malik said it out loud, the memories keep coming back. Cale said, looking off as he thought of his recently returned memories. Cale, look at me. Harry told the man and waited for him to do so. Whatever you did is in the past, you cannot change it. What you can change is what you do from here on out. If you want to be a big bad Sith Lord again, a Master Jedi that no one could possibly compare to, or your own separate thing. What matters is that you accept the fact that you are Revan and he is you, and now is the time to choose. Harry said as he looked at the man. He was aware that this could be considered a little hypocritical based on some of the choices he made in a previous life, but still. As much as it pained him to consciously think, Cale was someone he considered a friend. This crew, he guessed, had grown on him too. Even the Hellion known as Bastila. Which meant that he absolutely could not let death find out. Cale smiled at him. Thank you, my friend. Cale said. Have you told everyone else? Harry said. Cale shook his head in the negative. Well, what are you waiting for? Harry asked as he shooed the man out of his room. Cale nodded his head and left to go tell the others. The doors closed behind him and the lights turned back off. Well, you seem to be getting along well. A voice said in the darkness. I am so not in the mood to hear you say, I told you so. Please go away. Harry said blandly. I am not here to say such things, and I will leave if you do not wish my presence. I just wanted to come and say I am happy with the progress. Only a month and already such improvement from the man I once knew. Death said back to him with his creepy grin. Humph. Whatever. Glad you're happy about it. Now if you don't mind, I still want some sleep. Harry said as he turned on his side, looking away from the man/entity. Ha ha ha. Still needs some more progress, I see. I will see you again, Harry. Death said before falling silent once more. Harry assumed he left, but he wouldn't be able to check until he turned back around. One thing about Death was that you couldn't sense him at all, not until he was touching you. Harry briefly thought how that was very similar to how real death worked. He shook off his thoughts before drifting back to sleep so he could better recover from his wounds. No one else is coming down there with us. Revan, as Cale now returned to going by, said as he sat next to Harry. Why? Usually we split off into groups with different tasks to maximize efficiency. Harry said. Cale shook his head. The spaceport should be relatively safe, but the Sith Academy will be full of people who may recognize the crew. Better to minimize that chance. To be specific, I will be the only one going into the academy, Revan said. Harry looked at him and thought that over. If he was going to with Revan, but Revan was going to the academy alone, then that must mean he had a separate task. What do you wish for me to do? Harry asked. You are by far the best at stealth. There are more Sith on this planet than any other planet in the known galaxy. I want you to find every weakness this place has and exploit it. I want to make sure that once we leave, they can't use this place as an academy anymore. Revan said quietly. Harry raised one eyebrow but said nothing. From a strategic standpoint, it was a smart move. You wouldn't allow your enemy to continuously produce more forces to attack you if you could stop it. Still, it was something that Cale would have never even thought of, since it would probably cause more deaths than strictly needed. Revan, on the other hand, was much more strategic in thoughts and strategies. It made sense since he had been a general in a war, as well as being the leader of an up-and-coming empire before his death. A sensible strategy. Any specific targets you want me to cover? Anything you can remember about this place? Harry asked him. Revan nodded. The students aren't as important as the teachers. Some of the students could even probably convert to the Jedi way. Revan said. Speaking of Jedi, are you going to continue your affiliation with them? Harry asked. Revan frowned in thought. Have not decided. There are things I remember now that conflict with what my new memories say. I left the Order for a reason. The fact that they were willing to ignore the Mandalorians and let millions die is something I cannot forget or ignore. At the same time I know now the corrupting power of the dark side and understand why so many have lost their way to it. I do not believe I wish to be a Sith again. Revan said. You don't have to be either, you know. You could just be Revan. Harry told him. Revan almost seemed to smile at that. It has been a long time since I have just been Revan. Perhaps I might just do that. These are thoughts for another time now. We have a mission to do. Revan said. Harry nodded. That we do. I will go in and sabotage the academy. Anyone who is not a student and has any sort of authority is fair game. Try to avoid student death if possible, but do not let them get in the way. That about it? Harry asked. Revan nodded. Yes. I will keep my comlink on me hidden on me and contact you if I find a specific target that needs to be dealt with. You keep to the shadows as much as possible. Revan said. With that, they both went to brief the rest of the ship to their plan. Wait, you want to go right into the enemy's training grounds alone? Doesn't that seem a little, I don't know, stupid? Mission asked. The girl is right. If anything goes wrong, you're done for. Jolie said. Not necessarily. Revan can easily go toe-to-toe with Malik. Some teachers and half-trained students won't make that much of a challenge if they get in his way. Harry said. Why do we even need to go to the academy if you have your memories are back? Can't you just go straight for the star map? Mission asked. I could, but it's heavily guarded, meaning I will have to go in loud. They will lock down the spaceport when this happens, making it extremely hard to leave. Revan told them. Mission nodded reluctantly at that. While he is doing that, I'm going in to do some sabotage against our enemies to help weaken the Empire before leaving. Before you ask, the only reason I am doing it is because I am the best at stealth. Harry said to the group. That they all seemed to agree on. He had managed to hide them all from capture back on the Leviathan easily enough. What kind of sabotage we talking about here? Karth asked from his chair. The deadly kind. Everyone in that academy is being trained to be an enemy of the Republic or is training others to be an enemy of a Republic. Every day more of them are sent out to cut down Republic soldiers. It would be best to stop it here while we have the chance. Revan said seriously. Karth didn't look happy about killing what he probably thought weren't much different than kids, but he couldn't deny the point being made as a soldier himself. All right. Hopefully this shouldn't take more than a few days, but be ready at any moment if this goes south. Revan told the rest of the crew. With everyone clear on what was happening, Harry and Revan set off. How will you infiltrate the academy? Harry asked Revan. They are always taking new students. I will simply pose as one. Revan said. Aren't you supposed to be a little younger to be a student? Harry asked. Age is irrelevant to the academy, though it is more common for students to be in their teens, as long as you have a strong aptitude with the Force. I can also pose as an ex-Jedi that has defected to the Sith because I am unsatisfied with the Jedi ways. Those are pretty common as well. Revan explained to Harry. Makes sense, I suppose. Harry thought out loud as they walked through the spaceport. Eventually they neared the exit of the spaceport where they needed to part ways. Remember to contact me if anything goes wrong. The mission is important, but so are you. Revan reminded. Harry had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. I got it. I'll keep you updated. Harry said as he turned and walked off into a different direction inconspicuously. He could feel Revan's eyes on him as he walked off for a moment before the feeling disappeared, and he assumed the man finally walked away. Now it was time for Harry to do a little scouting. Harry stood on a mountain he had apparat to the top of that, stared down at the spaceport as well as the academy and what looked like a valley with different temples in a rectangle arrangement. By the looks of them, they had something to do with the Sith making them not good. He had seen some students and teachers entering them for what looked like some sort of test. Harry had so far snuck in at night and found the rooms that he would need to target. He also made sure to sneak in at night to check out the support structures of the academy. He thought he had a fairly good idea of how to destroy the academy. He could put runic combination to cause explosions on the support walls and beams as well as in the room of the teachers. Then he could kill the teachers instantly while giving the students a chance to escape before he destroyed the rest of the building. Harry stared at the valley next. He wanted to destroy the entrances into those as well. The whole structure was built into the mountain surrounding the valley. This meant that he would probably be unable to destroy the whole temples themselves. He could probably seal the entrances to stop people from entering them, at least for a while. The only problem with the valley was that every time he went to the valley to check it out, he felt like something was watching. It definitely wasn't those dog-looking creatures either. It also should have been virtually impossible to see him, as he had been layered in disillusionment charms as well compulsion charms, so people couldn't see him. He also didn't have another person with him to hide, meaning it should have been even harder to see him. That hadn't stopped the weird feeling both times he had visited. "Harry, you there?" A voice called quietly through the comm link. Harry put it up to his mouth. "I'm here." "What's the situation?" Harry asked. "I'm going for the star map tomorrow. Will you be ready by then?" Revan asked. Harry thought about it. "Yes, I should be ready by then. I've already marked all the places where I plan to hit. All that's left is to plant the charges." "When will you be leaving the building tomorrow?" Harry asked. "Should be mid-morning according to the instructor. I have not seen anyone that needs to be specifically targeted, so just plant where we first discussed." Revan said. "All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow then. Call me when you want me to have the bombs go off," Harry said as he turned off the comm and apparat down to the academy. Setting the trap runes wasn't hard to do at all. The academy was for the most part empty save for a few guards doing patrols and some droids who accompanied them. Most seemed to be fairly weak, so he didn't have to worry about them sensing him. He made his way deeper into the academy and saw the teachers' quarters up ahead. Revan had said none of them were powerful enough to sense him, but he'd rather be safe than sorry. He walked up to each door and put the runic array on. This one was stylized differently than the ones he had put on the supports. They didn't have a timer rune integrated into the array for one. It also exploded entirely different. The explosion would go inwards, which would cause it to flow into the room and kill anyone inside. He went door to door putting these on as quietly as he could. Once he had done that, he quietly left the building and apparat back to the room he had rented in the only hotel-esque place in the spaceport. He got ready for bed and set an alarm for 7 in the morning to make sure that he was ready for the plan. Harry watched as Revan masqueraded as a dark Jedi in training. There was a teacher talking to him about something as they looked into the tomb that he would be traveling in for his final test. He said a few more words before departing into the tomb to complete his training. Harry stood for a little while and watched the teacher who, after a few minutes, went into the tomb after Revan. Harry glared as his eyes followed the man in. He decided to follow him. He had faith that Revan could handle any of the situations that happened in this Dark Lord tomb, but he'd rather be safe than sorry. He followed the man in, but as soon as he entered the tomb, he almost passed out at the sudden head rush he got. He could feel something trying to tear into his mind, and it was something powerful. "What's this? Another powerful user so soon? I do not sense a darkness in you, but nor do I sense a particular of light either. It's almost like, who are you, boy?" A female voice whispered in his mind. Harry grit his teeth. "Get the hell of my head," Harry yelled out loud. He heard a loud screech in his mind before he felt the dark presence leave him. He shakily got back to his feet. What the hell was that? Harry asked himself as he looked around for another presence. That was a long-dead Force user who attempted to access your mind, a voice said to deep in the tomb. Harry faced the voice and once more saw death. He looked serious. A dead Force user? So what? A Sith ghost? Harry asked him. In a manner of speaking, yes. Quite a few of the more powerful Force users have found a way to sustain their spirits with the Force in very similar ways that the ghost of your home planet have. They have a more physical effect though. Death explained. Alright, so where did it go? Harry asked. Death shrugged. Somewhere else nearby. At the end of the day, they are still partially in the realm of the dead, and as the Master of Death you do have some control over them. They will have to listen to you if they get too close or face the consequences. Death said. What consequences? Harry inquired curiously. They will be forced to leave this realm completely. I should explain further. I am not the only entity that exists, as you may or may not have guessed. The Force also exists as an entity as well as some other beings. We are not allowed to interfere with much of the natural order as that crosses into another's territory. I'm getting off track. The point being that as my master you are a sort of representative of me. Me and, we'll just call her Lady Magic for the time being, have an agreement about her children who sustain themselves after death. I will not actively collect them as long as they don't actively get in my way. You, being my representative, means that they can't get in your way actively either, otherwise the agreement for that person is null. So if they push and try to get in your way, I can collect them. Needless to say, many will try to avoid you. Most should be able to feel the aura of death surrounding you from now on now that you've used it. Death explained. Harry thought about that for a minute. So, are there more of these representatives? Harry asked. Death tilted his head up in thought. I am unsure. We are not necessarily required to tell the others if we have a representative or champion, if you will. Some can't have a mortal host at all, but the ones who can aren't required to say so. Death explained. Should I be worried about them? Harry asked. Death shook his head.
No.
Even if you do find one, which is extremely unlikely, it's not like they're all powerful or anything. They may have a few additional abilities, but none that can really make them much more powerful than they already are. I mean, you are mortals after all. Even the small power we give you needs to be extremely regulated, otherwise you would blow up. Death said. Harry snorted at that. So let me get this straight. You were planning to use your representative power as a curse for whoever united the Hallows? Harry asked. Death nodded. Of course. I am aware that natural mortals have a hard time dealing with immortality, and it oftentimes leads them to going insane. That is why I suggested you make sure to keep busy and not focus on the fact. In many ways, it is a curse. Besides, I don't actually need a representative. I figured I might as well use it for something. Death said. Your logic makes sense, yet I still feel like you should have put more thought into it. Harry mumbled to himself. Death smiled at him. With that explained, I must be going. I have tasks to do. Death said as he literally faded into nothing. Harry sighed as he continued forward through the tomb. He came across injured big Tulaks that he assumed Revan had taken care of, or the person who had followed him had. He followed the trail of bodies, which eventually led him to a room where two people were arguing and Revan just sat watching at the side. Harry stealthed up to Revan and tapped the side of his arm twice to let him know he was there. Revan's eye twitched, signaling he acknowledged Harry's presence. Enough of this. Come, my student, and help me strike him down. I promise you shall be rewarded handsomely in the Empire should you do so, the woman said as she pulled out her lightsaber, and the man responded in kind. Don't listen to her. She will turn on you the second you finish me. Help me strike her down, and you shall have what I promised you, the man said as they charged each other. They're both scum. Neither will leave this tomb alive. Revan said quietly as he drew a purple blade he must have constructed recently. Harry nodded. He had actually been thinking along the same lines. After all, it wouldn't make sense to kill all the teachers at the academy yet leave these two alive. Revan Force jumped and drew a second blade, this one red. That caused Harry to raise an eyebrow. He didn't say anything as Revan skillfully engaged both his opponents. Even his style had changed. It was much more aggressive and fast than before. He didn't seem to be drawing on the dark side though, which was good. It was just pure skill and concentration. Both teachers seemed to be extremely surprised by the action. They seemed to be even more surprised over the fact that he was actually succeeding against both of them. They probably wanted to say something at him, but were forced to fully concentrate on not dying from his onslaught. Harry released his charms that kept him hidden and joined the fray behind the male teacher. He threw a stunning charm at the man that forced him to the floor as it had caught him by surprise. The teacher turned towards Harry only to be hit with a blasting charm directly on his chin, causing him to blast backwards as well as lose most of his teeth. Revan, reacting with uncanny speed even for a Force user, Force grabbed the female teacher and blasted her into the path of the flying male teacher, causing them to collide with extreme force, knocking them both out simultaneously. Revan looked at Harry as he deactivated his blades. Thanks for the assist, Revan said as he put both blades on clips underneath his robes. Harry nodded in return. No problem. You made some new blades, I see, Harry commented. Revan nodded. I have been both a Sith and a Jedi, walked both the light and dark path. I cannot deny either of them and I won't. I have decided that I will represent both. Revan said. I see. I believe that is quite the smart solution. All things need balance after all, including the Force. Harry concluded. Revan smiled that he had come to the same conclusion. So where's the star map? Harry asked. Just ahead. Let's continue. Revan said as they walked through the last part of the tomb. How has no one else ever found it if it's in a tomb where they hold one of these tests? Harry asked. It is hidden behind a mechanism that reveals another hallway, but you need to know where the mechanism is first. Revan said as they entered the final room. Wait here, he said as he went over to a statue. Soon a wall near them moved to reveal another small hallway that led to a room that Harry could see into from his position. Revan walked in to go find the final location of the elusive star forge they had been chasing. Harry leaned up against one of the walls and waited for a few moments for Revan to emerge. It didn't take more than 5 minutes for him to emerge. All right, we have what we need. Let's depart, Revan said. Harry nodded and laid a hand on his shoulder before apparating away to the ship. They quickly landed on the bridge where Revan didn't even comment on the unpleasantness of the apparition. He just moved to the cockpit where Harry followed him to. Karth was either waiting for them or was already in the cockpit. Both were equally as likely, as the man even slept in this room from what Harry could tell. Karth, punch in these coordinates and hover above the port once we take off for a moment. Revan said. Karth nodded. You got it, boss, he said as he started up the ship. Soon it was out of the port and hovering. Harry disappeared and went to the dormitory where he apparat into the academy where he stood next to the runic array that would destroy the building. He pressed up his hand against the wall and activated it. Hey, who are you? How did you get here? A guard said as he saw him and approached with a drawn vibroblade. Harry looked at him before drawing his blade and tossing it with extreme speed towards the guard. The guard yelped as he found a red lightsaber protruding from his chest as he collapsed to the ground dead. Harry summoned the blade back and apparat out as he heard the explosions started going off in the building. He arrived in the ship's dormitory and walked back to the cockpit. Okay, we can go, he said to the two men. Revan nodded though Karth looked confused. What was that about? He asked. Harry shrugged. Just making sure they can't keep using this place to pump out dark Jedi. Now let's get out of here, Harry said. Karth nodded in understanding before hitting some buttons that Harry semi-recognized at this point and they flew off. As they hit light speed, Harry looked at Revan who looked back solemnly and gave him a nod to show he did not regret what they did. Harry nodded back. Chapter 7. Too tired for an long chapter to make up for length of not posting. Hope you enjoy. Yada yada. Harry stood in the training room with Revan. They had been practicing almost non-stop since they had left Korriban. Revan had assured him that he could probably take on your average Dark Jedi with pure skill alone. Mixed in with his magic, and Revan said he would be a true force to be reckoned with. Harry believed him, but it was hard to tell when you were going up against one of the best lightsaber swordsmen currently alive. Harry sighed and wiped some sweat off his brow. Revan pushed hard in their training so he would be ready for when they got to the Star Forge. At the rate you're improving, in a few months you might be a master with a lightsaber. I have never seen someone take to the blade so quickly. Granted, you're only really proficient in one style, but still. Your adaptability seems to make up for it, Revan said with a smirk. Harry just shook his head. I honestly can't imagine wielding a blade like you do. The precision and skill you exhibit makes your enemies look like children waving around sticks. Almost awe-inspiring, Harry told him. Revan smiled at that. Thank you. I deconstruct my enemy's style while fighting them and use that and the Force to predict what they're going to do before they're going to do it. A useful skill, though much harder to put into practice than I make seem. A lot of experience is required to put it to use. That's partially why Malik is such a challenge. I trained him to be random and unpredictable instead of having a set style. Makes him my polar opposite and why it takes so long to best him, Revan said with a frown. Harry could see his fist tightening and a dark hue appear on his eyes. Harry said nothing though. He knew Revan could control himself. Well, hopefully with me there it should be easier. I never asked, but am I technically your apprentice? You keep teaching me about the Force and how to use a lightsaber. Harry asked Revan. Revan turned from angry to thoughtful. An unofficial one maybe. We don't have a master-apprentice bond, so we wouldn't be considered an official one. Why? Have you changed your mind about getting involved? Revan asked curiously. Harry shook his head. No, but then again, you're not really part of a group anymore, are you? Harry said back. Revan nodded in agreement at that. No, I suppose I'm not. Still, if you ever wanted to be my apprentice. Revan left it unsaid, but Harry knew what he was getting at. Maybe after they were done with this quest Harry might take him up on the offer, but not now. Maybe some other time, when we're not trying to topple an evil empire perhaps. Harry suggested. Approaching the coordinates of the Star Forge. Cartha's voice sounded over the ship's intercom. Both Harry and Revan shot up and made their way to the cockpit. The rest of the crew was waiting back in the main briefing room as they walked by. Harry came in and stood to the side of the room while Revan conversed with Carth. How close are we? Revan asked. 2 minutes out. Any idea of what kind of defenses we can expect when we get there? Carth asked. Revan frowned.
No.
Most of the memories associated with the Star Forge itself are still in the fog of my mind. I suspect I had something to do with that as a contingency if I was ever captured. Go in expecting anything. Revan said seriously. Harry looked out the window and watched as space whizzed by. As they approached, Harry couldn't help but have a bad feeling. He would have pushed it off, but with the way that Revan had been speaking of the Force guiding him and to not ignore such feelings, he decided to focus on the feeling. He looked to Revan for a moment and debated on telling him about his feeling, but from the frown and look on his face, Revan felt such a feeling too. Harry tensed up just as they came out of lightspeed, and immediately the ship started shaking violently. What's happening? Revan questioned. I think we're being pulled in by a planet's gravity. Carth yelled back in panic as he tried to steady the ship. Harry planted a sticking charm on his feet and to Revan's to help steady them. This allowed Harry to watch as they charged full force at the planet's surface. Harry watched as Carth tried to regain control with little success. He started to panic on what he could do. Yes, he would be fine if they crashed, but that didn't mean his companions would be. He had no spells that could control a ship in any form the inside to help him with this. Desperately, Harry threw his hand forward and instinctively reached for the Force. He didn't try to grapple with it or force it in any way as he had done so many times already. He just guided it and, amazingly, he could feel it responding to his efforts. He felt the ship jolt and start to slow down and calm as he concentrated as hard as he could, stabilizing but still coming in hot. Carth called out. Indeed, the ship was still shaking, but it was calmed enough that you could actually see what's outside the window. It looks like they were going to hit a beach or an ocean with how much the ship was still shaking. Get us on that beach, Carth. Revan ordered as he too reached out with the Force and helped Harry calm the ship down. Hard landing. Carth called out, as he managed to pull the ship up so it could land on its feet. He felt the ship jolt upwards as it hit and scraped the top of a big rock structure before they slowed to a stop and hovered over the ground before coming heavily down on the floor. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and slid down against the wall to the floor. He was sweating heavily. Revan looked down at him in concern. Are you okay? He questioned. Harry nodded. Yes. Just never done something like that before. It was like using a muscle I never knew existed before. Harry commented as he continued to catch his breath. He knew that he didn't actually use that much of the Force that he had in him, but it had still tired him as that was the first time he had actually used the Force instead of his magic. Despite them being the same thing, it had an entirely different feeling to it. Take a breather. I'm going to go brief the team and we will assess the damage to ship before deciding what to do next. Revan said before heading with Carth to the next room. Harry took the time to look at his hand that he had used to help bring the ship in. He had tried so hard to access the Force before, but it seemed he needed a moment of high stress to actually use it. He debated why that was for a moment and concluded it must have had to do with the fact that he had no actual time to think on his actions, he just did it. Revan had mentioned something similar before in training. After fully catching his breath, Harry got up and exited the ship to see the rest of the crew going over different parts of the hull already and checking the damage. He approached Mission since she was the closest. How bad is the damage, he asked while trying to not get in the way of her observations. She looked up at him. Well, most of it is luckily cosmetic, though some of the wiring was stripped completely, and there was an interior hull breach that'll need to be patched from both in and outside the ship. We should have all the tools and parts to do it, but it will take a day or two. Revan told us you helped keep the ship stable when we entered the atmosphere. Good thing you did, or it could have been a lot worse. Mission commented. Harry nodded. He knew she was dumbing it down a little so he could understand it, and he was grateful. I see. I assume you and Karth will lead the repairs then? Harry asked. She nodded. And Zailbar, of course. Of course. Well, I'll leave you to continue your work in peace then, Harry said as he walked away to find Revan, who seemed to be talking to Karth about the ship. It doesn't matter what we do if we can't escape the planet's gravity, Karth was saying. Revan nodded solemnly. It's not the planet's gravity at all. It's some sort of disruptor that messes with the system of a ship and forces it to crash into this planet. That's why we assumed it was the gravity, Harry said. He was telling the truth too. He could feel whatever the disruptor was from his current location. The amount of power it was using made it almost impossible to ignore. Revan looked even more in thought. All right, you all fix the ship. I'm going to leave most of you with the ship to fix and protect it. I sense other life forms here and they don't feel pleasant. They're strong in the dark side, so don't be afraid to shoot on sight. Harry, do you think you are well enough to accompany me? Revan asked. Harry nodded. I'm fine. I caught my breath. We should go soon though. It looks like it's still morning and we should try to see if we can at least find the disruptor before nightfall. It might also have defenses, Harry explained. Good point. All right, we're moving out. Karth, you're in charge of repairs. I'll keep my comms open if you need to get in touch with me, Revan said. With that, he headed out with Harry following after him. Do you remember this planet at all? Harry asked as they walked through the maze of the beach. Parts. I see something and will get a flash of an image but nothing more. It's like trying to come back to me but can't, Revan said. Harry was about to reply when he heard something. It sounded like something was moving semi-near them. Harry immediately reached out with his senses and immediately felt the dark presences approaching them. Hands on your weapon, I suspect they will try to fight immediately, Revan said as they pressed on. Harry nodded and drew his lightsaber with his right hand and prepared to launch spells with his left. It wasn't long before they saw the creatures that they had sensed. They had long vertical heads with eye sockets coming out of the side. They were carrying spears and swords that Harry could feel the touch of the Force on even from how far they were. Keep walking. If they choose to get in our way, that's their fault, Revan said darkly. Harry had a feeling that even if he couldn't remember these creatures, Revan still subconsciously disliked them. He still didn't question the command though. He could feel the hate and darkness being projected through the Force by these creatures. Indeed, it didn't take long for the creatures to spot them and immediately attacked. No questions, just straight to combat. Harry and Revan both ignited their lightsabers. Harry started with an exploding charm right into the middle of the group, sending them flying. Revan reacted immediately by jumping in the air and slicing one of the ragdolling bodies completely in half. Harry jumped in and pressed on one of them that was getting up and trying to shakily recover. The creature tried to pick up his spear, but Harry sliced downwards, cutting off the creature's hand before and horizontal cut detached its head before it could even cry out. Harry turned just in time to see Revan stab one through the chest and then do a full 180 spin, taking down another one coming up behind him. Harry pushed forward and smashed his blade down on one of the creatures who raised their spear just in time to block. Harry had to hold back the surprise on watching the spear actually be able to block his lightsaber. It must have had something to do with the Force he could sense embedded in the wood. Harry brought his blade back. He feinted with a downward cut and then curved it into a horizontal one that sliced into the creature's chest. He then kicked the corpse into another charging creature, causing it to get knocked to the ground. Harry jumped and buried the lightsaber into the downed creature's chest, causing it to gasp out its last breath. Harry stood and looked around. All the creatures were dead, as Revan too had just finished his last kill. There was quite a few in this group, though they didn't seem to be very skilled luckily. Harry deactivated his blade and clipped it back to his side. They didn't even try and talk with us. It was just straight to murder. A warrior culture, perhaps? Harry asked as he gazed at the bodies. I believe they are called Rakata. The once ruled the galaxy, I think. I can't remember anything else about them yet, though. I was right to order their death, though. They are strongly aligned to the dark side. Revan remarked as he started to continue over the bodies and get back on track. Harry nodded and followed him. It didn't take long for them to spot the temple they were looking for, or at least part of it. They were stopped from getting closer by another group of Rakata. Only this group had a giant creature with it. What is that? Harry asked as he looked at the creature that looked like it had the face of a bulldog with sharper teeth. A rancor. A particularly dangerous creature. They have a natural resistance to the Force and a hide that's not easily penetrated with a lightsaber. Stabs work better than cut in this case. Revan revealed. Harry thought on that and did a mental checklist of the spells he could use. I could cause a blinding flash to go off, possibly confusing the creature enough to attack the Rakata. If it fails, then we're in the same position we're in now. Harry suggested. Revan thought about it for a moment. All right, do it. Prepare to attack immediately after if it fails, though. Revan advised. Harry nodded and prepared a blinding spell that acted similarly to a flashbang going off. He cast it and watched the light purple orb sail through the air and smash right into the snout of the rancor. It went off perfectly, and the blinding flash caused the rancor to start flailing, knocking over quite a few of the Rakata and possibly killing one on impact, judging by how the sharp claws smashed into his chest. Rakata were blinded by the flash for a moment too, but recovered a lot faster than the rancor. The rancor kept flailing and trying to attack everything around it. This seemed to force the Rakata to treat it as an enemy and point their spears at it. Harry understood how they gained control over such a creature. A spear, a force spear especially, would be the best weapon to deal with such a creature. It wasn't long before the rancor was dead, with quite a few of the Rakata with it. Harry and Revan quickly descended upon the rest and made quick work of them. With that, they continued on. Are all of them like this? Harry asked, walking over the new piles of dead bodies. As far as I can remember, though I wouldn't call my memories of anything around the Star Forge as accurate. Revan as they approached the temple that had a force field around it. Harry peered at the force field. He could sense the force on it, but not in a way that exactly acted as a ward. It seemed more like an added layer of protection from physical entry. Revan looked to him questioningly. I think we can get to the other side with no problem, Harry said. He peered behind the wall and looked for any places where there could be hidden defenses, and he saw none. Whoever protected this place seemed to be under the impression that it was impenetrable. All right, let's go, Harry said. Revan stepped to him and Harry grabbed his shoulder and apparat onto the other side of the field. He clearly felt when they passed the barrier. Although it wasn't meant to protect from this type of entry, it still caused a pause and a rough arrival. Despite that, it just went to show how powerful the force field actually was. Revan landed on his knees, wheezing. Hate that so much, Revan said as he stood. Harry just raised an eyebrow. Big powerful Sith Lord and Jedi Master can't even handle a little jolt? Harry asked sarcastically. Revan glared before looking around. We need to comb this whole place, Revan said. Well, we can find the control room and disable the disruptor, or we can just go to the roof and destroy it. Second option might take longer depending on where the command center is, but it does give us a more definitive path than wandering aimlessly in hope of finding the right room, Harry suggested. Revan thought for a moment. It'll take longer, but I think we should comb every floor. I also want to destroy this temple after we leave. It is strong in the dark side, and places strong in the dark side such as this can be used again if found, especially if the Rakata get in after we clear it out, Revan said. Harry nodded before approaching a wall. He transfigured an obsidian knife and started carving into the wall and drawing intricate designs. He could feel Revan both waiting patiently as well as watching with interest as he drew the runic array. These drawings are fascinating. How do they work? Revan asked. Think of runes as a language of the Force. Just as carbon-based life forms have a bunch of languages they speak and know, the Force is the same way. Runes are a clear language the Force understands to more precisely carry out orders. For me, it's like I'm creating an intricate chemical equation that leads to a certain result. For the Force, it's like I'm saying, hey, create an explosion of around this size and shape and of this strength. It takes practice, as you have to find the right equation, otherwise the Force translates it as something else which causes a different result. Harry explained. Revan looked deeply fascinated by what he was both saying and doing. Harry carved the last rune and then charged the array. It glowed softly before fading. Harry nodded and turned. We can continue on now, Harry said as they pressed into the temple. It wasn't long before they heard voices ahead of them. Harry turned to Revan for his plan. Sneaking around will only take longer. Unless there is a camera in the area, we use Force, Revan said. Harry nodded and approached the two dark Jedi while hiding his presence as he snuck up behind them. They seemed to be talking about another college who they were planning to arrange an accident for. Harry didn't even wait for Revan. He sprang into action as he banished a pile rocks towards the one on his left's head and pulled out his blade to cut down his companion. They must have felt the incoming danger because they turned and tried to react, but Harry was too fast. The one he sliced at got cut down before he could even grab his blade. The one he banished debris at was quick enough to reach into the Force and block the banished items, which left him completely exposed to Revan's surprise attack. Both Harry and Revan sheathed their weapons and continued on. It wasn't the last time they ran into trouble either. There was not just dark Jedi here either. There was also advanced battle droids, which were a little easier to deal with as they couldn't use the Force to sense danger and prepare for surprise attacks. It was rare they got into actual fights, but it did happen. At one point they were attacked by a group of 4 dark Jedi. Harry had drawn his blade to attack, but Revan had been getting frustrated on how much time they were losing. He had raised his hand, unleashed a storm of Force lightning upon the dark Jedi that brought them all to the floor, cried out in pain. Harry winced upon seeing it, not because he cared what happened to his enemies, but because he had been under Malik's lightning and Revan's looked even more powerful. It did not take long at all before the bodies stopped convulsing and laid still. That seemed like overkill, Harry commented as he looked at the charred remains of the bodies. This was faster than trying to fight them, Revan pointed out. Harry nodded. He guessed they weren't playing with kitty gloves. Guess I should step up my performance too, Harry said to himself, though judging by the slight turn of his head, Revan heard him. After the encounter, they didn't run into many more groups, though they did open a room and discover a Sith Master. Harry pointed his hand up. Dracoso, Harry said as he watched a green fire burst into existence into the room, surprising the Sith Master. Harry closed the door and left the Master to deal with the fire. Revan looked surprised. What was that? He asked. We call it Greek fire where I come from. I created a spell that replicates it. Second strongest fire spell I know, though not as hard to tame, Harry said. As soon as he finished his explanation, muffled screams started coming from the door, which was the sign that the Sith Master no longer could hold back the violent flames. Revan looked at the door. You just get more and more interesting, Revan said slyly. Harry smirked a little in response. With that, they continued on while at the same time putting small runic arrays all over the place. They continued up towards the next floors and murdering pretty much anyone they could along the way. You say your runes basically can do anything if one knows how. Is it possible to create an EMP with them? Revan asked. Harry thought about that one as they walked around the 3rd floor. Possible? Yes, though it would take me some time to figure out. There is no set rune for something like that, which means I will have to create one almost from scratch. Or, I guess I can make a complicated array for it. Both of them will take quite a bit of time though, and not something I can just whip up, Harry responded. Revan seemed satisfied with the answer and they pressed on. There seemed to be much less of a Sith presence as they continued on, which probably meant they were getting closer or farther from their target. Turned out Harry was right in his assessment. They ran into a heavily fortified door. Harry didn't think even a lightsaber would be able to just break into it with how thick it looked. Harry watched as Revan started fiddling with the keypad. Looks like if it's overloaded or broken, it will immediately lock the door and sound an alarm, Revan asked. Harry thought about that. Is there anyone left to even respond to the alarm? We killed most of the people and droids in here, and I'm betting we can easily take on whatever's left, Harry said. Revan seemed to be considering it. No. It may also send an alarm to the forge itself, which will cause them to send squads down here to investigate. I'm gonna try and struck it, Revan said as he popped off the pad and messed with the wires behind it for a second before reinstalling it. He then started type things on the keypad in a really fast motion. Harry couldn't follow what was happening, but he barely had actual experience with computers here except for the ones in the cockpit of the Ebon Hawk. It took a few minutes before Revan said anything. Okay, I think I got it. I almost wish Mission came with us. She's much better at these things, Revan said as he paused for a moment. Harry grabbed his lightsaber in preparation. All right, so when I do this it should open, Revan said looking at the door. He was right, the door came to life and opened up. Sadly, a loud blaring sound started up signaling the alarm had been triggered. Harry gave a dry look to the man. Revan just sighed in annoyance before activating his lightsaber and entering the room. There was one Sith trooper in the room and he didn't even have a weapon on him. It didn't stop Revan from cutting him in half. He looked at the massive computer and started typing things. He looked at the screen and started reading what was being projected. Harry was still new to the written language despite knowing how to speak it. It took him a while to translate the sentences, and by the time he did, Revan changed the page. After a few moments, he seemed to execute some commands. Harry felt the force field go down as well as the disruptor deactivate. By now, he could also feel a dark presence entering his sensing range and approaching fast. Two presences actually, and he could definitely recognize one. The other, however, felt weird. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on why. It's Malik. He's going to land on the roof. Let's go, Revan said darkly. Harry nodded and followed the man. They went straight to the top level and onto the roof. There, Malik seemed to be waiting for him on another person. Harry understood the strangely familiar presence as he saw Bastila standing next to the Sith with a blank expression on her face and in a dark skin-tight outfit. Harry didn't question why she was with Malik. He could easily recognize the telltale signs of being brainwashed. Revan, I know. Revan responded immediately as he locked eyes with Bastila, who gave no reaction to seeing him. Harry eyed Malik and had a feeling the Sith would be smirking if he could. You prove your ingenuity time and time again, Revan. I see you have once again embraced the dark. Because of this, I will give you a choice. Join me as my right hand and live, or deny me and I will have my new apprentice cut you down, Malik said. Revan didn't say anything. He just ignited both his lightsabers as his answer and glared with hatred at Malik. Harry could feel the buildup of the force behind Revan and still had to admire the man's control despite the extreme feelings running through him. I'll hold off Bastila, was all Harry said. Revan didn't acknowledge what he said, but Harry knew he heard him. With that, they both jumped at their designated enemies. Bastila jumped at Revan, but Harry immediately blocked her path and ignited his blade to block her. Bastila glared at for a moment before trying to push him forward. Harry immediately pushed back aggressively. Despite his improvements, Bastila was still considered a Jedi Master who was considered one of their best blade masters. He was going to have to get tricky to keep her at bay. Bastila was always an aggressive fighter, which made it hard for Harry to get a proper handle on her considering he fought in a similar manner. Unfortunately for her, she had a dual-sided lightsaber, which meant she didn't have a hand free like Harry did. Harry blocked a strike, then jumped back. He threw an exploding charm at the floor, which did a good job of blowing it to smithereens. He then banished the rocks at Bastila. She blocked them easily, which Harry already predicted would happen, which was he followed the banishment up with a fire whip charm. Bastila barely had time to jump back from the attack, but it passed close enough to her skin that the heat seems to slightly burn her outfit right over her chest. Harry continued to press with a quick water summoning charm that he blasted the floor with, getting it soaking wet. He then shot a simple freezing charm on the water, causing the floor to be covered in an inch-thick ice sheet. Harry watched Bastila pause as she looked at what he had done. She seemed to be thinking before trying to jump over the whole area. Harry jumped to meet her and they collided mid-air. They both landed in the middle of the ice. Despite the conditions, they immediately moved to attack each other. Their blades clashed into each other in quick succession. Thought she was more skilled. Harry had much more experience and skill while fighting on ice. Bastila was doing her best to fight him while also maintaining her balance. This evened the playing field. Bastila was showing her anger as her face was in a deep scowl, and Harry could see her gritting her teeth in anger. Harry was just doing his best to push her back. He couldn't throw anything that might kill her, which was unfortunate as that would have been much easier than incapacitating her. Soon, Harry managed to take an advantage of an opening. Bastila attacked him diagonally on his right. Harry saw this and managed to stop his natural inclination to block her, and instead reached his hand out and met her incoming stomach. Bastila's eyes widened at the action but was already too late to stop her attack. Right before the blade was a centimeter from his skin, Harry cast a banishment charm directly into her body, which immediately sent her and her blade flying backwards. Harry heard the air violently get shoved out of her lungs as the force of the spell slammed right into her diaphragm. She landed in a heap on the floor and immediately started gasping as she tried to get the air back into her lungs, which apparently was taking a while. Harry immediately summoned her blade to him and caught it in midair. He walked over to her, finally feeling the exhaustion in his body from moving so much. He saw Bastila look up at him with hatred as she continued to try and get air back in her lungs. Harry said nothing to her as he reached his hand out and stunned the downed woman. Bastila clearly did not have the strength to resist as she immediately was knocked out. Harry sighed as he looked over to Revan and Malik, who were still battling with a mix of the Force and lightsaber skill. Lightning flashed from Revan's hands, though Malik was able to block it successfully. Despite the block, Revan's covered a much wider area than Malik's did, so some still caught him, causing him to pause for a moment as he dealt with the pain. This was all Revan needed to come in with his two blades with a spin. Malik blocked the first blow, but his blade was knocked away enough to allow the second blade to slice across his chest, causing him to yell in pain. Malik went down in 1 second and had Revan's red blade under his chin in the next second. "It's over, Malik. Submit and I will allow you to be taken into custody. Resist and you die," Revan stated. Harry could still feel the anger rolling of Revan and could tell that he was hoping Malik would choose the second option. Malik didn't respond, he just kept looking at the ground. Harry didn't need to reach out to the Force to see what was going to happen next. Malik let out a giant Force push that went in all directions. Revan must have suspected something was coming too as he jumped back and did a flip. Mid-flip, he threw his red lightsaber at the now quickly retreating Malik, who pulled his lightsaber out and deflected it back at Revan, who caught it. Malik, the coward, didn't even bother trying to take his new apprentice that Harry was guarding on behalf of Revan. He ran straight to his ship and entered it. Revan didn't even bother chasing his former apprentice, he just watched him run away. Soon the ship was in the air and blasting away from the temple and back to the Star Forge. Harry watched it for a moment before looking at Revan, who looked to be walking towards him, or more specifically Bastila. "What's her condition?" Revan asked as he kneeled down next to the downed form. "Nothing major. A few cuts and some bruises. Good as new with a day of rest and healing. I stunned her instead of knocking her out," Harry said as he watched Revan pick her up bridal style. "Can we teleport out of here?" Revan asked. Harry thought, "We can, though I should hold Bastila while doing so. The more people, the less stable it is to do it. It's most stable where I am, so it would be safer this way," Harry said. Revan handed her over without protest and grabbed on to Harry's shoulder. Within a moment, they were back on board the Ebon Hawk and Harry handed Bastila back to Revan. "I'll be back," Harry said as he disappeared back to the temple. He reappeared back in front of the original array he had made. This one was bigger than all the rest because the explosion would need to reach all the other ones to trigger them into exploding as well. He had not had the time necessary to connect all the arrays. Harry activated the array and watched as it started to glow. Harry disappeared back onto the Ebon Hawk where he could still clearly hear the explosions going off in the distance. He ignored it and walked into the briefing room, which was empty. He wondered if everyone was still working on repairs even though it was already late evening. He walked to the med bay and saw Bastila awake and talking to Revan, but she looked a mix of angry and confused. Harry immediately pivoted in mid-step and walked away to leave the ship. He could still sense the dark side around Bastila, but Revan would be able to handle that. They were still bonded after all. He went down the exit ramp and saw the rest of the team wrapping up and putting their gear away. Harry walked up to Mission. How was the progress today? Harry asked. Mission looked up with a smile. We're all finished. Is ready to fly again. Also, Karth called the Republic and they're sending a fleet to back us up and make sure the Starforge is destroyed. We're doing the attack tomorrow. What about you and Revan? You destroyed the disruptor, right? Mission asked. Harry nodded. Yeah, it's all destroyed. It was smart to give us the night to rest too. We rescued Bastila as well. She's been brainwashed over to the Sith side, but Revan is talking to her now and hopefully it will be fully sorted out soon. Harry told her. She looked worried at what he said despite his words though. Brainwashed? How did they manage that? Bastila always seemed like such a strong-willed person. Mission asked. It most likely involved heavy harsh treatment, and since she was taken by Malik himself, I imagine she probably has horror stories. Sith have techniques to penetrate the mind and thoughts from what Revan has told me. Such techniques would make a process both easier and faster. Mission shivered. I can't even imagine what that would be like. I think I'd rather just die. Mission said. You're not alone in such thoughts. Many soldiers have ways of having poison on them to kill themselves with if they are ever captured by the enemy. It's to make sure the enemy can't get any information from them. Harry told her. Mission didn't say anything, but Harry got the feeling she didn't exactly like the topic of discussion. Don't worry about it. No one on this crew would let that happen to you. Harry said, trying to ease her discomfort. Including you? She asked. Harry blinked curiously at her. Of course. Did I give the impression I wouldn't? Harry asked. I don't know. It just seems you're only really close to Revan. She commented. Harry nodded. I am definitely closer to him than anyone else, but I would still risk my life to save any one of yours. Harry told her. Especially since I can't actually die. Harry thought. Mission smiled up at him, apparently pleased with his words. Thanks, Harry. Mission said. Harry nodded and moved on to check the rest of the ship. He had to admit they did a great job of fixing the ship. He could tell it had been damaged, but just barely. After going around it a few times, he went back into the ship and immediately saw everyone standing and sitting uncomfortably in the briefing room. What's going on? Harry asked. Bastila and Revan seem to have made up and are currently getting reacquainted, Karth said. Harry looked at the direction of the med bay with confusion. He couldn't sense anything unusual, but it was completely possible that Revan was just shielding. He looked back at the blushing faces before he finally caught on. Well then, I'm gonna call it a day and turn in then, shall see you all in the morning, Harry said as he tried not to think about what was happening in the med bay. Same here. Right behind you. And soon, everyone was following him into the crew's quarters to give Revan and Bastila some privacy. Harry just stripped down and put on some sweatpants or the nearest thing he could find to sweatpants and crashed in his bed. He was exhausted after today's activities. He knew that Revan invited him to work with him on missions for that exact reason, to build up his physical stamina. It was working too, which only encouraged Revan to keep doing it. Harry put those thoughts out of his mind though. Now it was time for sleep. Harry closed his eyes and emptied his mind in a matter of seconds. He slipped into sleep immediately and felt his mind go numb. Harry woke up and blinked the blurriness out of his eyes before looking around the room. His eyes, however, stopped on the figure that was sitting on the bed next to him looking down at him. Bastila was silently staring down directly at him. Harry stared at the woman for a moment before sitting up and looking at her directly in the eyes. You're looking a lot less evil than the last time I saw you, Harry commented as he felt the darkness that had surrounded her yesterday had greatly subdued, though it was very much still there. Yes, Revan tells me I have you to thank for that, Bastila said, looking at him directly in the eyes. Harry raised an eyebrow. If that's what you want to call me knocking you out, Harry told her, gauging her reaction. He wasn't used to an emotionless Bastila. He was used to her being angry. You could have killed me if you wanted to. No one would have blamed you if you had, except Revan. Maybe, but he would have gotten over it and forgave you eventually. Revan is strong, and while he would mourn me, he would have eventually moved on, Bastila pointed out. Harry looked at her. Does this speech have a point to it? Harry asked her. She once again took a moment to look at him but didn't get angry at his words. I wanted to thank you for saving my life and apologize for the way I treated you before my kidnapping. It has been brought to my attention that my previous behavior to you and some of the others was unpleasant to say the least. Bastila admitted. Harry stared at her before nodding in acceptance. All right, it's fine, you're forgiven. Water under the bridge, as they would say on my planet. Harry said. Bastila said nothing, though Harry thought he saw a little relief enter her eyes. She nodded and stood up before walking away. Harry watched her go before getting up and getting ready for the day. He put on a gray shirt with black jacket over it and some cargo pants before heading out after securing his lightsaber on his belt. With that, he walked into the briefing room to see most of the team gathered. Revan looked at him. Good, you're here. We were about to discuss the assault plan. Revan said as he gestured to the holotable, which had a display of a space station that had a sphere in its center with 3 giant vertical wing-like appendages. It seemed to be made entirely of metal. This is our target, the Star Forge. It is hovering just above the star this planet is orbiting and is currently pumping out fleets all day every day. It has the best security currently available, along with a fleet constantly protecting it, making it almost impossible to penetrate. This is where we come in. Our ship is small enough to slip past the fleet defense and board the station. Once we are on board, some of us will need to go into it and get to the main control room to overload its reactors somehow. That's the only plausible way to destroy it. Despite this, most of you will remain on the ship to defend Bastila. Bastila is a master at battle meditation, which can easily turn the tides of any battle. This will save the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers that will be joining us. She will need extreme concentration to maintain this, however. Revan said as he looked around the room for a moment. Jolie leaned forward. So, 2 groups, one to protect Bastila and the other to infiltrate the station. The second group will have to be smaller to avoid attention as well as be able to move quickly. They will also be powerful enough to deal with any resistance they run into. You and Harry are the obvious choice for that, especially with Harry's stealth skill. The rest of us should stay on the ship to make up for the fact that all our heavy hitters will be doing something else. That about right? Jolie asked Revan gruffly. Revan nodded in agreement while Harry just stood to the side and said nothing. One other thing, you also need to make sure Malik dies as well. If he's able to slink off again, then the Sith Empire will rise again. He needs to be dealt with as a secondary but still important objective. Bastila said as she looked Revan right in the eye. She's right. If he lives, then we'll have to do all this again later. Harry spoke for the first time since he entered the room. The Republic will want to have him captured to put him on trial for war crimes. Karth mentioned. That would be fine if they had any actual viable means to continuously detain a Sith Lord, but they definitely don't, at least not for long. No, he has to die or others will. Harry reiterated. Karth backed down after that and seemed to agree with sentiment as he thought over the repercussions of letting the Sith live. Good, we all have our assignments. With that, everyone go get ready in combat attire. We take off in 5 minutes to go out and meet the fleet. Revan said, bringing the meeting to an end. Everyone moved to go do whatever they needed to do before going on a mission that could possibly lead to their death. The only 2 who remained besides him were Bastila and Revan, and HK of course, who mainly just sat in a corner sulking about the fact that he never got to go out and kill meatbags anymore. Revan looked at him for a moment. You seem eerily calm for someone who's about to go on what is essentially a suicide mission. Revan commented. Bastila's eyes flickered to him as Revan approached him. Harry looked at the man. I think the same could be said about you, could it not? Harry said back as he looked at Revan, who did indeed look very calm. Revan cracked a smile at his words. I suppose, but this wouldn't be my first one, and with my luck, it won't be my last either. Revan told him quietly. Harry nodded in understanding. I suppose it wouldn't be your first either. You were a bounty hunter before this. Harry thought back to that time and could honestly say he barely remembered it. Every day just mushed together like a gray blur before he had met Revan. It was all the same. Now though, every day was interesting and chock full of new experiences. Harry remembered them with a hint of fondness if he were honest with himself. No, I suppose it wouldn't be. Still, we should make sure to be careful. All it takes is a stray bolt. You better be there to block it then. Revan remarked. I'd rather not get in the habit of having to save your life. Harry shot back. Harry saw the ghost of a smile on Bastila's face at their banter. He said nothing on it though. Harry said nothing more as Karth entered and made his way to the cockpit. All right, we're heading up, Karth called. Harry decided to join him since he saw Revan and Bastila both inching to the medbay, and he didn't need to be a genius to figure out what they wanted some private time with each other. Karth had just engaged the engines when Harry entered and leaned against the back wall of the cockpit as he watched the man work. Karth continued on without noticing him and got the ship to start hovering above the ground. He then brought up the landing gear before pointing the ship straight up into the sky. Within a moment they were blasting up towards the atmosphere. In less than a minute they were out of the atmosphere, and among the darkness of space. Karth engaged the engines to the max and moved to the coordinates where the fleet was going to arrive. Harry could see a metallic shine in the distance that he knew to be the massive form of the Star Forge. It took nearly 30 minutes until they arrived at the spot required for the meetup. Karth cut the power as he essentially parked the ship. How long until the fleet arrives? Harry asked. He had to fight to keep the amusement off his face when Karth nearly jumped from his seat at the sound of his voice and spun to look at him. Upon seeing him, Karth calmed himself before answering. They should be here in 5 minutes as long as there were no delays. Karth informed him. Good, Harry said as he exited the room. He walked right past the medical bay and straight out of the briefing room to the cargo hold. Harry entered it and immediately sat on the floor and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes and focused on the force. He could immediately feel it surrounding him, so different and dense than his home world. He remembered how odd it was to use the force for the first time when easing the ship's descent. He simply reached out and trusted his instincts and done it. It was more like magic than he thought, yet so different. He reached out and gave a slight push through the force. He opened his eyes and watched one of the crates move away from him across the ground. He concentrated and reached out for the crate and grabbed onto it. Once he got a hold on it, he urged it closer. He watched as the crate moved closer until it was back in its original position. He smiled before concentrating one more time. This time, the crate steadily rose into the air. It was shaky at first, but he steadied it the higher it got. He held it high in the air and kept it there for a moment and twirled it slightly. Fleet's here, Karth called over the intercom, causing Harry to have his concentration broken. He watched the crate fall and smash into the ground, much to his dismay. He took a deep breath and stood up. This had been a good test to see if he could actively reach out to the force and use it consciously. It looked to be a success, but he needed to learn how to split his concentration, which he was sure he could do with some practice. Concluding that thought, he made his way back to the cockpit of the ship. As he entered, his eyes widened at the sight in front of him. A huge armada of combat ships of all shapes and sizes was in front of him just outside the window. Revan followed in with Bastila a second after. Perfect, the time for the attack has arrived. Karth signaled them to commence the attack. Make sure they know to give us an escort so we can get onto the station, Revan ordered. Karth nodded and proceeded to relay what Revan said to the command ship of the fleet. Captain Karth, this Admiral Dodonna. We read you loud and clear. We will commence the attack at your signal. A female voice replied to Karth. No time like the present, Admiral, Karth said as he flipped a switch and engaged the engines to full output as they started blasting towards the Star Forge. The closer they got, the more curious Harry got. The machine looked to be sucking up the sun it was closely orbiting as a power source. He should have guessed with the name it had, but seeing it firsthand was something else. Sith fleet incoming. Lowering engines to 80% to engage shields. Karth called out. He did just that, and not a moment sooner were there enemy fighters opening fire on them. Harry held on as he felt the ship shake from a bolt colliding with their shields. Harry continued to look out the window until he saw the rest of the Sith fleet come into view. It was massive. Karth immediately started pulling maneuvers that he wouldn't be able to do in his dreams to dodge incoming assaults. Harry closed his eyes and tried not to imagine what would happen if the ship blew up and he fell into the star they were currently right next to. We're getting close. Our escort seems to be doing their job, Karth said. Indeed, they were quickly closing in on the Star Forge, and it looked so much bigger up close. Of course, They're Jedi after all. They have an unfair advantage. Revan commented. Harry blinked, then reached out with the Force to sense their presence. Revan was correct, as he could definitely feel their presence in the Force connected with the light. Harry hadn't known Jedi were part of the Republic fleet. Is it normal for Jedi to be part of the fleet? Harry questioned. Revan shook his head. No, when outside conflict comes, they usually like to stick their head in the sand and pretend it has nothing to do with them. It must be because Sith are involved. Revan said. Harry heard what could easily be construed as bitterness in his voice when he said it too. He didn't question it though. Now wasn't the time. He left the cockpit and moved to the cargo hold where Bastila was starting her battle meditation. He started moving around the room and casting spells on it to start bringing up the wards in case the Sith managed to board the ship. Bastila said nothing as she was too busy helping their fleet against the Sith. Soon enough the room was complete. No one but the crew, who he had keyed into the wards, would even know that this room would exist, much less penetrate it. Revan came to the room and entered it. When he did, he shivered and looked at the doorway with confusion. What was that? He asked. The defenses I set up. I've made this room invisible to anyone not part of the crew, as well as made it pretty much impenetrable to anyone else. Harry said. Revan looked impressed as he prodded the protections with the Force. Impressive. We're landing, so you and me need to get to the landing ramp. Revan said. Harry nodded and left the room to follow Revan outside towards the room and towards the ship's exit. They stood side by side in wait. Karth, how's the landing coming? Revan asked into his comm. Just entered the hangar. Opening the ramp to let you out. Karth responded. Immediately the ramp opened and Harry saw that the ship was still moving, so he applied a sticking charm as he got to the edge of the ramp. As soon as Karth pulled to a parking slot and started hovering, Revan and him jumped out and ignited their lightsabers. They immediately found themselves blocking bolts being fired at them by heavy troopers blocking the exit. Harry could only block them while Revan redirected them back, taking out one for every bolt they shot at them. Soon they were dead, but they had no time to breathe easy. Heavy assault droids came marching into the room with guns and shields active. Revan blasted one back with a force push while Harry cast a levitation charm on the other, which caused it to fly up and smash into the roof. It went limp as it fell and then smashed back into the floor, where it sparked a little before dying. Harry and Revan continued on. They know we're here, which means stealth isn't going to be a real option, Harry said as they got past the doors and reached an elevator. Revan smashed a button on a floor. Then we smash forward and deal with the enemies as they come. Don't be afraid to let loose, as we don't have the time to deal with each individual enemy, Revan commanded. The elevator stopped and they both reactivated their lightsabers as the door opened. The blaster bolts came at them immediately. Harry cast a shielding charm but knew it wouldn't last long under the onslaught. It did give Revan enough time to reach out and unleash torrents of force lightning upon their foes. The troopers immediately went down and the droids started short-circuiting from the attack. With a few more seconds, all the enemies were either dead or close enough to it to no longer be a threat. Let's go, Revan said. With that, they started running through the base. Harry had no idea where they were going, but Revan seemed to have some idea. He could sense Malik's presence, though he was a level or two above them if Harry guessed correctly. The enemies that were coming at them seemed to be unorganized, and he got the feeling that Malik was doing his best to just slow them down. Harry didn't even find them to be a challenge as he ran up to the troopers while deflecting the bolts. As soon as he got close, they panicked and he cut them through them like they were nothing. Most didn't even have time to cry out as he cut through them. Revan looked to be having an even easier time as he cut through the troopers like an artist of death. They reached another elevator where they finally had a chance to take a breath from the killing. That was easy, Harry commented. Revan nodded. They were just meant to slow us down. I sense injure force users on the next floor though. Malik must have mobilized them and ordered them all here while the troopers and droids gave them the time to prepare and organize. This next part will be harder. Do you have anything in your bag of tricks that can help? What about that fire magic you used? Revan asked. Harry thought about it. He had a few spells in his arsenal that caused mass destruction, especially with how much magic he could pump into them. Dracoso may indeed be useful. Alright, but make sure you stay next to me. Most of my more destructive spells are hard to control, so make sure I can properly shield you from them if necessary. Harry told him. It was the first time he openly admitted to Revan that what he did was more magic and spells than the Force. Harry had avoided calling it such to avoid the stigma that Force users had about cultures that called it as such, even if he thought it was incredibly stupid. There was a cute little ding as they arrived on the net floor, and Harry immediately reached his hand out. He didn't even wait for the doors to fully open. Dracoso, he yelled and pumped magic into his hand, unleashing a searing wave of green fire on the unsuspecting dark Jedi and Sith waiting to confront him. Harry watched those in the front of the group have no defense for the wave. The Sith behind them, however, seemed to be able to react as they reached out to the Force to try and contain the raging inferno. Taking advantage of the distraction, Revan jumped to the left while Harry moved right and started picking off Sith. The first few went down easily, at least until he ran into what he presumed was a Sith Lord. The man was bald and had gray skin with red and black robes. He turned to Harry and scowled before igniting his blade. Harry clashed with the man with his own blade and braced for the strength that he had backing up his strike. Harry jumped back, but the Sith Lord jumped with him and forced Harry to re-engage. Harry grit his teeth in annoyance at the man before trying to press onto the attack. He wasn't ready to go up against such a high-level opponent in a fair fight, so he would have to use his ingenuity. By this point, half the room was on fire, with many of its occupants now dead. Harry knew this because he was staring at the direction of the fire while the Sith had his back to it. He could also see Revan engaged across the room with 3 dark Jedi at the same time and seemed to be holding his own, much to their annoyance. That sadly meant he wouldn't be able to help Harry any. Harry focused in on the red blade approaching him and moved to block it. His opponent pushed forward once more, and Harry waited this time before moving at the last second to redirect the blade to the side past him. He ducked down to his knee and did a cut at the man's legs, which he barely had time to get away from. It was so close that bits of the Sith Master's robes were burned off. The Sith Master glared at him, which Harry took advantage of to push his own attack. The Sith seemed to be able to keep up easily enough, but Harry continued to push his body to the limit to keep him on the defense. What Harry was missing in skill, he made up with by thinking outside the box. Using that to his advantage, he used the fact that the Sith was totally concentrated on him to get him closer and closer to the fire. When he got him where he wanted him, Harry went for a strike but feinted and jumped back, injure feet, confusing the Sith. Harry didn't give him a chance to puzzle out what he was doing. He quickly threw out injure exploding charms next to the man. None of them hit him, and the Sith seemed further confused as he never seen a true spell besides the fire one he had used earlier. The charms hit the floor and blasted the man backwards straight into the fire. An exhausted Harry panted in relief when he saw the man go up in flames and cried out. He turned to Revan to see him dealing with the last of his opponents. Harry moved to help, but it would seem it was unneeded as Revan batted the dark user's blade upwards, leaving him totally exposed, which allowed Revan to shove his 2 blades through the man's chest. Revan sheathed his blades and looked at Harry. "What took you so long?" Revan asked sarcastically. Harry just put his hands on his knees as he gestured to the charred corpse of the Sith he had been fighting. "I dealt with a fully trained Sith Master." "What? Did you have trouble with the 3 glorified younglings you were dealing with?" Harry asked rhetorically as he stood up straight after finally catching his breath. Revan smirked at him before looking at the burning room. "Do we just leave it, or are you going to put it out?" Revan asked. Harry looked and shrugged. "This place is made of metal. Not much for it to burn, so once the magic I pumped into it runs out, it'll just disappear. Let's move on, shall we?" Harry gestured to the route they needed to go. Revan nodded and they were back to moving. It seemed that they had decimated the Force-using population, as the next Force users they had run into had to be backed up with Sith troopers flanking them. Revan had not even bothered dealing with them as he slammed them with a massive Force push that caused them to fall off the floor they were currently on and fall to their deaths at the bottom of the Star Forge. Once they finished clearing the floor, they made it to a series of ramps that led up to the command center of the Star Forge. There they came face to face with the Sith of the hour. "A shame that you are now working so hard to bring down the Empire that we worked so hard to bring up, Revan. What caused you to abandon our mission? The Jedi are weak, we both know and agree on that. I can see your mind hasn't changed on that. Yet you have chosen the Jedi over me and the Empire that you created. Why? Malik demandingly asked. You misunderstand. I am not here as a Jedi. You are right, I still have too many problems with the Jedi and their philosophy to ever call myself one of them again. However, this is not the way to accomplish what we wanted. This is the longing of the dark side to feel powerful by conquering everything in sight. You have lost your way as I had. Not only that, but you tried to kill me. Let's not forget that. But you know what's even worse than that, what's even worse than trying to kill me and trying to take over the galaxy. You harsh treatment and turned against me the woman I loved. For that, I'm gonna cut your damn criffing head off. Revan said as he ignited both his blades and pointed the red one at Malik. Malik said nothing for a moment before calmly reaching out and ignited his own lightsaber. So, this is how it's going to be. Malik stated. This is how it must be. Harry, stay here and do what needs to be done. I'll deal with this, Revan said. Harry nodded and moved to the side slowly up towards the console without taking his eyes off the two. Harry could feel the dramatic shift of the force around Revan as the man drew upon the power of the dark side in full. He watched as the man's eyes took on the color of a dark, angry yellow as he stared down at Malik. It was like watching a silent war going on with just the force surrounding the two men as it clashed against each other. This was the first time Harry had seen Revan the Sith Lord. He could see why just the mere mention of this man had terrified others. It happened in a blink. One moment they were standing 30 feet apart, the next they were clashing blades and moving like a blur. Harry immediately turned and started typing away on the computer. It was a slow process with how long it took him to translate it. At some point, the battle between Revan and Malik had led to another room. He hadn't been paying actual attention but assumed Malik had run away from his more powerful and skilled former master. This hadn't slowed him down though. He looked through the different systems that the Starforge had before finally finding the reactors that converted the star's energy into something that could be used to build the fleets. Harry then turned them off so the station would continue to suck in power and just have it build up until, boom. Harry backed out most of the sub-menus and looked at the console. He had a sudden thought but hesitated to execute it. He thought for a moment before stepping back up to the console. In a few minutes, he had found what he was looking for. In a few more minutes, he watched as a rectangle chip came out of the console. He picked it up and looked at it for a moment. He then pocketed it and went to go wait outside the door that he could sense Revan and Malik on. He could also sense other force presences, but he was confused a bit. He wasn't sure if he was feeling wrong, but it felt like Malik was absorbing these presences. Malik kept doing this over and over again until there were no more presences besides Malik and Revan. It didn't take much longer than that to feel Malik's presence in the Force get snuffed out completely. Harry waited patiently as Revan finally emerged from the chamber. He stopped next to Harry but didn't look at him. Harry could still feel the dark side shrouding him. He watched Revan take a deep breath and let it out. As he let it out, the dark side seems to dissolve off of him, as did his yellow eyes, until normal Revan was all that was left. My task is complete. How about yours? Revan asked as he finally looked at Harry. Done. The Starforge will destroy itself in approximately 10 minutes if the computer is to be believed. Harry said, gesturing to the terminal which had a multitude of errors displayed on how energy levels were reaching critical levels. So, 10 minutes to get back to the ship and then fly away. Revan said. Actually, 10 minutes just to fly away. Harry replied as he gripped Revan's shoulder and violently deposited them in the crew quarters of the Ebon Hawk. They walked out and saw most of the remaining crew armed and looking ready for anything. How long have you been back there? Mission asked first. Harry said nothing while Revan just smiled. Not long. Karth, close the ramp and get us out of here. Starforge is going to blow in 9 minutes. Revan called as he moved to the cargo hold. Harry didn't follow though. Instead he decided to just pull up a seat near the briefing table and put his head down. He was once again extremely tired and wanted to go to sleep. Sadly, he was pretty sure it was bad form to sleep during a battlefield. So, Harry looked up to see Mission looking at him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. Tell me what happened, Mission urged. Harry rolled his eyes. We killed a lot of bad guys. I made the Starforge initiate a self-destruct. While I was doing that, Revan presumably cut off Malik's head. Finally, we came back. Not much to tell really. Unless, of course, you want to hear about the murder parts? Harry asked. Mission glared. You're not a very good storyteller, you know that? Mission told him rhetorically.
Sorry, I'm exhausted.
Fought a Sith Master today. I won, but it was hard. That's not even mentioning the number of troopers, droids and dark Jedi I also had to go through. Harry told her. Mission reached over and awkwardly patted his back. Okay, I get it. You just rest here until it's over then. Mission said as she got up and left. Harry immediately dozed off. He could still hear the battle outside well, at least to an extent. More of feeling it really as it shook the ship. He could hear the voices in the cockpit yelling out and responding to commands, but eventually he tuned those out as well. Just as he was on the cusp of actually falling asleep, he felt the ship shake heavily before going still. Then he heard the cheering come from both inside the ship and over the intercom. He lazily got up and made his way over. The first thing he saw was what looked like scraps floating in space next to the star they were near. He could just recognize the scraps as parts of the Sith fleet. The explosion must have been large enough to wipe out anything near it, including the fleet. Bastila came in soon after and looked on the remains and stood next to Revan. She leaned into him and they both just looked at it. Harry turned his eyes and looked at it as well. He wondered who was going to come and pick up the mess. 2 years later, Harry stood looking at the sunset next to his friend and former master. Revan stared at the sunset as well, but he had a look of contemplation. As both your friend and colleague, I'd advise heavily against this, Revan. I am not as gifted with Force visions as you are, for certain, but I have a bad feeling about this. Especially your refusal to at least allow me to accompany you on this. Harry said gravely. He could sense Bastila pacing in the other room. I know. You sound just like her, you know. Never thought I'd see the day. Revan commented lightly. Harry glared as he saw what his friend was trying to do. Revan, I've already sensed it, so I know you have. Your wife is pregnant. Bastila may not have noticed yet, as she was never as observant as you or I, but she will soon. Are you planning to leave your pregnant wife here alone while you go chasing nightmares? Harry hissed at him. I shall not be gone for that long, and I am not leaving her alone. I'm leaving her with you. Revan said. Are you crazy? You want me to look over Bastila while you'll be off doing God knows what? I'm not a babysitter, Revan. Especially not for a hormonal, pregnant, firmer Jedi. Harry spat. Revan just turned and looked at him. I'm trusting you to keep my future child and wife, the two people I love more than life itself, safe while I cannot. Can I not trust you with that? Revan said. Harry glared at him hard. That was just playing unfair. You know you could trust me with anything, but goddammit, Revan, this isn't right. Even you should be able to see that. Harry had to keep himself from yelling. Revan gently laid his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, I need to do this. This isn't about me trying to go off on some adventure just because I think the Force wants me to. This is about dealing with a possible threat that can not only threaten the entire galaxy, but threaten my family as well. Do you understand why I am doing this? Revan asked. Harry just continued to glare. He raised his hand and pointed threateningly at Revan. 6 months. If you haven't found anything in 6 months, then you return and either forget this nonsense or, at the very least, let me look into it for you. Do you understand? He asked in a deadly tone. Revan nodded and seemed pleased. Thank you, my friend. Revan said as he brought Harry in for a hug. Harry returned it before he let go. Now that that is over, will you be staying for dinner? Revan asked. Harry frowned. Is Bastila cooking? Revan just laughed. 2.5 years later, Harry sat in an apartment next to a beautiful brunette woman as they watched the HoloNet together peacefully. Said beautiful brunette was none other than Bastila Shan, mother of his godson Vaynor and wife of his missing best friend Revan. When Revan had been declared missing, Bastila had wanted to go out herself to look. Harry had told she couldn't as she had a young child to raise. He suggested that he go out and search for Revan, and he had done just that, at least for a time. He had found no trace of the man, though had met up with Canderous Ordo, who Revan had worked with before going missing. Harry remembered that Revan once had Ordo as part of the original Ebon Hawk crew, but Ordo had been too short-tempered to get along with the rest of the crew. He had also apparently killed some rogue Jedi against Revan's orders. Time had apparently simmered down Ordo's short fuse and Revan was able to get reacquainted with the man once more. Ordo had, sadly, been a dead end. With him, the trail had gone cold. Someone's at the door, Bastila said softly. Harry looked at her for a moment before nodding and getting up. Bastila had still not gotten over Revan's disappearance and had never been the same because of it. She was much more quiet and subdued. She also sometimes had episodes where she would break down and cry uncontrollably. He did his best to comfort her, but at the end of the day he wasn't Revan. Harry sighed as he opened the door and saw a face he did not recognize. A woman's face. "May I help you?" Harry asked her with a raised eyebrow. Before the woman could respond, Harry heard a familiar beeping noise. He looked down and saw a very familiar droid. His eyes widened. "T3? Where have you been? Where's Revan?" Harry demanded from the small droid. The droid beeped at him some more. "Speak a language I understand, you damn tin bucket, or I'll slam you to the size of a can," Harry threatened. T3 backed up fearfully. The woman moved to stand in front of the frightened droid. "Well, okay, look, we're here to see Bastila Shan. I don't know what your relationship is with T3, but we really need to talk to Bastila." As soon as the last word left her lips, Harry had his red blade ignited and at her throat. "And who exactly are you?" Harry asked coldly at the woman. The woman froze and looked down at the blade. She raised her hands slowly in the air to show surrender. "Mitra Surik, former lieutenant of Revan as well as former Jedi," the now named Mitra said. Harry stared for a moment. He knew who Mitra was. Revan had mentioned her and a little before he had left. He had looked her up before he had left, if he recalled correctly. "Ah, you're the one who killed the Sith wannabes that popped up recently. Impressive for a Jedi. Even a former one," Harry said as he deactivated his blade. Mitra looked down at where his blade had been. "You're a Sith?" she asked.
No.
Harry answered without explaining. He moved to the side to allow her to enter. Mitra slowly entered the room but didn't let her back face him as she did. They entered the living room together. Bastila looked up from her couch and frowned. "I know you. You're Mitra," Bastila said. Mitra nodded. I am. I came to show you T3 as well as talk to you privately," Mitra said. Harry tensed. "If you honestly think I'm Harry, it's fine. Do you mind going to wait in the other room? I am sure this won't take long," Bastila said in her same subdued tone. Harry glared at her for a moment before agreeing. Bastila was still pretty fragile emotionally and he still wasn't quite sure what would set her off. So, he decided to avoid arguing and go and wait in her bedroom for them to finish. She was probably going to tell him the information anyways. He tapped his foot impatiently for what felt like an eternity before he finally felt Mitra leave. He quickly left the room where he saw Bastila walking back to the couch from the front door. "Well, what happened? Where's Revan?" Harry demanded. Bastila sat down quietly. "T3 says that they crash-landed on a planet called Nathema in the unknown region. Mitra is going to go find him and bring him back," Bastila said. Harry fumed. "And you just let them leave? If Revan didn't come back, it means that something was strong enough to physically stop him from doing so. You think that girl can take on something that Revan couldn't? I'm leaving. I'm going to go find her," Harry said as he quickly made his way to the door, turning his back on Bastila. "You'll do no such thing," Bastila said with ice in her voice, causing Harry to freeze. He turned and looked at the woman with confusion. "Why?" he finally asked after a moment of just looking at her. Bastila stared for a moment in return. "Harry, I want Revan back more than any other living being. Every moment of every day he is in my mind. That doesn't mean I will make idiotic choices though. I know and you know the truth of the situation. Neither of us have said it, but we both know that the chances that Revan is already dead is high. You and Vaynor are all I have left. With Revan gone, you are the only father figure my son has left. I won't allow you to go charging off on the same crusade that took my husband," Bastila said with hostility. Harry's eyes narrowed. "You know I can't be killed. There is no danger for me. Whether he's alive or not, I am the only one who has the slightest chance of retrieving him, and you just want me to sit down and pretend nothing's happening?" Harry asked rhetorically. Bastila stood and glared at him. You promised Revan that if anything happened to him, you would be there for this family, for his child. Are you going to break that promise? Bastila snarled. He hadn't seen her do that for 2 years. He stood without moving and thought on his choices. He had promised Revan to look out for his family while he was gone, and especially if he didn't come back. He had promised that he would. Harry gritted his teeth before stomping to the couch and angrily plopped himself back onto the couch. Bastila soon followed, and they stayed silent for a few minutes. Thank you, Bastila said quietly. Harry took a deep breath and calmed down. With that, they continued to look at the hollow for the rest of the night. Revan would have to wait. Remember to fave/follow/review. Later, Chapter 8. Revan never came back. After a decade of waiting, Harry had finally concluded that the man was dead. He remembered the night Bastila had found him locked in his room drinking so Vaynor would not be able to see him in such a state. It was the first time he had cried since he was a child. Bastila had just rubbed his back as he vented his grief. He tried to make sure he was cut off from the Force as much as possible to make sure it would not backlash on anyone nearby. After that, Harry did his best to move on. He stayed with Bastila and Vaynor until both of their deaths. Bastila lived to the ripe old age of 153 due to her connection to the Force. She sadly outlived her son Vaynor, who only lived to the age of 96 after a successful career as a politician. Harry was proud of the man Vaynor became. He had raised the boy as if he were his own son the best he could. He thought it was a little awkward when he had started to look older than him, but it never seemed to bother Vaynor. He had always called him Uncle Harry, but when he was 45, he confided that, while he knew Revan was his father and regretted that he never got to meet the man, he had always thought of Harry as his true father. That was another moment that Harry had become broken up about. Harry remembered watching both of them slowly wither away until their deaths. Burying Vaynor with Bastila and many of his friends and co-workers was hard. Harry could not even afford to grieve because he had needed to be there for Bastila. She had not spoken after his funeral for nearly a year. Eventually she went back to the Jedi Temple and started back with training younglings. Some of the masters were concerned with letting her near the younglings due to her technically leaving the Order and learning from Revan, but most agreed that her knowledge in the Force would prove too much of a temptation. Harry did not join her there. He would visit her often enough, but he did not like Jedi. He also didn't like her choice to go back to them, but he never mentioned it because he would rather her do this than waste away in the apartment. The Jedi didn't like him either and forbade him from entering their temple. That had never stopped him once, and he would non-lethally dispatch any Jedi who dared to stop him from visiting his friend. He remembered Bastila always coming out and gently scolding him before telling him to follow her to where they could talk. I have felt it in the Force, I will be passing soon. Bastila commented as they looked out at the hills of Tatooine. Harry frowned at her words but said nothing. When I am gone, I don't want you to stop living, Harry. It will hurt, but remember that pain is just a reminder that you were also happy. Reach out, make new companions, go on new adventures. Harry didn't know what to say. If you do not, I will reach out from beyond the grave and beat you, until you do it, Bastila said seriously. Harry couldn't help himself. He laughed at her. That had gone on for years until one day he had shown up and was calmly met by one of the masters at the door. Harry remembered being immediately suspicious, as he had never been willingly welcomed into the temple before by anyone but Bastila. They walked him to the medical bay where he saw Bastila laying down on a medical bed attached to multiple medical scanners. Harry was smart enough to realize what was happening. He had half expected her to open her eyes when he arrived, but she didn't. She just stayed laying there with her eyes closed. A look of peace covered her face. Harry said nothing but reached out with the Force and covered her with his presence. He watched as a smile appeared on her face briefly before returning back to tranquility. Few moments later and she was gone. The Jedi had come in, but a glare from Harry sent them away. He stayed with her body for hours unmoving before finally picking her up and carried her back to his ship. He flew her back to Coruscant where he buried her next to Vaynor. As he looked down at their graves, he felt a wave of anger at his once best friend. How could the man so selfishly leave his family like this? How could he leave Harry to watch over them in his stead and be forced to watch them grow old and die before his eyes? He had warned Revan, but the man had not listened. He was so focused on whatever threat the galaxy faced, and now he was gone, and so was his family. Harry was alone again. "Remember my words, Harry," a female voice said. He looked up from his eyes, which were on the grave still. He reached out with the Force but felt no presences in the Force. At least none close to him. He looked back at a grave for a moment before sighing. "Even in death, you're still giving me orders, you old bag," Harry said lightly before stepping back and walking away from the grave. Approximately 150 years later, Harry stood once more on the surface of Korriban. The planet looked to be abandoned for the most part and had been ever since he had destroyed the Sith Academy all those years ago. That being said, he had felt a pull in the Force recently that had him brought to this planet. He could only imagine one reason to be brought to this planet, as he had really only used the Force's guidance on one matter. Despite this, he somehow doubted his former master or even his corpse was on Korriban. If Revan was here, he would have known it. Still, he couldn't help but feel that something was about to happen here and that he should stay. With that in mind, Harry stepped out of his current ship, a Star Saber XE-01 starfighter. A prototype ship that he had stolen the designs for and had built for himself. An impressive machine, but he really only used it for planet scouting. For normal space travel, he had a Cal-class battleship that he had taken off the hands of pirates who had either rebuilt it from a scrapyard or stolen it themselves. He used it as his home, as he had repurposed it to be more of an armed yacht. An armored yacht that could take on a star system-sized fleet. It was currently orbiting the planet on the opposite side of that space station that was also in orbit. He cast Notice Me Not charms all over the XE-01 ship, as well as powerful compulsion charms to keep people away from it. He was pretty sure he had sensed Jedi on that station above the planet, and there was always a chance they would come looking around. After finishing with that, he started walking into the direction of the Sith temples of the ancient Sith. He had once bombed the entrances to make sure Malik and his associates wouldn't be able to enter. Since then, the entrances had been cleared, but since the Sith were not present anymore, they were left largely undisturbed. He could still feel the lingering dark side present in the valley, and could even feel the restless spirits of the long-dead Sith. He wished he could force them to listen to his commands, but sadly they were still technically under the control of the Force, even in death. He reached out to the Force once more and tried to feel what it was telling him. So far, he got nothing. He did, however, feel a ship that seemed to be coming out of orbit. It didn't take long as he saw one of the ships come down from the clouds and land near the valley itself on the opposite end of where he had landed. He could tell that there was one person on board the ship and they were not Force-sensitive. The other ship landed farther, so he could not see the person. Though now that he concentrated further, he was sure that the other ship had not come from orbit and had already been on the planet. He briefly debated it before deciding to head where these two ships were meeting, as it was not far away. With that, he silently apparat in the direction he had seen them go to. A few more quick apparitions had led him to the top of what was once a volcano which overlooked the meeting. He covered himself in charms to hide his presence before sitting down and watching the meeting. The two men came out of their respective ships and met face to face. One seemed dressed in some standard clothes of what he knew pirates and smugglers to look like. The other, however, was dressed and looked similar to a gunslinger he had seen back on Earth. He had seen some looks in the outer rim that resembled the look, but none that seemed to outright copy it like this one did. The gunslinger seemed to ask the man something, in which the other man responded positively and pulled something out of a satchel he had. It was small enough to fit in his hands, so Harry couldn't see it well, but he could certainly feel it. A holocron. More specifically, it was a Sith holocron. Such things were rare to kind on Korriban, as most had already been confiscated by Jedi over the years. It was expected that they would miss some, but it was impressive nonetheless that this man had managed to find one. Harry picked up another ship coming down from orbit, as the deal was happening, and this one had Force presences on it. It must have been the Jedi he had felt on the space station. The Republic had this planet under quarantine last time he checked, so these guys were probably not supposed to be here. It wasn't long before the Jedi's ship came soaring out of orbit. The two smugglers finally saw it and tried to jump into action. One of the men's ships was blasted to flaming pieces before he could even get to it, which caused the man to panic and start running away. The Jedi ship was low to the ground and a young woman jumped out of its open ramp between the gunslinger-looking smuggler and his ship. She looked at him before ignited a blue, double-bladed lightsaber. Harry zoned in on the woman in thought. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he had a feeling he knew this woman as she looked familiar to him. Harry combed his recent memory but could not remember ever encountering a female Jedi that matched her description. It could have been possible she was just a face he saw on the holo though. He dismissed the thoughts of already knowing her despite the fact that the back of his mind was protesting such an action and encouraging him to think harder. Soon, the man, he presumed was her master, landed the cruiser they had come in and stepped out of it. He was a pale Zabrak with a crown of horns adorning his head. The Zabrak nodded in satisfaction at the young woman as he then looked at the caught smuggler. They seemed to exchange words before they handcuffed him and brought him onto the ship. Before she boarded, the young woman looked out in confusion before turning around and scanning the landscape. Her eyes finally settled on where he was, and he wondered if she could somehow see him despite his charms. He waited as she continued to look in his direction in confusion before she shook her head and continued to board her ship. Harry watched the ship as it gently lifted on the ground before jetting back towards the direction it had previously come. Harry briefly wondered if that whole scene was why he was drawn here, yet even with them gone, he still felt the Force telling him to remain here for a reason. He stood up and made his way towards the temples. This time he simply walked though. Harry looked upon the valley in curiosity. He disliked the place greatly. The place was covered in the dark side, and despite his assurances from death, the ghost of the former Sith still bothered him. They never approached, but their presence caused an unpleasant sensation at the edge of his senses. He had only been to these temples once with Revan and had really only explored the one that Revan had been in. The old Sith Order had never held much interest to him. He thought they were almost as idiotic as the Jedi, to be honest. He was more inclined to the dark side of the Force, but that was more simply because he lived with conflict all his life and peace bored him, to be honest. That meant Jedi would most likely never like him. Harry walked into one of the tombs and kicked some of the rocks on the floor in boredom as he waited for the Force to show him whatever it wanted to show him. He kept walking and saw the temple really start to open up, and a giant room with tall ceilings and statues in it. Was a lot of pomp for a Sith Lord who died thousands of years ago. Revan had once tried to explain some of the history of the Sith, but Harry never cared much for the Sith history and its members. He was more interested in their ideology, so he really only knew some of the basics. He looked around the cavern. He remembered Revan say that they still found new things in these halls, but that was 300 years ago nearly. Then again, the Jedi had stopped pretty much anyone from coming here since the fall of the last empire that those asshats attempted after Revan and Malik's attempt at it. He didn't really care about the artifacts, to be honest, but there was one thing he did care about. He raised his hand. Accio lightsabers, Harry said as he let out a powerful summoning. He immediately watched as small cylinders from this hall, as well as further in the temple, came flying towards him before stopping and hovering in the air. Harry had always found lightsabers fascinating as they told a lot about their owners. They were also just very useful to have around. He had one that he created on his own with him, but if it ever broke or got lost, he would need replacement parts to make a new one, or simply a spare if he was feeling lazy. He did a quick count and found that he had collected 14 new lightsabers. Despite them being old, he felt barely any imprint on most of them, meaning their owners hadn't had them for long. Probably acolytes who died during the trials. Some had more of an imprint, though. He guessed they might have been teachers of the academy or perhaps Sith Lords. He felt the ground rumble under his feet, which shook him out of his thoughts. He sighed before quickly shrinking the blades and putting them in his pockets. He felt the tug on the Force and started walking back to the entrance of the temple and walked out. He saw Inger shadows descending on the valley and watched as Inger ships of a design he did not recognize landed near the remnants of the academy. He could sense the dark side from Inger individuals suggesting that they were Sith. None felt uniquely strong in the Force, though he was sure that most were at a Sith Lord or Sith Master status, maybe a few apprentices with them. He looked at the floor and transfigured a sand stone near him into a chair made of the same material. Harry sat and watched what from afar as they departed their ships. It didn't appear that they had noticed him yet, so he decided to use the free time. He held his comm up to his mouth. "HK, are you there?" he asked. Answer, "I am here, Master." The reply came through. "I suppose you noticed the fleet that came out of orbit." Answer, "Indeed I did. I have already prepped the weapons and shield." "Permission to engage the fleet, Master?" "Nah, the upgrades I made are strong, but I don't really want to test them against a fleet of ships with unknown strength. I have a feeling there is going to be some killing soon, so maybe I should have brought you down with me. Then again, it makes it easier to kill more people without you here. Make sure the A1s are ready for a fight as well." Harry told his droid. A1s were an all-purpose droid Harry had designed. Sort of. It was more of him stealing HK's design and finding a talented enough engineer to make the droid for him. Next was finding someone who could code droids for him with the right protocols. They had both combat and maintenance protocols for his ship, as well as an adaptation chip to help them with new tasks that he wanted them to learn. They weren't as good HK, of course. HK was the deadliest droid that existed thanks to Harry, but they got the job done, and they did act like a small army when necessary. Statement. "Oh, Master, you never let me do anything fun anymore." "What are you talking about? We just had the whole excursion on Felucia with the killer mad scientist." Harry responded back as he saw the Sith start making their way down to him as more and more ships started to land. Statement. "Master, those were mainly droids which don't even cry out when you take off one of their appendages because of their superior body. I only got to kill the scientist meatbag." "Yes, but I let you kill him very slowly, which means it counts as 3 kills. Continuation. "Master, even if that was true, 3 is nowhere near enough," HK said to him. He thought for a moment before sighing. "All right, prep the guns. Maybe we can do a quick hit and run on our way out of the system and blow someone up if this meeting doesn't go well, which it probably won't," Harry said. Exclamation. "Oh, thank you so much, Master. I will start the prep immediately," HK said before leaving the comm. Harry looked at the Sith that seemed to have finally noticed him and were striding towards him, as if they already owned the whole planet. The one leading was a red creature with small tentacles on his face. Harry had never seen the species that the creature belonged to before. Next to what he assumed was a man version of the species, was a more familiar creature. It was a Twi'lek, more specifically, a Lethan or red Twi'lek. It was a rare skin color among the Twi'leks, and he found it ironic that the Sith Twi'lek was red. She had black tattoos all over her body that he assumed were runes that enhanced her force abilities. She was glaring arrogantly at him, while her partner seemed to be giving him more of a haughty stare. Well, what do we have here?" the man asked rhetorically. Harry raised an eyebrow at the man in amusement. Granted, his presence in the Force was completely suppressed even to advanced Force users, but still. He could be carrying an active bomb. It was arrogant to think someone could do no harm to you if they didn't have the Force. "I was just about to ask you the same question. An impressive little fleet you have decided to bring with you for such a crap planet. I take it you are trying to re-establish the Sith Order in the galaxy then?" Harry said more as a statement as he looked over their shoulder at the fleet still coming in. Not all of them were battleships or cruisers. Many were cargo ships as well. They were really planning to set up shop. What an astute observation. "Well, you seem to have us at a disadvantage. You know who we are, but we do not know who you are," the male said. "Who cares who he is? Let's kill him and be done with it," the Twi'lek said as she drew her lightsaber but did not ignite it. Harry stared lazily at her for a moment. "I am Darth Thantos," Harry said, though he practiced both the dark and light side of the Force to make sure he kept himself balanced. He personally subscribed to the ideals of the Sith. Revan himself had named him as such once he had completed his training. He had thought it hilarious to name him after one of Harry's gods of death, considering he himself could not die. Both of the two Sith sucked in a breath and tensed their bodies. Harry just tilted his head in further amusement at their actions. "You dare claim to be," the Twi'lek said as she ignited his blade and approached him. In a moment Harry released his control on his Force presence and let some of it be felt. Immediately the Twi'lek froze into place for a moment. Watch yourself, girl. You do not want to make me your enemy, Harry commented as he eyed her blade. It looked like something he wanted to add to his collection. We were unaware there were any Sith left in the galaxy. The male said, I would be annoyed if you did. I do quite a bit to make sure my privacy is unintruded upon. Harry said, You claim to be Sith. What have you done about the Jedi and Republic presence in this galaxy? Where is your apprentices and followers? The Twi'lek demanded from him. I have done nothing about their presences, and I don't take apprentices or students. I have no patience for such things, nor do I have any longing to commit mass murder on the Jedi or upending the Republic. Unlike you Sith who are complete slaves to your emotions and longing for power, I have more control. I don't need to rule over others to know how powerful I am. I already know how powerful I am. You are no Sith. I will wipe your disappointment of a presence from the face of the galaxy. The seething Twi'lek said as she lunged at him. Harry didn't even twitch as used the Force and caught her by her neck mid-lunge. She looked surprised and reached for her choking throat. The other Sith finally ignited his blade as well. Let her, he tried. Harry didn't let him finish before he put more pressure on her throat and snapped her head to the left, effectively breaking her neck. He then dropped her now lifeless corpse on the floor. There, I let her go, Harry said calmly as he stared at the man. By now, other Sith had noticed and approached. When he killed the Twi'lek, they all ignited their respective blades and looked to be waiting to attack. Harry did a quick count in his head and saw he had 13 Sith with their blades out. You should not have done that. We could have perhaps worked together. Now we will have to kill you, the man said. He sounded grave, but Harry could just recognize some sadism hidden in his voice.
I'm scared,
Harry said sarcastically. You will be. The man jumped at him, which seemed to signal the others to start running to him to engage as well. Harry stood still as he watched them approach. Fiendfire was all he whispered before the world around him was suddenly consumed in a red/black fire that was accompanied with a piercing roar. Although he couldn't see it because of the wall of fire in front of him, he heard the cried out of pain and the shouts of panic. This is much easier when I don't have to worry about casualties on my team. Then again, HK would kill himself if I stopped taking him on all our excursions, Harry said as he turned and walked away towards the direction of his ship. Any Force user would be trying to deal with his fire or running from it if they were smarter. It took 10 minutes to reach his ship, and yet he could still hear the screams of pain and panic from this far out. He got into his ship and started up the engines. Query. Master. There appears to be a large energy output coming from the surface near your location. Should I bombard the area just to be safe? HK asked hopefully. Harry rolled his eyes as his ship started hovering before blasting away from the surface and heading towards his converted battlecruiser.
No.
Chill out for a little, HK. The meeting didn't go well, so we can have a little fun before getting out of here. I am on my way up and should be with you in a few moments, Harry said into the comms. Query. Is it safe to assume you were the source of the large enemy output we are seeing, Master? Yep. With that, there was radio silence. Harry observed the new Sith fleet coming into the system. It was sizable if he were honest. It spoke to how massive their forces were if this was what they used to take one system. Granted, it was Korriban, and Sith loved to have that planet under their command, but still. He jetted away from the fleet until he came upon another massive ship that was more clunky looking compared to the sleek sharp edges of the Sith ships. Harry would have to think about stealing one of their battlecruisers later. He approached the ship and pressed a button that caused its hangar bay to open up and admit his ship. He lowered the ship slowly and landed it down into an empty spot. He flipped some switches and powered off his ship before popping open his cockpit. He climbed down and saw his approaching A1 droids who were there to perform standard checks on his ship. He walked and moved to the elevator of his ship before clicking the bridge button. The door closed and waited as he felt the lift smoothly go upwards towards his destination. It slowed after a few moments and then dinged as it arrived. The doors opened and he saw HK waiting for him. What's the situation on our weapons? Harry asked immediately as he watched out the windows and saw them lazily approaching the fleet. Answer. All weapon systems are prepped and ready to fire. What are your orders? HK asked in excited anticipation. We're We're gonna cut right through the middle. You handle the main cannon. Have the droids fire on anything near us. Aim for engines and control centers on enemy ships. Their shields are not at full power anymore since they think all their enemies are gone. We will take out at least a few ships if not more before they have time to react to the attack. Exclamation. Oh, Master, you're so generous to your humble servant, HK said before moving to the controls for the main cannon on the front of the ship. This cruiser was usually used to help glass planets, so it had some extremely powerful guns. Thanks to magical expansion and storage charms as well as protection charms, wards and runes covering the ship made it one of the strongest in existence. Combined with the stealth charms he had covered it with made the ship nigh unbeatable in a battle. Harry moved and sat in the captain's chair. It wasn't a standard feature but one Harry put in himself. He liked commanding from a chair rather than standing. He looked out the window at the slowly approaching fleet. More power to thrusters, Harry said calmly as the ship rocked slightly as it jolted forward. The fleet was now approaching much faster and showed no signs it knew of its incoming danger. Harry had made and then put on a complex runic sequence to make sure Force sensitives didn't notice the ship with all the magic or force surrounding it and ingrained in it. Statement. Master, all weapons are charged and ready to fire, HK said. Harry didn't respond verbally but nodded his head in acknowledgement. He waited until they were right on top of the ships and starting to slide between them. Fire on my word. Fire, Harry ordered. As soon as he said it, the ship shook from the main cannon on the front blasted and blew up the bridge of a surprised other ship. The rest of the ship was vibrating as well with all the cannons going off simultaneously into the hulls of the other ship that they slid past. Harry rarely got into space battles except with the occasional pirate or cartel member that pissed him off for some reason or another, and they didn't have the strongest ships to begin with. Watching his ships tear through and cause so much destruction to actual ships made for actual battle filled him with pride. Die Meatbox. Harry looked over as HK shot the main cannon again into another ship near its engines but into the hull. Harry thought he had missed but saw that shot tore into the hull and caused a massive explosion leaving nothing but metal scraps of the ship. The shot must have reached the engine room where the power was generated. It was a powerful shot after all. Harry watched the massive destruction before reaching out into the Force and feeling the desperation of the Force sensitives on board the attacked ships and feeling more and more become one with the Force. Soon they were on the other side of the fleet and Harry ordered the ship to bank left so he could see the destruction he had caused. He stood up as the fleet came into view. He had done even more damage than he could have possibly imagined. Almost every ship was heavily damaged or completely destroyed. There was more fire than ship above Korriban at the moment. HK moved to stand behind him. Statement. You would not usually allow us to so brazenly attack such an enemy, HK commented. He didn't have to voice the question as Harry knew what he was asking. I have used the Force to look into one thing and one thing only for the past 150 years, to find out the fate of Revan. The Force led me here to the new Sith Empire. That can mean only one thing, Harry replied. Query. You believe they had something to do with the disappearance of my former master? Yes. Now that I think about it, I probably should have taken one prisoner and tried to extract the information of their mind to see if I could find a clue. Oh well, I am sure that with the new war about to be waged I will have plenty of opportunities. Besides, this was a good way to vent against an enemy that probably took my best friend from me. HK plot a course to the outer rim. We need to stay out of sight for a while, Harry said. HK nodded and moved away to start giving orders. Harry simply continued to look at the mostly destroyed fleet hanging over Korriban. So the Sith had returned once more. His mind briefly thought back to the young familiar Jedi he had seen. He wondered how she fit into all of this. Chapter 9. Harry glared in annoyance at the being in front of him. It was a male human that had multiple cybernetic enhancements. He was some Sith Lord that had been trying to sneak under the radar and get into the Republic core worlds. Harry assumed it was for spying, not that he cared what the man's reasons were. He had done his best to not get involved in the war and neither side had yet found out about his existence. Odd, considering that at the start of it, he had literally decimated a Sith fleet that hung over Korriban single-handedly. From what he heard, They still had no idea who or what had destroyed the fleet. It seemed the Fidelius charm he had put on his ship was powerful enough to even fool Sith Lords and Darths, which was useful to know for later on. Back to the Sith in front of him, and enough about his ship. Harry didn't get his name, which was strange since Sith usually loved to introduce who they were before they attacked you, as if you would just give up just from hearing it. It was amusing the first 10 times it had happened, but really, every Sith? It was completely ridiculous. All he knew about this man was that he had come from one of the worlds the Sith were currently using as a base of operations. He knew most of them at this point from slowly murdering any Sith who were dumb enough to accidentally notice his presence. Now it was time to find the last. I will ask one last time. After that I will harsh treatment you beyond anything you have ever felt, and I won't stop until you are nothing but mush both physically and mentally, Harry warned. The Sith Lord looked up at him defiantly from the floor. All around them were the bodies of the small crew the man had commanded while he tried to sneak past the Republic's defenses and fleet. HK was somewhere in another room, presumably killing more hiding crew members if the occasional screams of panic he heard were any indication. You will pay for this traitor, was all the Sith said to him. Harry raised an eyebrow. It seemed the man assumed he was initially part of this new Sith Empire. You are wrong on both accounts. One account is assuming I have ever been aligned with the pathetic wannabes you call Sith, and the other is assuming that I will pay for attacking you and your crew. I know about the encrypted distress signal you sent out, and I had it struck and disabled before you even knew I was on you. No one is coming to save you, Harry said to the man. He watched as the Sith's scowl deepened and hate filled his eyes. If Harry had not already cut off one of the Sith's legs and both of his arms, he would have likely attacked him again. The Sith continued to say nothing. Harry sighed. HK. He called into the other room. A few more moments of silence and HK appeared in the doorway with a rifle strapped to his back and a bloody vibroblade in hand. Query. Master, you called me? He asked as he looked at the downed Sith, probably already guessing what Harry was about to say. Pack up, we have what we need. Prepare a room for our guest here and make sure he's comfortable, Harry said darkly as he left the cockpit of the enemy ship and headed for the airlock where he had boarded. Answer, as you wish, Master. I will enjoy ensuring the comfort of our new meatbag guest, HK said as he picked up the downed Sith. Harry immediately went back to his own ship and made his way to the bridge. He didn't bother looking around at the crew. He was singularly focused on getting to the bridge so they could leave in case more Sith were around. He liked fighting them to an extent but was tired and irritated from his recent hunt. He looked around at the droid A1 crew he had as they continued their jobs. Disengage from the enemy ship and terminate it after we are a safe distance, Harry said, and immediately felt the ship boot up and start to thrum with power. Soon they were moving away from the small Sith ship. Soon they were far enough away that Harry could see the ship once again in front of them. A moment the cannons blew apart the remains of the heavily damaged Sith ship, sending small debris in every direction. Get ready to... Harry started but trailed off as he felt a twitch in the Force. A moment later and a small Republic Hammerhead-class cruiser appeared coming out of hyperspace. Harry watched curiously as the ship moved closer, the remains of the Sith ship he had just blown apart. How did they know to come here? Harry was sure he had stopped any enemy signals from escaping before boarding the ship. Had the Sith been on to him secretly and sent out an even more hidden signal? No, a Sith would never contact the Republic for aid. If the man was a traitor, that was one thing, but Harry knew the man to be a true enemy of the Republic just based on some of the data he had found on his ship. It was too incriminating for the man to be a secret spy of the Republic. A moment later and he found his answer in a feeler being sent out into the Force from the ship. Harry made sure to suppress his own power as to not be noticed. While the Fidelius was still up, a powerful enough Force user might still be able to pierce it. He had yet to run into such a Force user, but he refused to let his guard down just because of this. The being felt of the light, so he assumed it was a Jedi Knight. Harry continued to observe from afar this new presence. It was actually pretty powerful now that he watched it closely as it tried to divine what had happened here. While observing it, he felt another strange sense trickle up his spine that he had not felt in years. A strange sense of familiarity. He racked his brain to try and place his finger on it, but it seemed ridiculously good at eluding him. He growled lowly in frustration. He hated when he couldn't figure something out, especially when he was sure he had all the pieces. He decided to take a rash action and respond to the feeler. He doubted the Jedi would be able to track him through the brief connection, but even if they did, they would still get tripped up by the Fidelius. If neither of those worked, he could always blow the damn ship to bits. He was in a fully equipped battlecruiser after all. Warm the engines for hyperspace travel. Next stop the Outer Rim on my command, Harry said to the crew. With that, he closed his eyes and gently reached out through the Force towards the presence on the other cruiser. As soon as their Force presences touched, both he and the Jedi seemed to latch on to each other like a fish on a hook. Except there was no fish and they were both the hooks. Suddenly images filled Harry's mind of a young woman. Images he recognized of Korriban. She was chasing the smuggler he watched get caught with that Jedi Master. It was then that he remembered where he had this sense of recognition before. This was the girl from Korriban who he had seen and thought he had recognized before. He hadn't remembered then why he had felt the sense of recognition, but now he did. She was younger before, but now it seemed puberty had finished with her, and Harry could see familiar curves on her slightly aristocratic face. She looked like Bastila. A younger Bastila admittedly, but Bastila nonetheless. Except for the shape of her head and eyes seemed to be more fashioned from Vaner or Revan. Harry froze in shock while her image floated in his head. How was this possible? She was most likely a descendant, but she looked as if she were their own child. Her features were a strong mix of the two. Her eyes held the same slight reckless edge Bastila used to have, only he could also see the same tempered steel that Revan had in his own. Her grasp on him held a strong determination that he had found to be rare even among Force users. There was intelligence too. Every second she had him, she seemed to observe his presence, trying to find out his hidden secrets. It was like she was trying to judge him in a millisecond. She was beautiful. It felt odd to even think such a thing about his best friend's so many greats grandchild, but it was true. A perfect mix of the two that emerged as a whole new type of being. A woman who clearly had a strength to her that others should be jealous of. A presence that, while not huge, seemed to echo and vibrate his soul to the core. Harry was left stunned in a way he had not been in years. He didn't stay that way long, as he felt the girl put pressure on his mental barriers to try and find something about who she had latched onto. Full power to the hyperdrive. Get us out of here now, Harry almost yelled in his hurry. Soon he no longer felt the presence on his mind and saw only the streaking lines of hyperspace travel. He took a moment to catch his breath before shaking off the woman's presence and tried to put her in the back of his mind and pretend it didn't exist. He could not believe what he had thought of the woman who could almost be considered an honorary grandniece of his. But it would never happen again. He couldn't even imagine what Bastila and Revan would say if they ever found out. It would be an ultimate betrayal. He needed to focus back on his goals, finding out what happened to Revan. He had an idea that the Emperor of this new Sith Order was at fault, or at least one of his predecessors. Either way, all involved would burn. Now, to go help HK work on their new guest to take his mind off his recent disturbing thoughts. Drummond cost 36.74 BBY. Keeping the young woman out of his head was not as easy of a task as he initially thought it would be. Even harder considering Harry was almost sure that she was stalking him to the best of her abilities. At first, he hadn't been sure, but then some of his contacts had let him know of a young female Force user that had followed after him in a few places he had stopped at recently. It was as frustrating as it was impressive. After so many years, Harry knew how to cover his trail. He used both magic and skill to make sure no one could track him. He never met his contacts face to face. He always sent a droid in his place just in case one betrayed him. The only thing he could possibly think of was that she, being a powerful Force user, was able to connect with the Force on an intensely deep level to, at the very least, get an idea of where he had been. Bastila once had such a skill, though she used it almost entirely during her battle meditation. Harry also knew she had tried to use it to find Revan at some point, though she had never admitted such a thing to him out loud. It had obviously not been a success considering she quit after years of silently trying to do it. Whatever it was, The girl seemed to be getting better at it, as it had been taking less and less time for her to catch his trails. Luckily, he was finally on Dramenkos, a place he was sure she would not follow, considering the force shielding the Sith had utilized on the entire system. He was surprised at the amount of harsh treatment it had taken to finally get the Sith to admit this is where they had stationed their base of operations for the most part. It's not like Dramenkos was some hidden planet that the Republic had no clue about. It was just a backwater world that none had paid any real attention to in the war. It was clear the Sith were not planning to keep a secret for long, considering it was known by so many, but they just needed it to be kept secret long enough to firmly establish themselves on the world. From what he had seen so far, they had been pretty successful. They already had most of a city built here, and trade and commerce had clearly been introduced to some level. The place was also crawling with Sith, both soldiers and Force users. So far, he had landed his ship in a forest and left it as he approached the city. It was impressive, to be sure. He saw hover cars driving back and forth and people interacting in the streets like it was nothing. When he approached, however, people avoided his gaze and made sure to give a wide berth. Harry just watched in amusement as these people assumed he was just another Sith Force user and that he was to be feared. A fair guess, to be honest. He did both look and act like a Sith most of the time, except the part where he felt no need to take over the known galaxy. Harry raised his comm to his mouth as he continued to explore the city. HK. Have you found anything of interest? It was a moment before his droid responded back. Answer. Negative, Master. I have checked the usual places meatbags tend to congregate, yet I have not learned anything that could be considered useful or something we didn't already know. Query. Master, are you sure this is the correct place to be? While this is certainly a find, no Sith we have ever encountered knows of Revan beyond the basic facts that can be easily found on the holonet. I do not expect anyone here to know of Revan or the information we need. I expect that in this case we have to think more long-term to achieve our goals. Query. Master, do you not intend to harsh treatment the information from these so-called Sith? HK asked in what Harry could tell was supposed to be an anxious way. Harry chuckled slightly. Sorry, HK. I believe the time of such simple solutions has come to an end for a while. That being said, I'm sure I can think of something for you to do. Let me give it some thought, and I am sure I will not let you down. Harry said. Statement. I will hold you to that, Master, HK said, clearly upset. In the meantime, return to the ship. I will handle it from here, Harry said. HK didn't respond, but Harry knew he had listened. Harry continued to walk around and observe the Sith and their ways. From what he observed, the Sith as a group were barely unified and seemed to argue and make passive-aggressive comments to each other almost constantly. This was troublesome, to be sure, as it meant it was likely that they were kept in line by this mysterious Emperor figure. There were powerful Darths here on this planet. All of them were apparently nowhere close to how powerful the Emperor was. That was what really concerned Harry. Harry could never be considered a slouch in combat in any sense of the word. Despite this, he knew his limits fairly well, at least he thought he did. That being said, he wasn't sure if he could take on what was apparently called the Darth Council and emerge victoriously. Alive, sure, but any more than that was impossible to say. He needed to find some way to get close to the Emperor without literally killing his way through his lackeys. Unfortunately, no one else seemed to know anything about the Emperor, and apparently, the only people who did were the Dark Council. Harry stopped his pace and examined that thought. Only the Dark Council knew or could really meet the Emperor. So he needed to find some way to get on the Dark Council. How could he possibly do that, though? Sure, he was powerful enough for it, but they wouldn't just let him on. If he randomly appeared and pretended to be a member of the Empire, there were sure to be some who would look into his background and try to find out his past. He could try to have a slicer create a fake background for him, but there was always the chance it would fall through. Of course, he could just find a way to go through the ranks legitimately. It would require a lot more work and time, but no one would be able to deny his allegiance. That would mean killing Republic men, though, and probably becoming famous. An alter ego, perhaps? It would be annoying, of course. Harry didn't like killing people unless it was because he wanted to do so. Harry scowled. He would have to go to Korriban and be part of the new academy established there. He would have to get another master who he would most likely be more powerful than. Ugh, the things he did for friendship. 6 months later, 3674 BBY. Harry looked at the thousands of asteroids in the distance of what once used to be a planet. A planet his master caused the destruction of and one of his apprentices finished off. Malakar V was nothing now, just thousands of rock fragments drifting in space that radiated the dark side stronger than anything else. Harry sometimes came here to remind himself of the dangers of temptation the dark side gave. Honestly, Harry sometimes did ponder what would happen if he ever went wild and created his own empire. What could he do and change that would make it better to live for everyone? Of course, he knew the truth though. No matter how good and perfect he thought his empire was, at the end of the day it would be his empire, his vision. He was one person and there were trillions in the galaxy. He couldn't force what he thought was right for people just because he thought it was right. They all had a right to have a voice. There would never be a perfect system because people were flawed and corrupt by nature, but that was the price of freedom. Statement. Master, there is a ship coming out of hyperspace as you predicted. By my calculations, there is 92.6. It is the Jedi that has been chasing you. HK said from next to him. Harry nodded to the robot. Good. Statement. Master, I am not sure I understand or approve of this plan of yours. HK admitted. Harry said nothing for a minute. I did make you a promise, HK, and this a good way to complete it. Do you not trust me? Have I ever been purposefully dishonest with you? Harry asked calmly to his agitated droid companion. Answer, no to both your questions, Master. I still am not sure I approve of this method. Can't we just moor? You know we can't, HK. I already explained why. Now stop whining and come to terms with this path. It is necessary. Harry cut him off. The ship has dropped out of hyperspace approximately 2,000 kilometers away from our position. An A1 droid said from its designated console. Harry nodded. Engage as planned. Harry ordered as he turned and sat back in his captain's chair and watched as the cruiser came into view and slowly got closer and closer. Is the tractor beam ready? Harry asked as he turned to another one of his droids. Yes, sir. It responded. Good. Prepare to lock on the ship as soon as we get closer. Once you do, I will take us out of stealth mode. Harry said. The cruiser just got closer and closer until they were practically on top of it. His battle cruiser shook for a moment. He glanced at the droid in charge of the tractor beam. Tractor beam engaged. The droid said after a moment. Harry rolled his eyes before closing them and reaching out to his wards. He suspended the runic array that controlled the stealth charms of his ship before opening his eyes once more. Send the message to their ship. If the Jedi comes aboard my ship alone, the crew will be spared. They have my word, however much that might mean to them. Harry said. Query. Does that mean if she does not, we get to kill her comrades? HK asked hopefully. No, she thinks we're Sith, so this is the only way I can convince her to do so. We will not actually kill her crew unless actually forced to do so in defense. Harry said. If Bastila ever found out he threatened her granddaughter, she would kill him, even if she was a few generations away. Bastila would not have cared how far away her bloodline was. She would just care that she was related at all. There has been no response to our order, sir. An A1 droid said to him. Harry nodded. She will respond, I am sure of it. I will be in the conference room. Direct her there when she boards. Do not attempt to take her weapons upon boarding. Do not let her explore any unnecessary parts of my ship. Let's go, HK. Harry swept out of the room with HK behind him as the A1s continued to do their jobs. Statement. I will once more say that I think this is a horrible idea, HK said. Harry didn't even bother to respond at this point. He had already made up his mind on what he wanted to do. HK didn't say anything either. Once it became apparent that Harry was not about to rehash their argument. Before long they reached the conference room. Harry looked at the room and noticed there was slight dust coating on both the chairs and tables. Harry reached his hand out and cast a very light banishing charm on both the table and the chairs. He watched the dust get blown off and then disappear as it was slowly filtered out of the room with the rest of the air. HK took a seat, but Harry walked over to a small table and cabinet combo that had a tea set on it. Harry got to work on starting to make some green tea for the meeting. Sir, the Jedi is on board and is slowly making her way towards the conference room. We have droid A1-556Q currently escorting her. A voice over the intercom announced to him. Harry didn't even pause as he continued to make the tea. A few moments later and it was completed with a little help of magic. He set the beverages down on the table and sat at the head and side. He was going to sit here and have to be as professional as possible to what amounted to basically Bastila and Revan's granddaughter as far as he was concerned. He couldn't let personal feelings to get in the way of this meeting. God, it had been a long year and a half for him. Because she had started stalking him, he had to start gathering information on this woman. Satele Shan was her name, which confirmed what he had already known about her heritage. She was apparently well known and considered quite the prodigy in the Jedi arts. She excelled in Ataru like Revan but wielded a dual-bladed lightsaber like Bastila. Just another way that confused him about how genetics had seemingly made a perfect daughter of the two, injured generations after they were even alive. Harry hadn't found much on her parentage other than her mother who had been named Tasil. Apparently, the Jedi had forced her into some exile for meditation because she had questioned their standing on marriage and relationships. Harry had rolled his eyes at that. It was exactly things like that that Harry had turned away from the Jedi and their annoying ways. Harry was pulled from his thoughts when the object of them suddenly walked through the door. Harry sucked in a breath as he saw her in person for the first time. Her sharp blue/gray eyes seemed to immediately pierce his emerald ones and causing him to freeze. He quickly shook it off and schooled himself. Bastila used to pull that with him. Satele seemed to be able to cause the same effect yet for an entirely different reason. Harry tilted his head slightly at the droid next to her, giving it a slight nod. The droid seemed to understand the order as it turned and left the room. The room was silent as the droid left and the door shut behind it. Satele just seemed to continue to try and pierce his mind with her gaze alone, and Harry just continued to sit in his chair. After a few more moments, Harry decided to break the silence. "Are you just going to continue standing there staring at me, or are you going to sit down and talk?" Harry said, not betraying his slightly fast-beating heart rate. Statement. "I can assist her in sitting down, Master, permanently," HK said threateningly. Satele glared harder and put her hand on her lightsaber. "Settle down, HK. We aren't here to cause fights." Harry responded back blandly to his homicidal droid. HK made unintelligible noises that Harry had learned to associate with his annoyance of a situation. Satele seemed to ease up slightly but still looked guarded. "A Sith avoiding a fight? It doesn't even sound right to the ear," Satele said dryly. Harry looked at her in slight surprise. Her sense of humor seemed to match up with Vaynar's oddly enough. Of course, Vaynar's humor actually came from... Oh God, did she have his sense of humor? No, it must have come from somewhere else. It had to have come somewhere else. Maybe her unknown father. Yeah, that's what he was going to go with. "I'm not a Sith, well, not technically a Sith, I guess. At least I'm not one yet." "Again, are you actually planning on sitting down or not?" Harry asked. "I'll stand," she said. Harry rolled his eyes. There was that Shan stubbornness he knew of. "As you wish. Let's get down to the point then, shall we? You have seemingly decided to try and track my movements. While you're not amazing at it, you're much better at it than anyone else has been, so that in itself is impressive. The only question I have is why? Why have you been looking into my business when it has not affected you or the Jedi?" Harry asked. Satele just scoffed. "You're an unknown party that so far I only know a few things about. One is that you have experience in murdering Force sensitives. Two is that you have seemingly been doing so for a while. The last is that you have no real history. The last time an unknown Force-using organization came to this galaxy, they turned out to be Sith and started a war. You'll forgive if I took steps to try and find out your intentions," Satele said back at him. Harry thought about that for a moment. Well, let's address those concerns then. Your first one is correct. I have lots of experience in killing Force sensitives. I've done so many times and will continue to do so as long as they are my enemies," Harry told her calmly. Satele frowned and didn't seem to look his response, though Harry ignored it. It would be hard to convince Satele of anything if he was dishonest with her. Revan always had known when he lied. He hoped she had not inherited that ability from him. "Your second concern. Again, you are correct. I have killed people for a while under your noses. The last point, I have no history because I deleted it and constantly make sure any public record of me is destroyed. I will ask you to not try to put anything in any type of public domain. It will make my life unnecessarily harder. Harry said to her. In truth, it wouldn't be that hard. He had enough contacts to make sure that anything she may log about him got lost before anyone saw it. Have you killed Jedi? She asked plainly. Harry nodded back. I have indeed. Jedi can make mistakes and do bad things just like everyone else. I have seen quite a few Jedi do horrible things in the name of the greater good. I showed them the error of their ways with my blade before sending them back into the Force. Harry said honestly. Sattel again seemed to glare at his response, but Harry just stared back calmly. So, what, you just go around killing whatever and whoever you want in the shadows? Sattel asked accusingly. Sort of. It's not. I'm not looking for people to kill. I am looking for someone and have been looking for someone for a long time. I kill those who get in my way, attack me, or I catch doing bad things in front of me. It just so happens that I have run into a lot of bad people. Harry said with a shrug. It is not up to you who gets to live and die. The Republic decides what punishment a person deserves for a crime. Not you. Sattel argued pointedly. The Republic has the right to do their best to punish those who wrong it and its citizens. That being said, it has no right to get in the way of others doing the same. Harry responded back. Except you're not a government system, Sattel argued. Don't tempt me. I'm someone who will do anything to achieve my goals, and if I need to create a whole new government to achieve my goals, then I would. I doubt you want to have to fight two enemies at the same time. Harry responded. Except you don't have any means of getting citizens or an army, Sattel shot back as she crossed her arms. I wouldn't be sure about that. Harry mumbled to himself, making sure she did not hear him. Although he knew she didn't hear him, she glared deeper at him anyway. Harry chuckled at the look. Why don't we put a tack in that thought before we come to blows over ideals? I have answered your questions honestly, and I expect you to return the favor. Harry said pointedly. I will not betray any secret of the Republic. She stated immediately. Harry just waved off the statement. I know everything I need to know about the Republic. I have come with an offer. Harry stated to her. And if I listen, you will let me and crew leave peacefully? Sattel asked with some bite in her voice. Harry was surprised by the question before once again gaining his control. He had not dealt with an organic in a manner that didn't involve threats in a really long time. Throw into the equation who she was, and Harry felt himself trying to constantly regain control over his thoughts and emotions. I'm not going to kill you or the crew. I just needed you to come on board and at least try and hear me out. I would have never killed you or your crew. I just said I would so to force a quick decision out of you. I even let you bring your lightsaber to show I had no intention of harm. Harry told her. It's not like it would have mattered. Harry was extremely skilled in the art of lightsaber combat and had a couple centuries of experience to add to it. Fine, say what you have to say before I decided to leave. Sattel said with some fire and finally sitting down. Due to some personal reasons, I plan to join the Sith Empire and ascend through their ranks so I can possibly get to a high-value target of mine. I will do this with or without your permission, as I can see the anger in your eyes. Also, slow down with the lightsaber reaching and let me finish. I don't actually care about these new Sith or their ideals. Frankly, I find most of them to be weak-minded fools, but that is beside the point. I offer to be your spy within the Sith ranks. I will give you any useful information I can find and report it to you secretly. Harry explained to her. Sattel glared at him hard. You think I could possibly APPR? I'm not asking you to approve anything I do. Again, I will be doing so no matter what you say. This is simply me allowing you to have some type of benefit from this arrangement. Harry said. Cutting her off. Sattel seemed to be steaming. I don't know who you are or even your name, and yet you ask a lot of trust from me. Why shouldn't I cut you down right now before you become my future enemy? Sattel asked, gripping her long lightsaber hilt. Harry tilted his head. As you wish. Harry snapped his fingers and immediately the hidden port keys in the chairs activated and both of them were suddenly in Harry's training area. Harry stood and looked at Sattel on the floor trying to get her bearings. Take your time, the first time is always the worst, Harry said patiently. Sattel looked up and glared. She suddenly jumped up and ignited her blue blades. She was glaring at him and looked ready, but Harry knew she was still regaining her balance after that portkey trip. With that in mind, he slowly pulled out his own blade. He eyed it slightly before igniting. The red blade sprung out almost as if it were excited. Sattel hissed at the sight of it. "Don't look too much into the color meaning. I just like red better than any of the other colors available. I have plenty of regular crystals if I wanted," Harry explained. Sattel didn't seem to care as she charged at him, swiped at him with her blade. He didn't move his body except for the one arm holding his blade. In a moment it was in the air and blocking Sattel's own. Harry's eyes roved over her form. He had to admit she seemed to know what she was doing. "Good form, but move your feet slightly further apart. It will give you an easier time of planting yourself," Harry said to her. She snarled in response and unleashed another barrage of strikes. Harry calmly blocked each one using a mix of precognition and enhanced force movement to allow him to easily keep ahead of her. All force users could easily use these abilities to aid them, and most did, but Harry had honed his to a ridiculous level. His precognition was almost always completely accurate, and he could easily move the force in his body between limbs and muscles to efficiently move smoother and quicker than most force users. Sattel was good, but she seemed to be having some sort of tunnel vision. She did not focus enough on her surroundings and only her opponent. She also had a lot of wasted movement that would just tire herself out faster. Stop jumping to add strength to your blows and just use the force. The force cannot help you if your body becomes too tired to move, Harry pointed out. She seemed to ignore him and lunged forward to strike him with her blade like it was a spear. Harry easily sidestepped the attack and put his foot out, tripping Sattel and forcing her to follow to the ground. She seemed smart enough to tuck into the fall and roll out of it to escape her enemy's reach. Of course, if a force user was smart enough, they could just force grab her and yank her back mid-roll, but he had yet to meet a force user who thought of doing that besides himself. She stood and stared at him. She got back into a stance. Harry smiled as he saw her slightly widen it and planted herself more firmly. His lips twitched and he had to stop himself from smirking at the change of stance. Once more she engaged him in combat. Harry could immediately see a difference as she seemed to avoid jumps and lunges and seemed to use more swipes with her blade. Her new form allowed her to put more speed behind each strike, causing Harry to actually need to concentrate to continue to block her. Harry watched as Sattel tried to carefully analyze his fighting style and find holes in it. Harry decided to give her a break and started to lean more on his left leg than his right. Sattel seemed to pick up on it after a few moments. Harry could tell by the way her eyes slightly lit up. After a moment she did a feint to the right before switching to her opposite blade and trying to strike him. Predicting the move, Harry did a quick half-spin, coming closer to Sattel and knocking her off balance. He knocked her blade away before force pushing her back into the padded floor. Despite the padding, she groaned, showing that Harry had slammed her into the ground, probably a little harder than he meant to. He sighed and deactivated his blade. "You're good and you have good intuition, but you need to work on your form as well as being able to determine fake openings. If an enemy seems to make a mistake that is too good to be true, then it usually is. When you see an opening, you need to question why an opponent has left it open in the first place. Are they inexperienced or tricking you? Your form could use some final touches, but you definitely have the fundamentals of Ataru down. Also, make sure you remember to utilize the force in combat more. The blade is not your only tool against your opponents," Harry told and reminded her. Sattel said nothing as she continued to stare up at him. "Who are you really?" Sattel asked in wonderment. Harry pondered how he should answer. "Harry Potter or Darth Thantos to some of my enemies. I rarely use the name or the title though. I follow the true Sith creed, though I am skilled in both the light and dark side," Harry told her. "So you are a Sith?" Sattel accused. Harry shrugged. "I follow their creed, but I don't like the connotations that are now placed on being a Sith, so I consider myself a different breed altogether. In my eyes, these new empires all seem to be made of weak-minded fools who can barely keep their own ambitions and wants under control. The few who can seem to easily rise to the top and act like they're prodigies for it," Harry told her. "So, you have no wish to overthrow the Republic then?" Sattel questioned. "No more than any other citizen who thinks it's a useless piece of crap. I don't like it, but I still consider it the lesser evil. Harry told her. Sattel looked into his eyes and seemed to be searching for something. After a few moments, she broke the silence. I can't agree with your decision to join the Empire even as a spy. That being said, I believe you when you say you don't care for their ideals and would be willing to help. Sattel admitted reluctantly. You trust me then? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. She immediately scowled. I believe you have told me the truth. My trust is still far out of your reach, Sith. She shot at him. Harry shrugged. That was good enough for him. That is good enough. I do have a request for you in exchange for some gifts. Harry told her. She looked at him suspiciously. You already ask me much just by asking me to do nothing about a known Sith. Now you wish to ask me to do something else? You seem to like pushing your luck. Sattel snapped. It is simple. I wish for you to take HK with you. He is an assassin droid created by a good friend of mine, and I would like you to keep possession of him while I am doing my mission. He will listen to your orders as long as they do not threaten me. Or maybe even then. He's not exactly happy with me at the moment. Harry admitted. Sattel looked at him like he was crazy. You're giving me your personal assassin droid to basically do whatever I want with? Sattel asked. Harry nodded. HK likes combat and fighting constantly. I will be busy with subterfuge, so I will not be able to meet all his wants and needs. I have a feeling you will be getting deeply involved with the war, so he will fight with you and protect you if need be. He has modules that allow him to use almost all weapons, including lightsabers. I think you will find him incredibly useful. He also will help you contact me if need be. Harry said to her. Sattel looked at him blankly for a moment. And what do I get in return for babysitting your homicidal robot? Sattel asked. 2 things. The first is information on where the Sith Empire has established their major foothold in the galaxy. Harry told her. Sattel just raised her eyebrow. We already know they have established themselves on Korriban. She shot back. Harry just shook his head. You're partially right. They are established in Korriban, but only their academy. Their true seat of power is on Dromund Kaas. Harry said. Sattel's eyes widened. Dromund Kaas? Why there's nothing of interest there. Sattel questioned. It's a good foothold as it is strong in the dark side and near most of their conquered planet. It is also not somewhere you would normally think to look, which allowed them to make sure they had enough time to establish their presence on the planet without you attacking and getting in their way. Quick access to hyperspace lanes if they're needed as well. Harry explained to her. Sattel seemed to think on his words before nodding. I see your point, and you are right, we would have never normally thought of Dromund Kaas. We were more focused on Korriban as we assumed that would be the planet they wanted most. She admitted. She looked back up to him as she finished her thoughts on the subject. What about the other gift? Harry took a breath before holding both hands out. A moment later, and a wooden box seemingly materialized into them. It was beautifully varnished and intricately decorated with symbols on it that looked like plants. He walked over to Sattel before smoothly getting to his knees. He gently laid the box in front of her. Sattel looked at him with confusion before slowly reaching out and opening the box. Inside laid a metal familiar cylinder. A lightsaber? You do remember I already have one, do you not? Sattel said dryly. Harry cracked a small smile before going back to gazing sadly at the lightsaber. This is the blade of your ancestor Bastila Shan. Harry said quietly as his eyes stayed fixed on the blade as if by magic. He already knew of every dip and grove on the blade from looking at so many times. However, after all this time he had a feeling it was time to give it back to her family. That's what Bastila would have wanted. Sattel seemed to freeze at his words and more intently looked at the blade. She reached forward and shakily picked up the blade. She seemed to stare at the hilt and scanned its every piece. She aimed it upwards and gently pushed the activation button. After all these years, the yellow blade still sprung out as eagerly as it had done when Bastila first wielded it. Harry had made sure to keep it in as good condition as possible. How did you come by this? She asked with steel in her voice. It was given to me for safekeeping a long time ago. I think the person who gave it would have wanted it to one day go back to the hands of the original owner's family, though. Harry told her truthfully. Technically Bastila had given it to him in her old age, hoping He would find some use for it since Vaynor was not force-sensitive and neither were his children. Sattel seemed to process his words as she stared mesmerized by the blade. She got up and twirled it a few times experimentally. "It's beautiful," she said barely above a whisper. Harry did not respond, he just let her have the moment. To him, it was weird to see others take such an interest in his friends' things. He knew they were considered legends and heroes to many, but to that starstruck attitude just because of something they were associated with surprised even him. It probably had to do with knowing them personally. He gazed back at Sattel, who still seemed shocked and amazed by the new blade. He decided to draw her back to reality. "Does this mean we have a deal?" Harry asked. She looked at him almost startled, as if she had forgotten he was even here. "You're an odd man, Harry. Everything you tell me says I should not believe you, yet I know you have not lied about anything you have told me so far," she said as she looked at him with another one of her piercing gazes. "Oh? How did you know I was not lying?" Harry asked. She shrugged. "I can just tell when people lie. They are different," she said. Harry let a breath of exasperation. "Well, shit, looks like she inherited Revan's ability after all," he thought to himself. "That may come to be a problem in the future for him. If you know I speak the truth, then does that mean we have a deal?" Harry asked. Sattel looked at him. "I have more questions I want answers before you go through with your plan," she said as she deactivated the blade and walked over. Harry nodded. "If I can answer them, then I will. If I cannot, then you will have to come to terms with that," Harry warned. "I suppose I can live that," she grumbled in annoyance. "Very well then. It sounds like we have a deal then," Harry said as he held out his hand. Sattel looked at it for a moment, likely contemplating her choice before reaching her own hand out and grabbing his. "Deal." Chapter 10. Korriban Sith Academy. Harry stared with little interest at the other recruits around him as they stepped off the shuttle that had landed on one of the landing pads at the academy. At least, Harry had thought it was until he took a clearer look around. They were actually outside one of the temples, it seemed. A man in a uniform was waiting for them. He was a Caucasian human male with his face set permanently into a scowl. He didn't look impressive, and his presence in the Force left much to be desired unless he was hiding it. A look over once more had Harry doubting it. "So you're the new recruits then? None of you look special or impressive enough to be called Sith, but perhaps you'll prove me wrong. Unlikely as that is. Your task is simple. You will navigate your way through the temple you see in front of you. Those who live will be allowed to continue training. You have practiced sabers and are expected to use them. Try not to die." The man finished before stepping away and getting in the shuttle they had just arrived in. The rest of the recruits started murmuring amongst themselves and shuffling around. Harry walked forward into the temple with no fear. He felt inner life forms inside that had the touch of corruption of those who fell to the dark side. Despite this, he was still unconcerned. He had been through most these temples already and knew his way through the ones he had destroyed over the years. He felt the eyes of the other recruits on him as he stepped into the temple drawing his practice blade. Could still kill if you dealt enough damage with it. It didn't take long for Harry to encounter the crawling worm creatures infesting the temples now. They looked hideous, and some seemed to be struck up some green acidic substance which Harry was sure they could probably launch at opponents. He signed before charging into the fray and cutting a line through them before they could even react. Harry made up for the saber's lack of power with his force-enhanced strength to make quick work of them. These creatures weren't actually that strong, and they were pretty slow as well. A good choice for weeding out the weak in Harry's opinion if he ever had a reason to do such a thing. He heard a screech to his left and didn't even bother to look as he ducked down under a ball of acid that had just been spat at him. He didn't bother retaliating as it would just slow him down. He made it halfway through the swarm before they finally took notice of their kind being quickly slaughtered in his pass. They started to group in packs and surround him, but Harry just charged right through. He finally reached the end where he slowed down and took a breath. He turned around and saw a clear, thin path of dead bodies where he had run through that led all the way back to the entrance of the tomb. Harry saw wide eyes of a few of the braver recruits that had ventured in soon after him. Harry gave them a salute before turning around and continuing forward. In truth, that would probably be the last time they saw them. That first horde was now extremely agitated and grouping together for protection after the first hit he'd had down to them. They would be even more aggressive now. The rest of the temple was rather simple, to be honest. This one was rather straightforward and the enemies were nothing to him. A rather easy task for someone like him. He did see quite a few dead bodies as well as practice sabers. He didn't even bother to pick them up. He likes lightsabers because they were useful especially for spare parts. Practice sabers were practically cheap knockoffs. Then again, all his parts were on his ship which he had given to HK when he had left with Sattel. Of course, he had his lightsaber hidden away on him, but he would have to make sure not to break it. After more minutes of going through, he finally reached the exit where he saw the Caucasian Sith from earlier waiting for him. He looked up at him in shock. Done already? How is that possible? I just sent you in less than 20 minutes ago. The man exclaimed. Harry shrugged with indifference at the man's words. It was no obstacle for one such as myself, Harry said, letting some stereotypical arrogance enter his voice. The man took the bait and glared at him in response. We'll see if that attitude will last for you. Don't get cocky just for completing the easiest part of your training. All it proves is you're slightly better than the normal garbage we get through here. Now go to the speeder and it will take you the rest of the way to the academy. The man finished and turned away from Harry and back towards the temple to wait for any other survivors. Harry shrugged and walked towards the speeder. He climbed in and waited for the driver to take him to the academy. They immediately jetted off and Harry got his first real look at the Valley of the Sith since he had last seen it. He was surprised by the giant black burn marks scattered all over the valley now. It gave the valley a new sinister look with permanent shadows all over the place. He wondered how if the fiendfire had eventually been extinguished by the combined effort of multiple Force users or simply killed everyone and then died once it was done using their bodies for fuel. What's with the burn marks all over the place? Harry asked the driver. The man shrugged.
No idea.
Some sort of force fire happened when the Empire first took back the planet from the Jedi. The original Sith fleet sent here was devastated and over 80% of its inhabitants died. 10% suffered major injuries and the last 10% suffered minor injuries or were completely fine. A whole other fleet had to be sent to stop the Jedi from retaking the planet. The driver responded. Harry just made a noise in the back of his throat. If anybody looked at him, they would say he looked impassive except for his eyes which seemed to be radiating pride. It's not like anyone could do what he had done after all. It sounded like none had even been able to stop his spell and it just had to burn itself out. Soon they were at the academy that stood in place of what Harry vaguely remembered to be a destroyed temple at some point. The driver lowered the speeder down and pulled into a landing area where he saw someone with a datapad waiting. As soon as it got low enough, Harry hopped out and looked at the man. The man stopped typing and sneered at him. So you're the new recruit then? Don't look like much, but perhaps you will surprise. You will go the academy. Once entered you will go through the second door on your right where you will be assigned a training group. The pasty-robed Sith told him. Harry nodded without a word and proceeded to walk over and climb the stairs up to the academy. There seemed to be quite a bit of traffic of Sith soldiers coming and going. Harry finally reached the top and looked around. There were guards on both sides of the entrance, but none felt very strong in the Force. Not strong enough to be called proper Sith, but stronger than the average soldier most likely. Interesting way to put them to use, he supposed. He walked through and the guards didn't even give him a glance. Harry watched and made sure to map out all the security he could of the building. It was unnecessarily tall and obnoxious as expected from the Sith. It seemed to be buzzing with students and a few teachers. He scanned the big open entrance room and slyly looked at all the camera positions and even some of the hidden ones. He wondered what security systems they had here to protect information. It would have to be something impressive considering Republic spies had repeatedly made attempts to crack it with no luck. Harry continued forward, not wanting to gain any attention or look suspicious. He moved to the right side of the room and went through the first hallway. His eyes narrowed in annoyance as it branched in two directions and went into a room on the final direction straight in front of him. He looked into the room and saw what looked like people mingling, so he assumed that was not the right way. He turned to his right and saw more rooms. He finally looked to the left and saw a lone hallway that went to another room that couldn't be seen due to the hallway making another turn. Harry decided down that way due to the process of elimination. Harry walked down and noticed cameras following his movement and turrets that followed him as well. He scowled slightly to himself at the security of this place. It would be annoying if he had to make a quick recovery. He was hesitant to us apparition in the building with so many possible hidden cameras. It wouldn't do to give his possible enemies new ideas on how to use the Force. He made the last turn and saw a nice-looking office with a dark-skinned man inside of it. He seemed middle-aged for the most part and seemed to have a seriousness almost ingrained into his face. The man looked up at him as he entered. You're the new recruit then. Hadrian, was it? No last name? The man asked almost condescendingly. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. The man could possibly be testing his control or trying to push his buttons. Harry wasn't sure which. Never needed one before. If I need one, you can just put anything you want down. Harry said blank, almost in a monotone. The man squinted at him. You trying to be funny? The man asked with an edge. No, Harry responded back in the same monotone he had used to answer his last question. Good. Now then, Hadrian, I've heard they found you on Sereno, was it? The man asked. Harry just nodded in response. We conquered Sereno just recently. They found you rather quickly. The man said. Harry was sure he heard suspicion in his voice, but didn't rise to it. He just nodded. Nothing to say? Was I supposed to say something? Harry asked. You don't think it convenient that you were on a previously Republic-controlled planet and then were immediately found to be useful as soon as it switched to the Sith Empire? Why did the Jedi not find you first? The man asked. You will have to ask them next time you see one. I can only tell you what I know my life has been up to this moment. If you wish me to start speculating on why they never found me, I can do that. Harry told him. The man got close and glared at him directly in his eyes. Harry said nothing, he just continued to look impassively at the man. A moment of silence passed between them and eventually, the man stopped and turned around and walked back to his desk. For the moment I will give you the benefit of the doubt. My name is Tremel. I am the overseer of this academy and will be the one that decides when and if you pass training to become a true Sith. For now, I have assigned you to Training Group 7 as one of their senior members was just taken as an apprentice. You will fill the gap. Let me make myself clear. If you do not perform up to standards, you may not like the result, trainee. Tremel said to him with a glare. There in a training ground on the opposite end of the hallway. Why don't you go join them? Harry immediately picked up on the fact that the man had said the ending of the sentence with a sinister tone. Perhaps these other trainees were supposed to haze him when he arrived. Not that it mattered. It was just about time to prove why he was a Sith. As you wish, Harry said as turned from Tremel and started walking back down the hallway. This time he didn't bother to check the rooms as he could feel which one all of the little trainees were gathered in. He walked up to it and clicked a few buttons on the door's embedded pad to open it. It slides open with a swoosh and Harry walked in. Well, what do we have here? A recruit said as he walked over to Harry with his training saber out. The two who had been in the middle of the room sparring stopped and walked over with the others. Harry counted off and found there to be 7 trainees, 2 female and 5 male. All seemed to be smirking or smiling at him with barely contained bloodlust. Harry had to keep himself from rolling his eyes at these untrained Sith wannabes. I am Hadrian. I am the new trainee for your group, Harry said in a bored tone of voice. The man who appeared to be the leader seemed to smile even wider at that. Are you now? Well, you don't know this, but we have a little initiation with new recruits. Break you in, as it were. The lead male said, subtly tightening his grip on his training saber. Harry looked around and watched the rest do the same. I see. And are all of you going to be participating in this little initiation? Harry asked. No one said anything, but the growing smirks and smiles answered it for him. Well, we thought it would be a good team-building experience. Don't you agree? The man asked as he took another step forward. The rest of the trainees slowly moved around him until he was completely surrounded. Harry let a smile grace his face. The first one that had appeared on his face all day. A small, innocent smile that perfectly masked his inner thoughts and emotions. You know, I think you're absolutely right. A team-building exercise is exactly what we need. I actually have one in mind. I think you will like it. It's called Survival of the Fittest. It's a classic game for the Sith, though usually on a bigger scale. I hope you learn how to play quickly so you can give me some entertainment," Harry said with a perfectly innocent tone, drawing his own training saber. The man sneered at him and made to jump at him. Harry raised his hand and unleashed a force blast in every direction, knocking all the other trainees across the room violently until they slammed heavily into a wall. Harry gave a little twirl of his blade and pointed it at the leader with the same smile still frozen on his face. The leader didn't look so confident now. In fact, he looked shocked and possibly scared. "Wait a moment, let's talk," he said, raising his hand. Harry tilted his head slightly as if giving the idea some thought. No. Tremel POV. Tremel looked up from the newest report he had sent to the Dark Council about the Academy, which would eventually get sent to the Emperor. He looked at the time on his desk and looked up. He had finished his paperwork for the day. Perhaps he should check in on the trainees. He liked to randomly check in to keep the recruits on their toes. He scowled lightly as his thoughts drifted to the newest trainee. He was the only one that had survived the initiation out of his recruit group. He did not know if it was coincidence or if the young man had purposefully caused something himself. Either way, he didn't like it. The boy's past was already suspicious enough. His little talk with him hadn't improved his confidence either. It wouldn't matter though. If he was secretly working for the Jedi, he would be exposed quickly enough. The Sith did things that would make even the strongest Jedi hesitate. All he had to do was wait. He stood from his desk and started walking. Since his thoughts were now on the boy, he should probably check to see how he was assimilating. Training Group 7 was particularly known in the Academy for its violence. If any group would expose the Jedi, it would be them. With that in mind, he went to go check on them in the training room. He didn't want them to get carried away with their little initiation. It was the reason it was so damn hard to assign new recruits to the group. As he walked through the halls with his hands behind his back, he got eager nods and small bows of respect from students and teachers alike. He would return them with stern nods of his own as he continued marching his way down the hallway. He felt a small sense of pride at having this much power and influence. Sure, he was not on the Dark Council, but he helped shape almost all new Sith that joined their empire, making him quite the prestigious individual. Tremel pulled himself from his thoughts on the pride in himself when he approached the door to the training room he had assigned Training Group 7 to. He reached for the button panel before pausing briefly. He felt a disturbance that caused him to look at the door. The dark side hung heavy in the room, he was sure of it. Tremel sighed to himself as he swallowed the feeling. The imbeciles had probably beaten another recruit to either death or something close to it in their little hazing process. This time he would have to punish them personally for such an action. Sith followed their emotions, but an army and empire had no use for individuals that had no self-control. He angrily pushed the buttons on the small console and watched the door slide open. What lied on the other side made him freeze in his tracks. Blood, there was blood everywhere. Every wall, the floor, the ceiling. It was all covered in blood. It was still dripping and sliding down the walls to show how fresh it was. Then his eyes slipped to the bodies. From first glance it almost looked like they had all been killed by a stab or cut from a lightsaber. It wasn't until he looked closer that he saw the true cause of death. The cuts and cut, while semi-deep, were too superficial to kill, even in the quantities that he was seeing. It was the internals that killed them. Bones in their bodies could be seen protruding in every angle except the one that they started in naturally. Something of great force smashed into their bodies, repeatedly causing massive internal bleeding in multiple locations. None of these deaths were clean or quick. They were boring, unskilled and uncontrolled. Not worthy of one day calling themselves Sith. A quiet voice said. Tremel zoomed in on it and saw the body at the back of the room that had been sitting and leaning against the wall. He hadn't even noticed the eyes that had been watching him since he entered the room. Now he couldn't look away. Those emerald/yellow eyes that had seemed so passive and bored half an hour ago now seemed to dig into his very soul and analyze it. You did this? Tremel asked in disbelief. He had initially thought the body was dead, as were the others from the lack of movement and the amount of blood covering it. Now, he was almost sure none of it was the man's blood. Of course, they thought to teach me a lesson. Instead, I decided to teach them one. I seem to have gone overboard though. I doubt we will ever know if my lesson sunk in. Oh well, they were a waste of time anyways and would have only served to slow me down and weaken the Empire. The boy said with the same quiet voice. Tremel looked at him, and underneath it all, the boy looked to be smiling. Tremel finally pulled himself together and cursed himself for allowing this boy to seem him look so weak. Why? He demanded with authority. He wanted to know what had caused this new trainee to cause what could only be described as a heavy fight in this training ground. Why? Isn't it obvious? Before, in your office, you accused me of possibly being a Jedi spy, an enemy of both the Empire and the Sith. Do you still think I am either of those things, Overseer Tremel? Hadrian asked him calmly. Tremel grimly scanned the room. No, he did not think the boy to be a Jedi or Republic spy. This brutality, this savagery. This boy was a Sith through and through, and he had just walked in the goddamn building for Sith's sakes. You did all of this to prove a point to me? Tremel asked with a snarl. The boy looked at him. The smile and light in his eyes had both faded back to their natural impassive states. He gave Tremel a small shrug. And because these fools thought themselves above me, I needed to make sure they never made that mistake again. Harry told the man. Tremel said nothing as he looked around the room for a few more seconds. He eyed the bodies for a few more moments, then smirked. Perhaps we have some real talent to grace this academy. Your dorm is 5A on the second floor. The droid in the hallways will take you to it now. Tomorrow will begin your real training to be a Sith, Tremel said before pivoting and walking back to the door. As he exited the room, he stopped and turned back at Hadrian. Oh, and one more thing. This little incident is to never be repeated. Am I clear? As you wish, Overseer Tremel. The young man said back with his bored tone of voice. Tremel made a note to watch the security tapes from this room later today. He was curious what the boy looked and sounded like in battle. Good. With that, Tremel continued on his way back to his office. On the way, he grabbed a random service droid. The droid looked at him. Have a cleaning crew sent to the training ground at the end of this hallway immediately, Tremel told it before pushing it away and continuing. The next few months would be interesting. 2 months later, Harry's POV. Harry had been here for 2 months and he was honestly enjoying it for the most part. He got to beat other trainees up and occasionally had to go explore a temple. To hide his true skill, he had started using his lightsaber in more of beginner's geoform rather than his Ataru, natural form. He wasn't quiet using the form, but enough that anyone who saw him would assume he had a natural affinity for it. Tremel himself had also taken over his training assignments. Mostly because other teachers didn't like him and thought he would fly off the handle and attempt to murder them. It was amusing, to say the least. He had actually just returned from a temple where he had been instructed to deal with another bug infestation. Harry didn't know where chlor-slugs came from, but how he wished how they would simply return them. They were nothing but nuisances and provided no challenge even when they had entire armies to back them up. He wished to enter the tomb of the Sith Marca Ragnos. He could feel a powerful beast there that seemed to have an unending hunger of flesh. Tremel had forbidden him from attempting to dispatch of it and warned him not to let his power get to his head. Another thing that had gotten on his nerves was Tremel. The man seemed to take pleasure in making him bend to his will. He suspected the man liked to have power over people, and the more powerful the person, the more powerful Tremel felt. As he entered the temple, he had to stop as Tremel seemed to be waiting for him. He didn't look happy either, but he seemed to be trying to mask his unhappiness. Next to him stood a tall figure dressed in some impressive Imperial battle armor. Judging from his look, Harry figured the man to be the source of his anger. "Overseer Tremel, my lord," Harry said with a slight bow of his head to both. Tremel returned it, but the Sith didn't and continued to seemingly stare at him. Harry returned his gaze even through his mask with no fear. "Trainee Hadrian, this is Darth Mar, a member of the Dark Council. He wishes to speak with you," Tremel said steadily. Harry nodded once at that before turning to the no-identified Darth Mar. "How may I serve you, Lord Mar?" Harry questioned. "Tremel, you may leave," Mar said to the man. Tremel stiffened slightly but nodded once and did as he instructed. He stalked back to his office. Mar seemed to stare at Harry for a while before finally asking whatever was on his mind. Walk with me. Yesterday you killed a trainee by the name of Viziel. Why? Harry was slightly surprised by the question as he followed the man back out of the academy and down the stairs back to the valley. He thought back to the arrogant man whose skull he smashed in with his training blade yesterday. He was not a true Sith. He would have weakened the Empire if he was allowed to continue. Harry responded. He was one of the top trainees of the academy from what I hear. How would he have weakened the Empire? Darth Mar asked him in his deep voice. Harry noticed it seemed to radiate controlled power. He was a powerful Sith. He could tell without even having to sense his power. He was uncontrolled and untamed like a beast. He would have done anything for more power. Someone like that would have put his own wants before the wants of the Empire. Perhaps not immediately but eventually, and then he would have become a nuisance. Killing those like him helps keep the other recruits in line and makes sure they know what happens to people like him. Harry explained honestly. He could tell the man was not actually mad with his actions but rather curious on his motives. Interesting. You seem rather loyal to the Empire even though we conquered your planet rather recently. Darth Mar said to him. There was a slight accusation behind it. I spent 18 years on a Republic-controlled planet and no one gave a damn about a kid like me living on the streets. A month under Imperial control and I was found and told I was worth something. They gave me a weapon and introduced me to a power within me that would change my life. Yes, you could say I have a longing to see the Empire expanding and made stronger. Harry told him. Mar made a noise in the back of his throat after his explanation. By now they were in the valley itself and watched as many trainees moved about completing the various tasks they had been ordered to do. Many gave looks to Mar before quickly looking away. Harry ignored the looks, he was more concentrating on Mar. The man was strange for a Sith. He did not react like most Sith would have at his explanation. In fact, he was almost sure that Mar approved of both his actions and his reasons behind them. Quite powerful for someone who has only been here for a few months. Did you have any previous training? Mar asked him. Not training, but I have been aware of my Force presence ever since I was a child. I have been able to do a few things such as moving objects towards and away from me. When I was younger I was attacked and accidentally unleashed a Force blast knocking everything away from me. I practiced it until I could use it with ease. Harry explained. Darth Mar nodded and was possibly pleased though Harry was having a hard time being able to tell considering the man wore a mask. I came to Korriban for a normal inspection as everyone else the council had been busy. I noticed you almost immediately and have been reviewing your records. I was most impressed, to say the least, but there is still much room for growth. Not only that, but you seem to be able to exhibit a control over yourself and your desires I rarely see in a Sith while also being able to turn into a savage killer at the flip of a credit. I think you can go far, in fact, I think you can be one of the most powerful Sith this Empire has seen in years. Darth Mar stopped and turned to look at him. Harry had to look up slightly to maintain eye contact. I thank you for the compliment, Lord Mar. I will strive to meet your expectations as I continue further in my training. Harry replied. He had a feeling he knew where this was going and was feeling his anticipation grow. He was tired of being on this tedious planet and having to listen to every whim of Tremel. This could be his chance to get off this planet, but showing his eagerness would only cause Darth Mar to think him immature. I am sure you will, but from now on you will do so as my apprentice, Mar said with finality in his voice. Harry got down on one leg in front of the man immediately and calmly bowed his head. He knew what was expected of him after all. I am unworthy of such an honor, Harry said to him. I will determine that myself in time. Until then, have no doubt that I will push you harder as my apprentice than you have ever been pushed before. Remember, from now on you will answer only to me or the Emperor, no one else. Am I clear? Mar asked. Harry nodded. Yes, my master. The words tasted weird in his mouth. Even when Revan had taken him as an apprentice, he had never called the man master. Mainly, it had to do with the fact that Harry had taught Revan magic at the same time, so they had been teaching each other. Go back and pack anything you wish to bring with you. I will talk with Tremel and we will meet at the shuttle port. Mar commanded. Harry nodded before moving back to the academy. He didn't bother to look at anyone. He was just happy with the fact that he was finally leaving. Moving through the academy, he didn't bother even showing respect to the teachers who looked at him. He didn't have to anymore thanks to Mar. He finally got to his room and started packing his limited items. He had a week of training robes and that was about it. With the simple stuff packed, Harry walked over to the wall and felt his hand around. Finally, he felt a small crack in the wall and used his fingers to pry a chunk off the wall. With the chunk gone, a small compartment was revealed and inside it, a small memory drive. Harry grabbed it and pocketed it before going back to his pack and slinging it on his back. With that, he walked out of the academy for the last time. How he wished he could cast another fiendfire and burn this infernal place to the ground. Sadly, he was sure there were enough Force users now here to extinguish it and he would likely have to blow his cover. The walk down was interesting, to say the least. Both students glared at him while he left, though it seemed it was not in anger but jealousy. He wasn't surprised his apprenticeship had already been found out. He had walked with a Sith and now was packing up to leave. You didn't need to be a genius to figure that out. He didn't let the stairs bother him as he walked out of the academy and made his way to the shuttle port. It wasn't a long walk, which was good because it was starting to get uncomfortably hot. He couldn't use a cooling spell because it would be sensed and there would then be questions. Darth Mar was already there when he finally got to the shuttles. His arms were crossed, but he didn't seem to be impatient. Good, you have arrived. Now, it is time to go to the space station and from there your apprenticeship will start. Harry let one of his rare grins loose. The same grin he had given right before he killed an entire training group. Can't wait. Chapter 11. The ship? Mar asked him. Harry looked around with disinterest. It is satisfactory. Harry responded blandly. I see you have already removed the tracker. Any reason for doing so? Mar asked him from his hologram form. Trust goes both ways. You may not trust me now, but you will soon. Besides, I hate being tracked. Harry told him honestly, and he was confident of that too. Darth Mar would trust him one day. He was sure of that. Very well. I will allow this for now. Your target is a Jedi on Nar Shaddaa, Darth Mar told him. Harry looked down at his console and saw the files that had just been transferred. He looked back up. We have no presence on Nar Shaddaa yet. Harry commented. Correct. At this very moment, the Republic is trying to convince the Hutts that it would be in their best interest to ally with them against us. Darth Mar told him. Harry made a noise in the back of his throat. So, you want me to kill the Jedi so we can prove the Sith are better allies than the Jedi? You're trying to open up a path for negotiation with them through me. I assume the Council does not approve and thinks we should try and go to war with the Hutts as well. Foolish. As soon as we declare war with Hutts, they will run to the Republic for help. Hutt space is directly next to us, so it would give the Jedi a good standpoint for striking right at us. A major potential weak point. Harry said back, showing his ability to think on the same level as Mar. Mar nodded. Harry would guess he was pleased, but it was hard to tell with his mask. Very good. Your job is to give me that opening. Darth Mar told him. Harry nodded once. It shall be done, my master, Harry said with a quick bow. After that, the hologram went out. Harry stood for a moment before moving to the cockpit of his ship. Mar had gotten him a standard Fury-class interceptor ship, and it was pretty spacious for a private ship, especially as he was just an apprentice. He sat in the chair and began punching in coordinates as he looked at the planet, Drummond Cos. Soon he was back in hyperspace and the trailing lines shot past him. He moved back to the holocommunicator. He typed in the key and waited. It only took her a few moments to respond. Satel's head shot into view. She looked down at him with her classic raised eyebrow. 2 communications in 1 month. Is it urgent then? Satel asked. Harry sighed. You could sound a little happier to see me. Am I not useful enough to you, Satel? Harry questioned, easily slipping into his natural persona. Satel just glared back. You give me intel that I can usually not use because you are involved. Satel shot back. Harry just waved his hand at her. Statistics. Anyway, I have something you can use. I am currently headed to Nar Shaddaa. My job is to kill the Jedi there to establish a way for the Sith to make ties with the Hutts. Here is what is going to happen. I can't fail my mission, but perhaps this can at least be partially salvaged. Harry told her. Sattel glared hard. I'm not going to let you kill a Jedi, Sattel said. He doesn't have to die necessarily, but I do need to try. Here is the real way to do this with least number of casualties. Both the Sith and Republic without declaring a war against them, and neither side want a war on two fronts. I go in and force the Jedi to retreat badly wounded where you come to the rescue. Make an excuse for why you were in the area. You retreat with him. Come back and restart negotiations afterwards. You will have to compete with the Sith now, but you will have to do that anyway. I complete my mission mostly, and you get to at least save a Jedi's life. Let me be clear though, I will have to injure him. It needs to look real, especially if I let him live. He will be out for weeks after I'm done with him, so have a bacta-tank ready. Harry told her. Sattel went through a range of emotions as he talked, but she seemed to settle on contemplative. That's the best you can come up with? Sattel asked through gritted teeth. How about you think about it and see if you can come up with something better? In the meantime, I will be heading to Nar Shaddaa. I am not far, so I will probably be there in 5 or 6 hours. You have until tomorrow to get there. One day, Sattel. Harry said before turning off the comm before she could respond. Man, she was something else sometimes. She was also still helplessly naive, but that was just the Jedi in her. The war would teach her fast. She had already partially adapted, but had yet to be on any of the real front lines. Harry moved away from the communicator and went to his private quarters, where he decided to catch some sleep before he made it to Nar Shaddaa. He moved onto the bed and quickly drifted into oblivion. Next day. This was it, Harry thought to himself as he looked down from the top of the skyscraper he was currently standing on. The tower next to the one he was standing on was the one that the Jedi was currently staying in. He sighed as he got up from his crouched position and got ready to jump. If Sattel still wasn't around to save this man's life, then that wasn't his fault. He had tried to give this guy a shot, but whatever happened. He looked down at the window and leapt down without a further thought. Harry tore through the air downwards, making to stay away from the hovercar lanes. He tilted to readjust his position in the air. Right as he was about to hit the window, he lifted his arm and shot out a wave of force, smashing the window and allowing him to go right through. He tucked into a roll and sprung up while he ignited his blade and swung it down. His red blade collided with a blue blade that the salt and pepper-haired Jedi barely managed to get up to use to block him. The Jedi seemed to look at him and finally process what was happening. He glared with hate at him. Sith, he spat at Harry. Harry didn't even bother rolling his eyes. He just stared blankly at the man in return. How so very observant of you. Harry drawled back at the man. The Jedi just scowled in response and started to move. Harry could immediately tell this man was not much of a fighter, which he supposed made sense considering he was technically on this planet to negotiate. Still, the man was completely uniform in his strikes. It was almost like he was just going through a certain sequence and then restarting it. Harry looked and gave the man a long and hard blink to express his annoyance. The man looked confused when they made eye contact, but Harry didn't care. He wanted the man to know he was terrible. Harry had enough and shoved the man backward with pure force. The Jedi jumped backwards to try and get rid of some of the momentum Harry had thrown at him, but Harry saw that coming and jumped with him. The Jedi now seemed to panic a bit since he was up against a wall. Harry pushed even more against the man and gave harsh swings with his blade, which the man could barely stop. It was then that Harry felt a familiar presence in the Force. It seemed she brought multiple friends with her. Harry feinted a swing before deigniting his blade and smashing his foot into the man's chest, knocking the wind out of him and forcing him to fall down on his butt. Harry looked down at his downed form and swung his lightsaber on his sitting form. The man yelled as he threw out his hands on instinct to protect himself from the blade. Harry watched as the blade cut straight through both his arms, causing the man to cry out at him. The man looked at his stumps, and while he was looking at them, Harry raised his blade again and swung it straight down to finish the job when he felt a massive force push against him and send him flying back to the other side of the office. He got up and looked at the 3 Jedi that had entered the room with their blades ignited. Sattel was leading them. All of them were glaring at him and entering their stances ready to fight. You'll pay for that, Sith scum. The woman on the right of Sattel said to him. Harry said nothing to her and actually didn't even bother to look at her. He simply stared right at Sattel. He had underestimated how stupid Sattel truly was. He realized now it was a mistake to trust her with his secret. TCH was all Harry said before reaching onto his belt. He grabbed a circular device and threw it at the man. As soon as it left his hand, Harry jumped out the window. The grenade had a modified timer on it to explode sooner, that way it would make it harder for them to throw it back. To confirm his thoughts, he heard the explosion a second later and one of the force presences in the room get significantly weaker. He just stopped paying attention and let himself drop into the abyss. With great skill, he landed on a moving speeder, floors below the one he had just jumped out of. As he made to stand, the force warned him of danger and he dodged and moved to one side. Just a yellow blade came charging down right where he had just been standing. He looked up and saw the Jedi female that had entered with Sattel now standing in front of him with a look of determination on her face. Harry ignited his own blade and red immediately clashed with yellow. Because of the small platform they were standing on, the fight consisted almost entirely of blade movement and speed. This Jedi had actual skill with a blade unlike the last one. Clearly a sentinel, possibly even a shadow. She whirled her blade in her to gain momentum before trying to slam it into him with a violent cut at his chest. Harry raised his own blade and filled his body with the force to tank the attack. He gave no ground as the attack connected with his blade. From there, both of them were a blur of swipes, cut, and jabs. Harry was relying on skill rather than force techniques and magic. 1, he couldn't reveal his true power, and 2, he was too close to do anything that she wouldn't be able to counter. Despite her skill, Harry kept up just fine. He blocked everything she threw at him with relative ease and even came close to pushing her back. She didn't give up though. She tried feints, yet Harry could see through them since the initial movement for the feint didn't follow her normal pattern. When that didn't work, she tried to brute force him off the speeder. Sadly for her, she didn't have the strength to push Harry anywhere. Despite her lack of success, Harry wasn't exactly making much progress to lose her. She was good enough to not be easily shaken, so Harry was going to have to trick and quickly. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw the speeder was going to soon pass a building with an open balcony. He would use that to get out of here. As he tilted his head to look at the balcony, the Jedi Sentinel tried to take advantage of his distraction. She swung her blade at his neck to take down him. Harry, seeing this coming, ducked down to one knee right under the blade. As he ducked, he also stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against the Jedi's stomach while she was still mid-swing. He unleashed a powerful force push which knocked her back as well as expelling the air from her lungs. He watched the surprised look on her face as she fell backwards off the speeder and down further into the depths of the city. Harry watched her disappear for only a moment before somersaulting backwards and landing perfectly on the balcony he had spotted earlier. That had gone as according to plan as possible given the circumstances. He scowled as he thought of what Sattel had done. He didn't linger on it though. He turned and started to navigate this building he was now into to get back to where he had left his ship. His master would want a report. Back on the ship. Report, the hologram of Darth Mar said as it appeared in front of Harry's kneeling form. I attacked the Jedi at night directly in his apartment. I immediately had the advantage and pressed it. The Jedi was clearly not ready for a fight, nor was he well trained with a blade. He was definitely chosen for his negotiation abilities. I cut off both of his hands and was just about to finish him when 3 other Jedi entered and stopped me. 2 of them female and 1 of them male. All of them looked to be sentinels. Harry told him professionally. Darth Mar remained silent, showing him he wanted Harry to continue. I decided on a strategic retreat since I was not sure I could take all of them at once. I threw a grenade at the target and jumped out of the building. As it went off, I could feel the man's presence in the force diminish greatly. It was evident that while alive he was close to death. I am not sure if they had quick access to a bacta-tank, but if they did then he might have lived. After I left, I was pursued by one of the female Jedi. We did combat on a speeder for a time before I managed to knock her off and let her plummet to the bowels of the city. Again, I cannot confirm if she lived or died given the circumstances. Harry finished. Darth Mar made a sound to indicate he was thinking about what Harry had told him. Given the situation, I will consider your mission a success. Even if the Jedi lives, he will not be able to take up his position anytime soon to negotiate with the Hutts. Their council will have to choose a new representative, which will take some time. This will give us the opportunity we need to move in on the Hutts. You did well given the situation, my apprentice. I have another task for you. Darth Mar finished. Harry nodded at the praise and waited for him to continue. You will meet me in the Kessel system. While I have a representative sent to Nar Shaddaa, we have another task to complete. I will explain when you arrive. I will be on my flagship. I shall expect you within the next 24 hours. Understood? Mar questioned. Harry nodded at the hologram. I understand and will be there, my master, Harry stated. Mar nodded once before cutting off the connection to Harry. Harry took a breath before standing. That could have gone worse. Many Sith Lords loved a chance to discipline their apprentices and harsh treatment them. Darth Mar was not one of them. He would punish Harry for sure if he thought he had done something wrong, but never could it be classified as harsh treatment. He respected Darth Mar for that. Many Sith could not do that. They would simply revel in their lesser desires. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts when he noticed another incoming call. He recognized the code as being from -47 Hong Kong dollars over their private channel. He accepted it and HK popped up immediately. Statement. Master, I hear you are having all sorts of fun without me. His robot assassin said with what Harry could now identify as annoyance. He raised his eyebrow. Is that so? Well, you'll be pleased to know I have a new mission for you that will have you leaving the Jedi's side. It is time to start Operation Rising Phoenix. I want you to oversee it. Make sure it goes exactly as planned. Harry said to his robot. HK stiffened clearly and Harry could tell the robot was excited. Query. When do you plan to execute Soaring Phoenix? HK asked him. Cannot say. I assume years, but you need to make sure it stays hidden and continues correctly. I don't want to hear about any problems unless you can't handle it, and I have upgraded you enough to be able to handle almost anything. Harry told the robot seriously. HK made a strange electric noise before nodding his assent. Affirmation. It will be done, Master. What about the female meatbag? HK asked. Harry's eyes darkened at the mention of Sattel. She is no longer our concern, was all Harry said in response. At that very moment, a loud angry voice appeared on HK's side. Is that your idiotic master? Move, I'm talking to him. Harry could hear Sattel ranting on the other side. HK looked to the side, then looked back at his console. He then raised his hand and pressed it down on a button Harry couldn't see. Immediately the hologram went out. Harry smirked as he realized what HK just did. He didn't even bother walking away from the communicator, as a few seconds later, he got another call. He accepted it with an annoyed resignation. Sattel's face appeared and she was scowling as she glared down at him. Harry just raised an unconcerned eyebrow at her expression. You could have killed them. She spat at him. So they lived. Harry just looked at her for a moment. I could have easily. In fact, I probably should have. You did something incredibly stupid, and I guarantee that if I had killed all of them, you would think twice about doing something that stupid again. Harry calmly replied, not showing how furious he really was that she would dare accuse him. I did something stupid. Yes, you did something stupid. Harry shouted back at her, slamming a fist into his console, causing the hologram of her to stutter before restabilizing. Sattel looked at him like she wanted to respond, but he did not give her the chance. You ruined a perfectly good and viable plan by purposefully bringing unknown factors into it, risking not only their lives but also the man in question. Your fellow Jedi do not get to know that I am a spy. That was a privilege I gave only to you. Therefore, by bringing them to confront me, you forced me to make sure I acted just like a Sith so I could guarantee my cover would not be blown. Not only that, but you placed the safety of Jedi, who you didn't even know until I mentioned him, above my own. Do you not get it? The man would have been attacked either way. With me attacking, we could have limited his injuries to non-life-threatening so he could still continue his duties and prove the Jedi could handle the Sith. Harry shouted as he started pacing in front of his own console. Sattel seemed to shrink slightly as his words. Now, your actions put 2 Jedi's life at risk and given the Sith an opening to the Hutts after I proved our superiority over the Jedi. The Hutts will now be more likely to side with the Sith in the future because of it. Just in case it wasn't clear, that is also on you. You have potentially handed a huge advantage to the Sith Empire. Harry finished as he slammed both his hands down and glared at the Jedi. So, what did you think I was going to do with the information you gave me? Just let you tear apart a fellow Jedi? Sattel shot back. Harry grit his teeth. I expected you to use your brain and think about the consequences of your actions, or at the very least consult me with your plan before executing as I did with you. Unfortunately, you did neither, and now the galaxy will pay for it. Harry hissed at her. Sattel looked down. Harry stared at her but could tell she was not yet done, and she was trying to think of a counter-argument to his points. This grated on his nerves even more. We're done, Harry told her, causing her to raise her head to look at him in shock. What? You have proven yourself to be too young and naive to be given the responsibility that I tried to give you. You seem to still not understand that in war there will always be sacrifices that need to be made. The key is to limit those sacrifices when you can. I can no longer work with someone who cannot even understand something as simple as that. Find a new spy, Harry said as he disconnected the call on her shocked face. He looked at the empty space where her superimposed head had just been. He clenched his fists in anger and felt the dark side build with his rising anger. With all his built-up strength, he slammed his fist down on the hollow console in front of him and watched the whole console collapse under the force of his hit. He looked at the broken machine and sighed at the thought of Darth Mar's reaction to him doing this. Fuck. 22 hours. Kessel system. I will have my technicians working on breaking your console while you are here, though in the future I would prefer it if you tightened your control over your rage, even if it is over what you feel is your own failure. Pushing yourself to improvement is one thing, but losing control of your emotions in a moment of anger is another entirely. Had you done so in battle, you could have potentially created an opening for your enemies to exploit. See that you work on it. Darth Mar lectured darkly, which is his way of saying he would not accept a repeat of this incident. Harry bowed his head in acceptance. Of course, my master. I constantly work on maintaining my composure, but admit even I have moments where my control slips. Will work to master my use of emotions for only productive means. Harry responded back formally to his master. Darth Mar nodded at his words. Harry had a feeling that although he didn't say it, Darth Mar liked having him as an apprentice. They honestly thought very similarly when it came to matters of the dark side, as well as how to best serve a greater interest than themselves. Most Sith rarely thought of matters of the former and weren't capable of matters of the latter. While Harry thought of this, Darth Mar led him through the bridge of the massive Sith battlecruiser they were on that led Darth Mar's fleet, the Execution. They stopped in front of a hollow table where an image of the system they were in appeared. I assume you have determined I have called you here for a reason, my apprentice, Darth Mar said expectantly. Harry nodded. Judging by you moving your entire fleet from the Drahman system, I assume you are planning a strike or invasion of some kind. Continuing that train of thought, I assume you called me here to be part of the said assault. Is this correct? Harry asked after he voiced his deductions to the man. Darth Mar nodded and seemed pleased. Very good. Yes, we are planning to strike at the planet of Kessel. Darth Mar said. As he said it, the hollow image of the solar system zoomed in around a certain misshapen planet that Harry knew to be Kessel. As far as he knew, Kessel had no value to it, so he was curious why it was of interest. The planet of Kessel has a thin ring of asteroids around it believed to once have been part of the planet. We have discovered through pure luck that the Republic set up mining stations on the moon of Kessel where they bring the ores they get from the asteroids. They then smelt them down and send them back to the core worlds of the Republic where they are used in both ship creation and weapon creation. A secret source of cheap material that, while not their biggest source of material, will still be a critical strike to their production. We will take it for the Empire, Darth Mar explained. Harry looked at the planet's small ring as well as its moon as Darth Mar explained. He nodded when his master finished. What kind of resistance will we be up against? Harry asked Mar. They have a small fleet hidden in the asteroid field closest to the moon to allow the quick access to defend either the mining operations or their factories on the moon. We will need to take the fleet out first and quickly. We can jam their communications for a time, but they will eventually be able to find ways around it. The factory below only has short-range communication as far as our scouts can tell from scans, so hopefully once the fleet is dealt with, we will not be on a time limit. Darth Mar pointed to a spot where they believed the enemy fleet was, before then pointing to a place on the moon where the scouts had reported the factories to be. The ground will likely have heavy anti-aircraft weaponry. We will need to send paratrooper strike teams in before we can send in the main force to deal with those. Force users would be ideal for such a mission since we are heavy hitters as well as move quickly. What kind of Jedi resistance can we expect? Harry then asked his master. Not much as far as we can tell, though we should be prepared for anything. This is a hidden facility for the most part, so they are not expecting an attack this early, and as such they have not stationed as many Jedi as they should have. Darth Mar stated. How many Sith do we have in our ranks? Harry then asked. Counting us, nearly 30, should be plenty. We should strike as soon as possible to limit the chance of being spotted. How do you wish for me to be useful during this strike? Harry questioned. I will be leading our main forces in both the air and on the ground. You will lead our attack ships in the space battle. After that, you will then be placed in charge of the strike team to disable the anti-aircraft weapons on the ground. Darth Mar told him. Harry's eyes widened at that. For Harry to be placed in such a position with such little known experience in real battle was a major risk. What could Darth Mar be thinking? Then Harry backpedaled his thoughts. This was obviously a test, but if he failed, perhaps Darth Mar didn't stand to lose as much as he thought. He was a known genius battle commander after all, and had yet to be defeated in battle. Whether Harry succeeded or failed, Mar most likely had a contingency plan, multiple in fact. As you wish to, master. When do we strike? Harry inquired. Now, report to the hangar and your ship will be waiting for you. A Mark VI Supremacy-class starfighter. I'm sure you will find it satisfactory. Darth Mar revealed. Harry nodded and immediately made to the elevator while his master started barking orders at his underlings to head for Kessel. Harry thought about what was about to happen with concern. To be frank, he hated space battles. He wasn't sure what would happen if his ship was destroyed and he had to float through space, and he didn't want to know. He had no time to think about it before the elevator opened. He came face to face with a man in standard Sith armor. He scowled at Harry. So, you are Darth Mar's apprentice. I don't know why he bothered, you don't look like much. The man sneered at him. Harry said nothing as he suddenly reached out into the force and grabbed the man before slamming him into the ceiling with extreme force and then dropping him. Harry stepped over the prone body. After I am done dealing with the Republic fleet, I will be leading a strike team that you will be a part of. I expect you to be ready to go into battle without questioning me or my orders. Harry said to the downed man, who only gave a groan of pain as a response. The rest of the soldiers made a path for him, and no one else was willing to even look him in the eye. Harry continued into the hangar, approached the man with a tablet that was clearly the man in charge. I am Hadrian, Darth Mar's apprentice. Where is my ship? Harry asked the man. The officer straightened at Harry's words. Of course, my lord. The ship right there at the front with the red stripes on the wings. The officer gestured. Harry looked where he gestured and saw the ship he described. He nodded at the man and walked over to his ship silently. He climbed into the cockpit before shutting the door. With the flip of a switch, the whole ship thrummed to life and the console lit up. Harry flicked a few switches as he went through basic checks of the engines and weapon systems. As soon as he finished, he opened a comm to the bridge. Darth Mar answered. Good, you're on the ship. We're approaching the fleet and just set up the comm jammer. By our estimates, we have to have the battle over in half an hour or they will be able to call reinforcements. Hit them quick and hit them hard. There will be 10 squads going out, including yours. You are in charge of the red squad. Understood? Darth Mar questioned. Understood. On your say, we will launch. Harry replied before switching the comm over to his squad's channel. This is Red Squad leader checking. Mandatory roll call. Harry said into the mic. One by one, his squad members sounded off to ensure they were ready to go. Once the last member sounded in, Harry continued, to be clear. There is 1 battlecruiser, 3 cruisers, and Inger support ships that serve both attack and defense. We will be targeting the battlecruiser. Knock out all surface weapons that you can as well as anything else that can further disable. If the battlecruiser is intact, then it is our job to destroy. If after the ship is destroyed the rest of the cruisers are still intact, they will be our next targets. Is the plan clear? Harry asked. He got injure confirmations. Good. Prepare for liftoff. As soon as the bridge gives us clearance, we will leave, Harry said before deactivating his mic. He felt the anchors that held the ship come off and his ship started hovering waiting for takeoff. A moment later the ship rumbled and alarms started going off. All squads engage. Darth Mar's voice came out of the comm and immediately hit the button to take off. Harry's ship lifted up and blasted out of the cruiser and into the empty space. Harry immediately took stock of the sight before him and saw that they were actually more near the Republic fleet than Harry had thought. It looked as if Darth Mar had used the moon itself to sneak up on the fleet and come up behind it with their stealth technology. That helped against the cruisers but not against the starships that poured out of them. Arrow formation. Do not break formation for any reason. We will force them to get out of our way and not the other way around. When I give the word, fire and do not stop, Harry commanded. He looked through his rear window and saw his squad get in formation behind him as instructed. The Republic fighters started closing in. Get ready, fire, Harry ordered as the fighters finally got in range. Immediately, Harry was surrounded by red blast blazing by as they collided into Republic fighters. Watch enemy blaster fire and get ready to break apart. Rendezvous on the battlecruiser, Harry told them. The enemy seemed to spread themselves out as they continued to come at his squad. Likely they were planning to get around them before turning and taking them from behind. As soon as they make their pass, break apart, Harry commanded. He continued to fire at the oncoming fighters and managed to take quite a number down. While doing this, he constantly made minor adjustments to his steering to dodge blasters coming at him. The Force was quite the benefit in battle, even in space. As they finally reached the Republic ships and zoomed past them, his group broke apart just as he told them to and spread out in random directions. The Republic fighters were clearly confused for a moment as they tried to follow the squad into each direction. Inger got behind his own ship and tried to turn him into space debris. Harry quickly moved and spun his ship to the left and towards the battlecruiser, dodging the rain of fire from behind him. He briefly looked behind to see 3 ships on him. He would have to lose them. He hit a switch and his ship sped up as it finally came on the battlecruiser. The cruiser's surface cannons started blasting at him, and he weaved side to side in between the cannons to dodge the blast while also returning fire to destroy the cannons. On his first run through, he took out Inger cannons on his first run, but the ships were still on him and firing. One lucky shot was all they needed, so he needed to get them off him. He hung a sharp right and flew a full 360 around the cruiser, catching the Republic fighters off guard. When they tried to pull to the right to follow him, they got right in the line of fire of one of the cruiser's cannons that had been firing on him. He heard an explosion signaling that one of the ships had been blown to bits. Harry continued to weave in and out of the cannons that were on the underside of the ship and tried to line up some of the shots to hit his pursuers. Sadly, they seemed to be onto him and were careful to avoid friendly fire. He clicked his tongue in annoyance before pulling up on the controls and performed a sharp upwards U-turn. He was now heading directly at the 2 ships attacking him. With great reflexes, he lined up the shot and blasted both to bits just in before he crashed into them. Harry turned right side up and smirked at the move he just pulled. He wasn't the best flyer, so that was one of the most impressive things he had done on a ship. Squad check-in. How goes the assault? Harry questioned. Sir, we have taken out maybe 60% of the surface cannons but have sustained losses on our side. The squad is down to 70% of our original number, and that is dwindling every minute. Other fighters are coming in to protect their main cruiser. Other squads seem to be having a tough time keeping them contained. One of his squad quickly updated. Harry thought for a moment. He finally came to a conclusion. Okay, retreat from the battlecruiser and focus fire on the other ones. I will deal with the battlecruiser myself, Harry ordered to his squad. But sir, the man who had reported in tried. Enough. That was an order, I expect it to be followed. Harry yelled back before gunning the controls and making another sharp turn to the side of the ship. He looked for his target before his eyes landed on the shielded entrance of the hangar. He lined up his shot and pulled the trigger for his ship's blast as they blew apart the side of the ship nearest to the entrance. Harry watched as the shield went down and the entrance was left open. He turned again and shot towards the entrance before the backup power came on and restored the shield. Harry zoomed in and pulled back a lever that immediately slowed the ship down as he entered the hangar. He did not set the ship down though. Instead, he looked around the hangar and saw soldiers starting to fire. Harry aimed and started blasting the Republic soldiers to bits as well as destroying parts of the hangar. Their weapons had no effect on Harry's ship's shields. Soon, the hangar had no living bodies left in it and Harry finally landed in the ship. He ejected from his starship and leapt onto the floor. He drew his blade and immediately took off to the sealed entrance of the hangar. He didn't bother with the console and simply ignited his blade before cutting the door to bits. He was immediately met with heavy blaster fire which he started to deflect back at his attackers. Injure soldiers were in the hallway using makeshift cover form supply crates. Harry ran forward and somersaulted over the crate with his blade and sliced into the soldier mid-jump. He then moved forward to the next one and killed him with his own deflected blaster bolt. For the final soldier, he threw his blade and watched it cut the head of the soldier before returning to him. He gripped the blade as it returned and pressed on. He continued to cut through enemy soldiers as he made his way to the elevator so he could get to the bridge. When he got to the hallway with the elevator at the end of it, he immediately jumped back behind a wall to dodge the sudden fire being rained on his position. From the glance, it seemed that they had entrenched themselves in front of the elevator entrance to stop him. He looked around and saw an entrance to the vents next to him and he smirked. With a wave of his hand, the entrance blew off and Harry climbed in. He quickly made his way through until he made his way to the other side of the hall and could even hear the soldiers talking. Where the hell is he? You think he retreated? No way. If anything, he's waiting for us to let our guard down. Harry didn't let them continue as he force blasted the vent door off its hinges and slamming it into the soldiers, knocking 2 of them down. Harry pounced on the group with his blade ignited and did a wide sweep in the crowded hallway, killing the 8 soldiers in front of him easily. He pushed his advantage before they could recover and let out a blast of force lightning causing mass cried out from the soldiers and most of them to fall over. Harry quickly moved and killed them before they could get back up. With the hallway now cleared, Harry moved forward and pressed the elevator button but nothing happened. He pushed it injure more times but nothing continued to happen. They must have deactivated it. He glared and reached out with the force once again before slamming the elevator doors wide open and breaking the mechanism that caused them too close. He filled his body with the force before jumping into the shaft and jumping from one side of the shaft to other to climb up as quickly as possible. When he approached the top, he started to hear a grinding noise. He looked up and saw the elevator quickly approaching. Oh, come on. Was all managed to saw before using the force to push the elevator away from him. The elevator screeched as it slammed into the force Harry was exerting until it slowed to a complete stop. Harry quickly sliced his way through it and continued on to the top. When he finally reached the top, he repeated what he did to the first set of elevator doors he had come across. The doors slammed open and stayed that way to show that they too broke from the force that Harry used to open it. He jumped through and was confronted with 2 soldiers shooting at him. He deflected the blaster bolt back to one and leapt forward at other to cut him down. With that, he looked at the rest of the crew commanding the ship. None of them were armed considering they were just pilots and technicians. They all looked scared for their lives as they gazed at him. Anyone want to point me to the main controls? Harry asked as he looked around. No one said a word or even moved a muscle. Fine. Harry moved back towards to the shaft of the elevator. He raised his hands and concentrated. There was a loud cracking sound in multiple locations of the room as the windows cracked from the pressure Harry was putting on them. It took the crew only a moment to realize what he was doing. No, wait. One of them finally had the courage to say, but Harry didn't hear the rest as the windows finally succumbed to the pressure Harry was putting on them and broke. As the windows finally shattered and sucked the entire crew of the bridge into the vastness of space, Harry dropped down the elevator shaft and fell all the way back down to the bottom, right through the hole he had made in the broken elevator. He landed on the bottom floor and started running back towards the hangar. There were injure alarms going off now, and he could already feel the ship started to tilt and begin its lifeless drift through space now that its main controls had been disabled. He pushed forward and finally made it back to the hangar and got in his ship. He quickly turned on the thrusters and only had to wait for a moment before the ship started hovering. He took the controls and went full thrusters out of the hangar. He turned back on his comm once he was back outside. This is Red Squad Leader. The battlecruiser has been disabled. What is the status of the other cruisers? He inquired. This is White Leader. We have disabled the other cruisers and are now simply dealing with the last support ships. Most squads are making their way back to the fleet. White Leader told him. Good. Finish up here and then return. I am making my way back to the execution to prepare for the ground assault. Harry said before aiming back at his master's command ship and jetting through space. Copy that. Was all the leader said before closing the comm. Harry continued to fly through space until he was upon the ship. This is Red Squad Leader landing at Hangar 2. Harry called out as he slowed his craft and dropped it down onto the platform. The ship seemed to have taken only minor damage, with the cruisers surrounding it looking slightly more scuffled up. As soon as he landed, he wasted no time to hop out, where he was greeted by the same officer who directed him to his craft. My lord, Lord Mar has already organized the ground strike team you will be leading, and they are waiting at Hangar 6 in a cargo drop ship. The officer said with the same professionalism he had used last time. Excellent. Inform my master I am heading there now and will depart as soon as we approach the factories. Harry said as he immediately moved to the next hangar so he could get in the drop ship. When arrived, he was stopped by the officer in charge of Hangar 6. This one was older and seemed less formal just by the way he stood. He also wasn't wearing a standard officer uniform, but despite that, you could feel his presence and the respect he commanded with it. A man to be taken seriously regardless of appearance. Sir, we're about to load up the drop ships. Would you not wish to prefer to wear standard armor? The man asked him. Harry looked down at himself and saw he was still wearing light armor that wouldn't protect him from much. Darth Mar tended to wear a modified medium armor that almost was the same level of heavy armor. Harry didn't have the same bulky frame though. He had a lean muscle and he would probably look ridiculous in such. Plus, he had always worn light armor and never had problems. I shall be fine. Take me to my strike team, Harry said to the man. He was soon lead over to 20 individuals. One of the individuals was the man he had painfully slammed into the ceiling. He unhappy to see him still, but he wisely kept his opinions to himself. I will go over the plan once, and you will be expected to remember it if you have not yet already committed it to memory. We are going to be dropped in just outside enemy lines. There are anti-air turrets we need to disable before air support can be used. There are 10 main turrets around the factories. Once we land, we will split into 2 teams. One will go clockwise around the factory's perimeter and the other team will go counterclockwise. Although I am the official leader of this mission, one other will be the secondary leader and lead the other group. I will ask for volunteers, but be aware that should you fail, Darth Mar will be dealing with you directly. Now who volunteers to be team lead for Team 2? Harry finished his explanation and then asked as he looked around. Many seemed to want to volunteer, but the threat of Darth Mar, one of the strongest Sith on the Dark Council, being personally in charge of their punishment should the fail, seemed to deter them. A few moments passed before he heard steps get closer to him. He turned his head and saw a woman approach who couldn't be older than Sattel. She had black hair cropped to her shoulders and what looked like tattoos creeping up her neck from lower on her body. She had a serious look in her eyes, and Harry sensed she had a nice-sized power spring to call upon. Name? He asked her. Lanera. She replied back immediately. Harry pointed at the Sith behind her. She's your captain now. You will follow her every order, and if I hear a hint that you disobeyed even one, there won't be anything left of you for Darth Mar to punish. Is that understood? Harry questioned as he let his aura become filled with the dark side and leak out in their presence. The immediate stiffening in posture and stiff nods he received made him confident they understood. Good. Now everyone load up and prepare for takeoff. Harry commanded and watched the Sith move out and get into their respective ships. Harry idly realized that it must have been strange for these Sith to take his orders. Most Sith weren't actually Sith lords or higher. Many were simply Sith soldiers. This meant they had passed the academy but had never been taken as an apprentice. Technically speaking, they still could be, but if that hadn't been discovered by now, then it was unlikely they ever would be. Then there was him who had been discovered incredibly fast by none other than Darth Mar himself. Simply being the man's apprentice brought his rank above all of theirs. While he technically wasn't above higher officers in the military, they also couldn't order him around. That must have grated on many of these soldiers' nerves. Harry shook off these thoughts and went after his team. He got into the ship and sat down and waited. An announcement came on saying they would arrive at the moon in 2 minutes. He showed no physical acknowledgement at the news, but he heard some bustling around the ship. His arm beeped and saw his comm to Darth Mar was beeping. He clicked a button and Darth Mar's voice appeared. "Hadrian, are you and your team ready to deploy? It will have to be quick." Darth Mar told him. "Yes, Master, we are waiting in the ship's awaiting drop-off now." Harry quickly responded back. "Good. Do not fail me, my apprentice," Darth Mar said before cutting the channel. Harry put his arm down. "Pilot, start the ship and get ready for takeoff." Harry yelled to the front. "Aye, sir." He heard yelled back from the front and felt the ship start to power up. He stood up and moved over to a door before grabbing a handle. "Just got the all clear, prepare for takeoff." The pilot yelled back once more. As soon as the announcement was made, the ship started moving upwards and everyone else started to stand and prepare for dropping in. They exited the hangar and Harry put on a breathing mask. The moon had no atmosphere, but the factories had an artificial atmosphere surrounding it so you could breathe once you got inside the bubble. As soon as they left the fleet and got close to the factories, the air around them started exploding. The ship dived down, forcing Harry and everyone else to grip tighter to keep their balance. They pulled up right before they hit the ground and skimmed right across the ground so only the turrets on one side of the factory could shoot at them. That being said, the turrets were definitely much stronger than normal ones. Just the explosion they caused problems because of its sheer size. He was impressed with the pilots for being able to make it through at all. Ironically, as he thought that the ship next to his wing was blown off and the ship crashed into the ground, but it didn't blow up. Harry watched as they zoomed by and could still sense the presences of life forms on the ship, so it seemed at least the soldiers survived, but they were now a mile away from the factory. Harry turned back and saw they're rapidly approaching the target. "Mask on, doors open, prepare for the drop," Harry called out and everyone put on their mask. As soon as they did, the doors opened and he looked out. "On my mark." Harry looked out and waited. He could now see the enemy forces scrambling to counter them in a panic. As soon as the ship tilted upward to do a flyover, Harry called it. "Now!" Harry was the first to jump, though he could sense the rest of his team following quickly after. He channeled the force into his legs and ignited his blade right before he hit the ground, causing it to shake under his strength when he landed. Immediately he sprung into action and force charged forward. He performed a spin midair and managed to take down 3 soldiers before they could even lift their blaster. He landed and turned to his right and spun his blade to cut down another soldier with a vertical downward cut. He jumped back, dodging a blaster bolt before turning to the rest of the men in the squad left alive. He blocked and deflected injured blaster bolts back to their originators. He then held out his hand and unleashed a massive force blast, knocking the men back and throwing them to the floor. Before they could recover, his strike team finally joined him and pounced on their downed forms with their own blades and finished them. Harry finally looked and took stock of where they were. There was one turret right here that he could disable that left 9 left. "Captain Lanera, take your team and start your journey on the east side while we take the west. We shall meet on the other side. Understood?" Harry asked. "Yes, Commander," Lanera said back before ordering her team out. Harry raised an eyebrow at the new title he had been given, though he supposed it was appropriate given he had temporarily given her the rank captain and he was higher than her. He turned to his squad. "Disable this turret and join me at the next one when you are done," Harry ordered before dashing off quickly to take care of the next target. He almost immediately had to deflect blasters bolts from what seemed to be snipers since no soldiers were around him. He pushed forward anyway. After getting halfway to the next turret, he heard an explosion from behind him signaling the destruction of the first. He didn't think about celebrating though as he continued to push through. He could see the makeshift defenses surrounding the turrets and even what looked like a mounted turret. By his estimate, there must have been close to 30 soldiers, all of them armed. His eyes narrowed as he thought the best place to strike. As soon as he got into accurate range, the bolts started firing and the turret started spinning. The normal blasters he could deflect with ease, but the turret could be a problem. He once more gathered the force into his legs in preparation as he thought of his plan of attack. As soon as the turret started shooting, Harry leapt high into the air right over the turret's fire and soared closer and closer to the lines. The turret could not adjust the angle high enough to hit him since it was mounted, but the normal soldiers could. Sadly for them, Harry had no problem moving about with the force to continue to deflect the bolts. He started his downwards trend from his leap and landed right in the middle of the soldiers. He immediately made a somersault over a soldier to get away from being fired in all directions. He struck the soldier through the chest and force pushed him in the other direction to distract some of the soldiers and even knocks him over. He spun and swung his blade down and then brought it right back up to cut down 2 soldiers, reached out with the force and snapped the neck of the third, which he then used as another projectile against his enemies. He used his superior speed to get close into a soldier's space before they could take him out at a range. Most of the soldiers panicked as soon as he got close and started to fumble. Some were smart enough to keep their wits and pull the trigger, and Harry rewarded them with a blade through their abdomen. By the time Harry's team arrived, there were only a third of the soldiers left. The arrival of the rest of the Sith took any advantage the Republic troops had left, and they were soon all dealt with. Same plan as last time, join me when you are done. Watch out for sniper fire from the buildings, they're moving around a lot up there. Harry finished before running off to the next target. This continued over and over until they were close to reaching the final turret. By then, the rest of his team had gotten a good rhythm on how to destroy the turrets and were able to come back him up quicker, though they had a few casualties due to lack of attention on the snipers. 4 men so far dead out of his 10. Captain Lanera, we are approaching the final turret. What's your status? Harry asked into his comm as he ran towards the last turret. It took a moment before she responded. We just finished dispatching the turrets up to the second to the last turret on this side before we meet up with you. There was a complication. We were ambushed by a squad led by a Jedi Knight. Luckily, we managed to push past this, but we lost 4 of troops in the ambush, 2 from the Jedi before I could put him down. With those plus the others, I only have 2 others left in my squad. Lanera responded back. She sounded strong, but Harry could tell she was feeling the effects of failure. Harry closed his eyes for a second in thought. Bad situation, but she still pushed through and didn't choke under the pressure. You got the mission done even under bad circumstances, that's all that matters. As long as the men did not die in vain. Meet at the front entrance once you are done there. Once the turrets are taken care of, we will need to make our way to the main force. Harry said before cutting the comm as he started to get fired on. He briefly registered that she responded in the positive, but he did not let it distract him from his task. Soon, the soldiers were handled and the last turret was destroyed. He looked at the half of his team that was left and called it in. All turrets have been destroyed. Ready for main assault force. Moving to main entrance for regroup. Harry said into his comm. Good. We are beginning our approach now. The rest of your team will be allowed to go back and recover on the ship, but you will be with me leading the charge. Darth Mar told him. Another test then. As you wish, my master, Harry said with no sign of disobedience. He looked at his squad. You heard him, let's move out, Harry called, and immediately they started moving back to the factories to move towards the main assault force. It was actually pretty amazing to watch the hundreds of ships come down with the troops and supplies to take these series of factories. It seemed almost unreal to have an invasion force what seemed like such a small thing, but this was a strategic target, so its size was of no concern. He made his way through the crowds and directed the rest of his squad to a medic team. He had no idea where he was going, but he could sense Darth Mar, so he just continued to make his way towards him. Soon he came upon a ship and entered it. He saw Darth Mar surrounded by officers going over plans to attack the base. He thought it a little pointless. They would have to go through the main entrance in order to do the least amount of damage to the facilities to make sure they could use it after. Eventually they all seemed to stop and agree on what Harry had already concluded. Darth Mar turned to him and came over. "You have done well today so far, my apprentice. You have shown you not only have skill but ingenuity and the ability to combine the two to make quick on-the-spot decisions. Now it is time for your test in endurance. You have fought all day, longer than any other today. Now it is time to push you to your limit with this last assault," Darth Mar informed him. Harry was starting to feel tired, but he was likely nowhere near as tired as Darth Mar thought he was. He bowed his head and nodded. "Your wish is my command, Master," Harry said. Darth Mar seemed to be about to respond, but was interrupted as someone entered the command ship they were using. "Sir." Harry immediately recognized the voice as Lenara. He looked at her, but she was looking forward and standing as straight as possible. "Speak, Captain Lenara," Darth Mar commanded. Harry raised an eyebrow at his master using the temporary rank he had given her. Perhaps he was thinking of letting her keep said rank. "I wish to join the main assault force, my lord," she quickly said as she continued to no-break her 1,000-yard stare. Darth Mar crossed his arms as he looked at her. Harry wondered if she had crossed a line with Mar and had insulted him with her brazen nature. Darth Mar continued to say nothing for a few more moments. "I believe that you would be better requesting such a thing from your acting commander," Darth Mar finally said as he glanced at Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow at his master's words but said nothing. Lenara seemed just as surprised as she finally broke her stance and looked at him for permission. Harry thought about it for a moment as he looked at her and thought about her performance. "You fought well today. You handled the task I gave you even when thrown an obstacle that even I had not faced. I understand you lost some men and you seem to want to push on to prove yourself not incompetent because of that. You don't. Sometimes casualties happen and the best you can do is limit them. That is what you did. Having said that, I will ask only once. Are you sure that you want to join the main assault and put your life on the line without there being that thought hanging over your head?" Harry questioned as he paced around her. Lenara was silent for a moment as she thought about what he had told her, but she seemed to come to a conclusion soon enough.
"Ido,"
was all she said. Harry looked at her and then nodded. "Then you may join, but your death will not be in my head if you become too exhausted to move and become a corpse. You will fight with me, so don't wander off," Harry told her. Lenara bowed her head to hide the excitement on her face before watching her leave the ship. "Not even a Sith Lord and already trying to find an apprentice. Should I worry that your next step is to replace me on the Dark Council?" Darth Mar asked him sarcastically. Harry shrugged. "Well, not you," Harry responded casually. Darth Mar looked at him. "Be careful that your aspirations do not lead to your demise, my apprentice," Darth Mar warned seriously. "I plan nothing that I am sure you yourself would not approve of," Harry told his master. That seemed to at least appease him. "Good. Come, it is time for the main assault," Darth Mar stated, and Harry followed after the imposing figure of his master. "Are you expecting heavy resistance?" Harry asked his master as they walked. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Lenara was behind him and following from a distance. "No, there will be heavy troops protecting, but a lot of the men inside are workers. I sense a presence in the Force, though, likely a Jedi Master. I plan to deal with him personally. You will be my support for the most part," Darth Mar explained. Harry nodded. They approached the lines of soldiers in waiting where an officer in armor was waiting. "Commander Nix, are the men ready?" Darth Mar asked him. The man nodded stiffly. "They're ready and clear on orders, my lord," the now identified commander replied back. "Excellent. Then fire on the main door and let this assault begin," Darth Mar ordered. The commander nodded and issued said order into his comm. Soon after, Harry could hear ships in the distance. He looked out and saw B-5 Decimus bombers coming in. As they passed over, they shot 2 missiles each at the heavy entrance, blowing it open. "Charge," Darth Mar ordered before taking off towards the door. Harry immediately took off after him and ignited his blade. A rain of blasters came out of the hole to meet them, but they managed to bat them away. Despite that, the sheer amount of shots did force them to slow down in order to not get killed. Eventually, their soldiers got close enough to return fire. Darth Mar did a leap and was instantly inside the factory and cut through enemies like a god of death. Harry shivered just watching it. Even at his best, he wasn't completely sure he could take Mar in lightsaber combat alone. The man was extremely skilled. Harry joined the fray after him, and he too started to carve through the Republic soldiers. Now that he was inside, he could see the massive number of troops inside trying to stop them from advancing further in. He briefly wondered why they had not supported their outside troops when he was blowing up their turrets. Probably because it would have required them to turn off their little lockdown. Here they had a fortified position. Harry moved between soldiers and swung his blade on each side of his body to cut them apart. He did a series of jumps to get on to the second-floor walkway. There, the soldiers were in a narrow line and only the first couple could shoot at him. Harry tore through them like paper as he moved forward. In mid-swing to cut down another, he sensed a disturbance behind him. He knew it was coming, but he couldn't move fast enough to stop it. He felt the blaster bolt collided into his back and the air rush out of his lung. He gritted his teeth as he dealt with the pain. Harry looked in front of him at the soldier about to finish him. He quickly grabbed his blaster and shoved his blade into his chest. He then turned around to fire at the one who shot him in the back, only to see Lenara bring her blade down on the sniper's head across the room. After the blade went down, she looked in his direction. He gave her a nod of thanks before turning and continuing. He was much slower, now with a blaster bolt in his lower back, but it missed his spine so he could use the force to keep his body strong enough to fight. Dodging was now harder too, so he made sure to be more observant of blaster fire. He eventually cut down the last on the raised walkway and looked back down to the main floor. Darth Mar had killed most of the troops already and was moving on further into the facility. Harry took a slightly pained breath before casting a numbing charm on his wound. "Are you okay, Commander?" Harry turned and saw Lenara at his side. He nodded in confirmation. "Fine, the wound will just slow me down a little, but I will still push on," Harry told her. "Are you sure that is wise? I'm sure Lord Mar would understand if you decided to seek out medical treatment," Lenara told him. Harry just shook his head. "Perhaps, but he gave me a mission and I have no desire to fail it even if he would accept my reason. We push on," Harry said before leaping off the railing and landing on the floor. He immediately made his way to Darth Mar. The rest of the factories were no cakewalk. They had to fight for every inch of ground. Luckily, most of the attention was on his master. He lagged behind the man but still managed to keep up. He gritted in annoyance at the fact that he couldn't cast a spell to heal himself, as that would look suspicious, especially with Lenara with him every step of the way. Still, at least the wound could barely be felt unless he made a stretching motion. Eventually, they finally pierced through to the main building in the middle of the factories where the sleeping quarters and other personal services were located. It is also where the Jedi were hiding. The closer they got, the more Harry was sure he could sense another Jedi with the main one. Perhaps an apprentice. He finally was able to join Darth Mar as he waited by the front entrance. Darth Mar looked at him as he approached. "You have been sluggish on our assault. Are you already running out of stamina?" Darth Mar questioned him. Harry shook his head in the negative. "No, Master. I am not tired, but I did get wounded in the initial room by a sniper while I was dealing with a mob of soldiers. It has admittedly slowed my performance, my lord," Harry explained honestly. Darth Mar went from an air of mocking to impressed, though he made sure not to show it. The Jedi are waiting for us behind these doors. Can I trust you to back me up even in your injured state?" Darth Mar asked. "Of course, my master," Harry said before turning back to the door as Darth Mar approached it with his blade drawn. He made 3 quick cuts into the wall and then blasted the makeshift door back with the force before stepping in. Harry followed in after and saw Darth Mar stopped near the middle of the room. 25 yards away stood the 2 Jedi that he had sensed, though there was something different. The presence he had originally thought was an apprentice now flooded his senses in the same way the other Jedi had. Both were powerful in the Force and looked to be males in their 40s. "Master Carisso, I did not expect to see you of all people here. So, this is where you have been hiding away since our last engagement. I see they managed to reattach your hand," Darth Mar said. The man on the right stepped forward. Harry looked at the man. He had salt and pepper hair and a scar going across his face. Finally, there seemed to be a permanent scowl on his face. Mar, I saw your arrival in my visions. Do not be foolish enough to assume this will go the same way it went last time. I have prepared myself for this movement since our last meeting. The now identified Jedi said back. We shall see how well you prepared then. Darth Mar said as he leapt at the Jedi. He brought the blade in a downward strike on Master Carrisso, forcing him to stumble back. Mar then spun around and deflected a strike from the other mystery Jedi on his back before throwing him back with a force push. He then turned again to confront Master Carrisso. The mystery Jedi stood up, but Harry blocked his way back to his accomplice. The Jedi didn't seem disturbed. He just readied his blade and looked at Harry. Harry charged force and let the force guide him. He ducked under a cut from the Jedi before spinning on his heel and swung his blade with an arching motion. The Jedi was ready for it though and blocked his swing. What followed was a series of strikes from both him and the Jedi that were either deflected or dodged. While the fight looked pretty even, it wasn't. The Jedi seemed to pick up on the fact that Harry was wounded and preferred his right side to his left. With that in mind, the Jedi changed his tactics and swung the blade towards his left arm. Harry blocked it, but the force of the blow forced him to take a few steps back. The Jedi pressed the advantage with Harry now on the back foot. Harry was now starting to struggle to keep up as he continuously tried to turn his body to the left to block the Jedi's attack. Every time he did, a sharp pain made its way through his numbing charm. Harry got ready for the next bout of attacks and saw the Jedi build up the force in his body even more. Harry tried to take a step back, but the Jedi was faster and swung his sword with all his strength. Harry's blade was slammed right out of his hand and he fell to the floor. Now he started to panic. He might have to reveal his true strength in order to defeat this Jedi, and that might expose him to Darth Mar. The Jedi approached with his blade pointed at Harry. Harry gathered and prepared to unleash a storm of lightning on the unsuspecting Jedi to get out of this. The Jedi raised his lightsaber to strike him down. Just as Harry was about to retaliate, a red blade appeared in his vision and blocked the incoming blue one. Lenara was glaring at the Jedi above Harry with hatred in her eyes. She took one hand off her blade and slammed it into the Jedi's cut and knocked him back injure feet. Harry looked over at his fallen blade and summoned it with the force. He then jumped back to his feet and re-engaged the Jedi, this time with Lenara also engaging him. Harry would strike, and while the Jedi could deflect it, he could not counter because he would have to go right back to blocking Lenara's incoming strike. The advantage was back with Harry, and all he needed to do was wait until the Jedi slipped up. Lenara didn't seem to want to wait for that. She pushed the Jedi hard with vicious attacks but made a mistake in doing so. She went for a wide downward strike and in the process, left herself completely exposed. The Jedi immediately jumped on the opening and drove his blade into her stomach. Lenara said nothing, but Harry heard a gasp escape her lips. With the Jedi still with his blade in her, Harry pounced in anger onto the Jedi and swiped down on his exposed neck. The Jedi didn't even get his blade out of Lenara's body before his head was no longer attached to his body. The Jedi's lightsaber deactivated as both he and Lenara dropped to the floor. Harry immediately went to Lenara's side. He grabbed her and propped her up with one arm as he looked at her wound with another. "Are you okay?" Harry asked as he looked at the wound. He knew she wasn't, but he wanted to make sure she stayed awake. I think so. How bad is it?" she asked. Harry looked closely at the positioning of the wound. It looked bad but not life-threatening. "It went through some of your abdominal muscles and insides it missed your spine by a wide margin," Harry informed her. Lenara seemed relieved at that. "That's good. Let me try to get up and walk," Lenara told him. Harry nodded but kept one arm on her to support her. Together they got her back to her feet and steadied her. She looked around. "Where is Lord Mar?" she questioned. Harry nodded in the direction of a door that looked like it had been blasted open. He went further into the building with the other Jedi. "I assume he has been dealt with since I can no longer hear the sounds of combat, but I still sense my master's presence," Harry told her calmly. She nodded. Together they both walked over slowly after where Harry believed Darth Mar to have gone. Eventually they found the body of the other Jedi Master. Carisso's body had been split clean in half and looked to have injured other wounds on each half of his body. Harry walked past the body and over to a lift that would take them higher into the building. Lanera continued with him, though they didn't speak. They both had a long day, especially Harry. He resolved to up his training publicly so he could start throwing around powerful techniques without suspicion. Magic would still need to remain hidden sadly, but he suspected that Darth Maul would probably allow him more independence soon, and then he could utilize it more often. Finally, the lift arrived at the top and a hallway that led to what looked like a viewing room that looked down up on all the factories and out to the horizon. Darth Maul was in the room with his hands held behind his back. Harry looked back at Lanera. "Go down and get medical attention. I will deliver the report," Harry ordered. Lanera nodded and moved back to the lift. She was still holding her stomach and the pain was probably getting worse. She did not have the advantage of a numbing charm after all. When the lift disappeared, Harry moved forward. He made his way into the room and got down on one knee, ignoring the pain in his body from doing so. "My master," Harry said. "The Jedi, dead." Darth Maul turned slowly to him. He gave him a look over before moving to standing in front of him. Harry said nothing to him, he just kept his head bowed. "You had help." It wasn't a question, it was a statement. "Yes. The Jedi took advantage of my injury and downed me. He almost ended me, but Lanera intervened and saved my life. After that, we both took on the Jedi Master and killed him. Captain Lanera was injured and I sent her down to get medical treatment," Harry explained. Darth Maul nodded. "The Jedi is dead, that is all I care about. In truth, I had not expected 2 Jedi Masters to be here. It was clear, Carisso thought his companion would make short work of you and join up with him to defeat me. Carisso has always been a thorn in my side with his annoying habit of using his visions to disrupt my plans. I am glad he will not get that chance anymore," Darth Maul said as he turned and also gestured with his hand for Harry to stand. Harry did so and joined his master to look out the window. The ships were now landing and depositing more people and supplies as well as shuttling back the injured. The invasion was over and they had won. "You did well, my apprentice. You passed all my tests and even surpassed my expectations in some areas. I expect you will reach the rank of Sith Lord very soon with the speed of progress. Much faster than any other apprentice I have ever witnessed. You have also proved your loyalty to the Empire. I will give you a reward for your efforts," Darth Maul told him. "Thank you, Master, but I do what I do because it needs to be done, not for any sort of reward," Harry told him. He said so seriously and Darth Maul probably believed him. "And yet you will accept my reward anyway," Darth Maul replied back immediately. Harry bowed his head in acceptance. "As you wish, my master," Harry told him. "The girl. You will take her with you and she will now be your responsibility," Darth Maul said before walking away back to the lift. Harry tried to control his shock, but he was sure his eyes did widen a little at the news. He quickly chased after his master. "Wait, master. May I ask why you have decided on this? I am only an apprentice myself," Harry pointed out to the man. "As an apprentice, you need to learn how to build up connections and resources. It is not uncommon for people of your station to take on followers to help them complete their missions. Darth Malgus is a notable Sith who did so and he still uses them to this day. Besides, you were the one to discover her potential. It is only fitting," Darth Maul said as they both entered the lift to head back down to the bottom level. "Another damn test then. It is not like Harry had anything against Lanera, but it would just mean that he would have less available time to use magic. This was not in his plans. As you wish, master," Harry said with a resignation. "Good, now go to medical ship before you keel over," Darth Maul ordered before walking away. Harry sighed and headed out to find the medical ship. It wasn't hard to find as it was bigger than most of the other ships. He entered and looked around. Quite a few bodies were already in here. He looked for an open attendant before walking over to him. The medical officer looked up and nodded in respect. "What can I help you with, my lord?" the officer asked. Harry turned and showed the man his wound. "I require medical attention." The officer's eyes widened and he called over a man who escorted him to a bed. He laid on his back and let the medical staff do their job. "It's over then?" Harry looked to his right and saw Lenara laying in the bed next to his with a cloth over her wound. They had no back-to-tanks down here, so until they moved back to the fleet, this was the best they could do. Yes. We will most likely be sent back up to fleet any moment now. Also, I suppose I should tell you now. Darth Mar has seen fit to assign you to my ship under my command. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, Harry said politely. Lenara, however, seemed pleased by the news. It would be my honor, my lord, she said, trying to bow her head in respect. Harry grimaced. I am not a lord yet. You can just address me as Hadrian, Harry told her calmly. She shook her head. It was you who offered me command, you who allowed me to join the main assault, and you who praised me in front of Darth Mar himself. No other has done even half of what you have today. I pledge that for now until my death, you will be my lord and I shall do anything you see fit, Lenara said with conviction. Harry just took a moment to look at her in shock, though he did his best to hide. Was she some sort of fanatic? That's the last thing he wanted. Still, it could possibly be beneficial in the long run. Well, welcome to the team, Lenara. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 12. So sorry for the delay on this. The day after I said that, my ceiling started collapsing, so house fixing up in school caused a delay on this. I made it a little longer to hopefully make up for it though. Also, I think I used the term Vapad in the last chapter. I meant Geo and put it down on accident, so it should be fixed when this comes out. Tatooine. Harry stood looking out into the horizon as he lounged on his speeder. The Sith Empire had just established an outpost on the planet, the first of many, and its administrator had so far not been able to stop local tribes from harassing it. One particular local tribe of Sand People was stealing their resources and killing their personnel. Darth Mar had sent Harry to deal with the problem and make sure the Sand People were no longer a problem. Harry had already exterminated 3 separate tribes while looking for the one who attacked their outpost. It wasn't just about them though. Harry's ruthlessness in murdering any group that came near would ensure that future groups would not try again. Plus, it also gave Lenara some needed practice on how to deal with large groups of armed enemies. Since her ability with the Force could only go so far thanks to her reserves, her skill with the blade and her knowledge in tactics would have to be used to make up for her disadvantage. Harry had been teaching her all sorts of things, not just in tactics but knowledge of both Sith and Jedi information. You needed to know your enemy to beat them after all. The woman was almost fanatically loyal to him. He thought about teaching her magic, but he wanted to be sure that he could trust her to never tell anyone first. Magic was easier to perform than most techniques except for the heavier stuff that Harry tended to use. With it, she could become a true force to be reckoned with. Lenara, how goes your task? Harry asked lazily into his comm. He could hear blasters on the other end and lots of movement. Still dealing with it, but I should be done in a few moments. Have you found the next target yet? She asked as she assumedly found some cover. I have reached out to the Force and it is leading me to where I believe they are at. You better hurry or I will leave without you, Harry told her. Understood. I will be there shortly, my lord, she said before cutting the connection. Harry gave a grunt of annoyance at the title. He hated being called that. It wasn't just her either. Others, both soldiers and Sith alike, had started calling him by that. It had gotten him in trouble with actual Sith lords who thought him some hopped-up apprentice. He had to put them in their place even though he hadn't actually wanted to. Now, he was one of the most well-known Sith in the galaxy besides the Dark Council and the Emperor. Darth Mar, his master, had constantly sent him to the front lines to deal with annoying problems or help conquer a planet. After mastering Geo, his master told him his combat form was truly something to behold, like a savage god of death reaping the souls of the living by the hundreds. Harry thought he was making a joke until he had seen footage of what he looked like on the battlefield. He terrified even himself. The way he seemed to jump around at random like an animal, the way his blade seemed to carve into his enemies with rugged cut and seemingly uncontrolled stabs. It was truly a sight. He was known as Hadrian Black to the Republic. He was sure Sattel had a hand in that as some sort of payback. Soon, though, he would be known by a different name. Finally, a noise dragged him out of his thoughts, and he watched as Lenara pulled up next to him on her own sleek speeder. Harry raised an eyebrow. You took your time, he commented. She scowled in response. They had grenades. Caught me off guard. They must have hit our base at some point too, she told to him. Harry nodded before sitting up and turning on his speeder. Take a breath and relax while we're driving. If you need a break, then take it. Don't push yourself past what you are capable of, Harry said as he revved the speeder. I can handle it, she said back as she did the same. Harry found amusement at her stubbornness but showed nothing on his face. He hit the gas and blasted off into the direction of the sensation he was getting through the Force. They drove for nearly an hour and covered probably close to 150 miles to 200. The Sand People had gotten farther than he thought they had. It had been near 2 weeks since their last major attack though, so it made sense. Harry slowed as he saw the smoke pillar and huts in the distance. He then pulled to a stop and Lenara followed suit next to him. Harry observed the camp before looking at Lenara. What's your take? He asked curiously. She looked at the camp seriously. Judging from the size, probably close to 500 total, which means there's probably less than 250 warriors. The rest are women and children. It's shaped in a circular formation which will allow us the option to sneak in. What's the most efficient way to take them down? Harry asked her. I would say the main entrance. Since it's circular, then that means the inside is probably in the shape of a spiral. It means they probably will have to run down a single path and come right at us instead of being able to surround us. It would mean no element of surprise, though. Lenara told him and seemed to look to him for approval in her idea being correct. Excellent analysis, and you are correct. We will be going through the main entrance, Harry told her before getting off his bike and made his way on foot closer to the camp. The main entrance was on the other side of the camp, so they had to walk around it before they saw it. There were 2 guards guarding it. As soon as they got into range, Harry raised his hand and lifted both the raiders into the air by their necks with the Force. He then Force pulled them to him and ignited his blade. He cut the one coming to him in half and let Lenara do the same with the other one. They then walked into the camp. There were raiders walking around casually until they noticed the glowing red blades they were both carrying. That was when the chaos started. Harry sprang into action and cut through the raiders like butter. After that, most of the battle was a blur. Sand People weren't organized and their weapons weren't great. They were good shots though, but that sadly didn't matter if your opponent could redirect your shot back to you. Just as they predicted, the Sand People ran right at them to try and stop them. Lenara made sure that getting around him was just as deadly as standing in front of him with her own blade. Together they pushed through and cut down the Sand People like animals for what felt like hours. The woman and children who got in his way also got cut down, but if they ran, then he would not give chase to them. They would not be a threat. Soon, the screams and shouts stopped and only bodies laid around them. Harry deactivated his blade and looked at all the death. Sand People weren't innocent by any means. They constantly harassed and killed anyone who came near them, so Harry didn't really feel guilty for killing them. He looked at Lenara and she looked slightly out of breath. Her armor had scorch marks on it from where bolts got a little too close for comfort. Her shirt also seemed to have a few holes in it. Other than that, she looked fine. Your stamina is coming along nicely. When we get back to the ship, make sure to stretch before going to sleep. It will help with the soreness. Let's get back to the base, Harry said. Lenara nodded and took a breath before following him. Back on the interceptor, Harry felt in the Force when Lenara reached a state of peace where she fell into sleep. He typed in the coordinates to Dromondkas and let the ship slip into hyperspace. He got up with a grunt and moved to the holo communicator. He typed in the code for his master and waited patiently. After a few moments, Darth Mar appeared in full armor on the hologram. My apprentice, I take it your mission was a success? Darth Mar asked. Harry nodded. Yes, my master. The Sand People were all dealt with and Administrator Cornat has been informed to not let such an incident happen again. Harry informed. Good. I take it that you are on your way back to Dromondkas. Meet me in my compound once you arrive, Darth Mar told to him. Harry frowned at that but nodded. Darth Mar was rarely ever within his compound, preferring to stay on his ship for quick deployment to wherever he felt he needed to go. He wondered what he wished to show him. Hadrian. Harry looked up once more at his master, who was looking down at him. He then looked down again. Apologies, master. I was lost in my thoughts again. Harry apologized. You have been doing that a lot lately, it's very unlike you. Is the Force reaching out to tell you something? Darth Mar asked curiously. Harry paused for a moment. Perhaps a little white lie. I believe so, but it is too soon to tell, and with my missions, I have not had time to look deep into it. Harry responded back calmly. We will talk about it when you arrive at Dramenkos. Until then, safe travels, my apprentice. Darth Mar said before hanging up. Harry frowned at the last sentence Mar had said to him. He had never wished him safe travels. Ever. Also, the way his master said it seemed to allude to something. The logical conclusion would be that he would not be having safe travels. Dramenkos was 3 days away, and he would probably have to stop temporarily to adjust course on the hyperlanes. If something was going to attack him, then it would probably hit him at one of those points. Another test of strength then. Mar liked to throw them at him occasionally. He wondered who he had sent onto his path this time, Jedi or Sith. He looked over to Lynera's door and briefly thought of mentioning it to her before deciding against it. This would be a good test for her as well, he supposed. With that thought, he moved over to his bedchambers and entered them. He slowly removed his robes and the light armor he wore until he was down to his undergarments. His thoughts moved to Sattel. He wondered about her constantly. He wished to know how she was coping with the Jedi and how her training was going. He also wished to know if she was still as foolish as when they had last talked. He had heard stories of her from the battlefield from his fellow Sith. She was apparently very good with a lightsaber and could take on most opponents by herself. He was curious how she would stack up against him now with his new geostyle. It had been a little more than a year since he had last seen Sattel, and even with his anger with her, she had not left his mind. Sometimes he would get brief glimpses into her mind, but he never acted on the information. Her mind was not shielded like his was, and after the last encounter, he had made sure to make sure their force bond was as weak as it could possibly be. With those final thoughts, he slipped into the bed with grace and calmed his mind until he felt the familiar embrace of sleep. Although he had no physical form, Harry was doing his best to frown in annoyance. He seemed to be looking down at Sattel's training in some sort of combat room. He was surprised to see her sparring against injured droids with training sabers. He was unaware the Jedi used training droids, or perhaps she set it up herself. She was going up against 7 of them, and while they weren't as fast as Jedi or Sith, the sheer number kept her pushing herself to her limits at all times. He had to admit her form was excellent, especially for how young she was. Certain people just had combat come naturally to them. Harry was like that. He could pick up combat styles rather easily when compared to others. Revan was rather good at it too, though he had always ended up sticking to Ataru. His whole deal was that he wanted to know a style to learn how to defend against it. It was what made him so fearsome in battle for sure. Sattel seemed to also be proficient in Ataru. In fact, she was probably the best practitioner he had seen since either Revan or himself. She seemed to simply flow, and the way she not only predicted attacks but found the best way to continuously manage them was most impressive. If the droids got too close, she would redirect their attack to one of their allies. He could definitely see truth in the rumors about her. He continued to watch her, and eventually she called out a command and the droids stood back and powered off. She walked over and pulled a cloth off the wall and patted the sweat off her face. Harry started to wonder how long this vision was going to last. Are you just going to keep watching me? Harry looked up and back towards her. She was staring right at him. He frowned in confusion. He turned around to see if there was someone else behind him, only to find the rest of the room empty. I was talking to you, Hadrian. She confirmed as she crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. You can see me, how? Harry asked her, schooling his features. I don't know. This is the first time I have been able to see you. Is this the first time you've watched me? She asked. Harry was surprised to not hear her usual accusatory tone she used to have. She sounded simply curious. No, though I have never willingly tried to watch you. It would seem the Force wants me to have some kind of connection with you, despite my own thoughts on the matter. I take it being able to see each other is its way of forcing some kind of contact. Harry speculated calmly. Sattel didn't respond to that, but she seemed to be thinking on something further. Have you researched other force bonds to compare to our own? She asked as she slid down the wall to sit on the floor. Some, though they're not exactly common. The last recorded instance of one even close to similar to our own was between your ancestors Revan and Bastila. Bastila herself formed it between them and then erased his memories. Even after his memories were restored, he chose to stay with Bastila and eventually had a child. Then he disappeared and the bond faded, though it never died. Harry revealed. It was sad memories that now filled his head when he thought of simpler times. The bond was how Harry knew that Revan had not died even after all those years. While Bastila could sense nothing from him, if he was dead, then the bond would have faded completely. You seem more than knowledgeable on the subject, Sattel pointed out as she eyed him. Harry shrugged. I have a vested interest in learning about bonds and I don't like to do things by half. Harry told her easily. Wouldn't do to reveal he was a little more than a decade over 300. I have done research as well, or at least tried to. Most of the information is locked and only the council and those they approve may see it. I figured it probably wouldn't be a good idea if I got caught looking at such topics, as it might raise questions. So we are stuck with this for life? She questioned. Or until something drastic injure it? Harry responded. Sattel went silent for a while. I am sorry for what happened, she finally said after a few moments of silence. Harry rose an eyebrow. Oh, and what brought this on? He asked curiously. You were right. The Hutts have still remained neutral, but we both know they lean more to the Empire than they do the Republic. This leaning has cost countless lives, not to mention strategic advantages that could no longer be used. After what you did, the Empire looked rather impressive to the Hutts. Had we stuck with your plan, yes, Raka would have gotten hurt, but he would have been alive and well, and we would have been in a much better position with the Hutts, Sattel said and sighed at the end.